Chapter 1582. Yang Ming started the car and drove straight to Chen Xiaolong's side. Then, he directly hit the other side of Chen Xiaolong's car. Initially, only one side was dented by Sun Kuen's car. Now, the other side was also hit by Yang Ming. Yang Ming's car had been hit many times, so he didn't care too much. Moreover, Yang Ming just wanted to teach Chen Xiaolong a lesson. Yang Ming, you. Chen Xiaolong pointed at Yang Ming, who was sitting in the driver's seat. He said you several times, but he couldn't say why. In the past, he was traumatized by Yang Ming. Moreover, he was especially frightened by Yang Ming's fearless and unscrupulous look yesterday. Chen Xiaolong was sure that if he provoked Yang Ming now, he would definitely be beaten up. Therefore, although he was very angry at the moment, he had a feeling that he could only bite the bullet and swallow his anger. You hit Brother Kuen's car, and I hit your car. This way we are even. Brother Kuen doesn't need you to compensate. You can repair your car yourself. Yang Ming glanced at Chen Xiaolong and said. Chen Xiaolong scolded Yang Ming's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. However, he didn't dare to say anything on the surface. He could only stare at Yang Ming. He wanted to kill Yang Ming with his eyes. Sun Kuen didn't expect Chen Xiaolong to repair his car. He couldn't afford to provoke such an arrogant and despotic person. Why couldn't he avoid him? Long before Yang Ming came, he had the idea of retreating. The car wasn't seriously damaged, but it didn't need to be repaired. It was just a piece of paint on the front. Therefore, when he heard Yang Ming say this, his heart was suddenly relieved. Brother Kuen, drive. Let's go. Don't waste time with him. Yang Ming said to Sun Kuen. Okay. Sun Kuen responded and didn't care about Chen Xiaolong. He jumped into the car and followed behind Yang Ming's car. They slowly drove away from the scene. Chen Xiaolong was unhappy. He looked at the two cars that were far away and spat on the ground. His plan to flirt with Chen Mingyan was ruined. The car was already in such a state. Who was he going to give it to? Even if he gave it away, he couldn't do it. Thinking that Yang Ming's father-in-law, Chun Fei, was the chief of the Songjiang police station and that he was in the wrong in the first place, it would be useless to call the police. Chen Xiaolong had to admit that he was unlucky and jumped into the car. He was ready to go back to the 4S shop to get the car repaired. Chen Xiaolong reckoned that he was the unluckiest person. He had just picked up the car and had to go back to get it repaired. He hadn't even settled down yet, and such a thing had happened. He was really unlucky. This person bullies the weak and fears the strong. The onlookers saw that Chen Xiaolong was tricked by Yang Ming. He didn't dare to say a word and was ready to escape like a turtle. They all commented, "Yeah, this kind of person is like this. I think that evil people need to be dealt with by evil people." You see that he was very arrogant. Now that a more powerful person came, this kid was scared. Another person in the crowd nodded and agreed. I thought that a taxi driver was easy to bully, but I didn't expect him to have a more powerful friend. The other people in the crowd also said, "Look, this kid is finished in an instant." Yeah. Another person also said, "Look at this kid's car. It's a BMW 3 Series. I know this car is only around 300,000. His X5 is more than 1 million. Of course, he is scared." Chen Xiaolong listened to the sarcastic words of the crowd outside the car window. A burst of anger surged in his heart. He opened the car door and shouted at the crowd who were making sarcastic remarks. "Look at your heads. Get the hell out of here." When the crowd saw that Chen Xiaolong was angry, they were stunned. "TSK, what's there to be proud of? Why don't you show off in front of the kid just now?" At this time, one of the people in the crowd said, "You are just pretending to be a bird in front of us ordinary people. What kind of ability is that?" "You're right. Once someone took the lead, the others followed. We are just watching you make a fool of yourself. What's wrong with that? Do you want to beat people up? Let me tell you, we are not afraid of you. If you have the ability, then go ahead." Chen Xiaolong saw that everyone was unanimously pointing the spear at him. He glared at the crowd, but he didn't dare to do anything excessive. He got into the car and slammed the door. Then he clenched his fist and slammed it on the steering wheel. "Yang Ming, remember this. I will definitely teach you a lesson." Beep beep. Chen Xiaolong started the car and honked twice to disperse the onlookers. Then he drove in the direction of the 4S store. Yang Ming parked the car in front of a street food stall seafood restaurant. Sun Kuan also followed Yang Ming to stop the car. To be honest, Sun Kuan's heart was very uneasy now that he met Yang Ming again. At this moment, Yang Ming was obviously not the poor student in the past. Although he felt that Yang Ming was still as kind and cheerful as before, and the way he treated Qin Xiaolong was the same as Yang Ming in the past, Sun Kuan had a feeling of fear and trepidation. Brother Kuan, I didn't expect to meet you here. Yang Ming got out of the car, locked the car, and said to Sun Kuan behind him, Yang Ming, what are you doing now? Sun Kuan looked at Yang Ming's BMW. He was very clear about Yang Ming's family background. He came from a worker's family. When he bought a laptop, he had to grit his teeth, but now, I made a small fortune. It's nothing. Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. You didn't eat at noon, right? Let's go and eat something together. Sun Kuan hesitated. After all, he hadn't seen Yang Ming for a long time. They were a little unfamiliar. Moreover, Yang Ming's current identity was obviously not on the same level as him. Brother Kuan, this is not your character. Yang Ming seemed to see Sun Kuan's concerns and said with a smile, Brother Kuan, you weren't like this before. Okay, then it's my treat. You helped me out today. I haven't thanked you yet. When Sun Kuan heard Yang Ming say this, he no longer hesitated and nodded boldly. Don't. What help? That Qin Xiaolong had a grudge with me. Even if you didn't help, I would still stop the car and teach him a lesson. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, This kid bought a new car. I guess he wants to show it off in front of my girlfriend. He wants to flirt with my girlfriend. How can I let him stay? Your girlfriend? Sun Kuan was stunned. He thought, this relationship is really complicated. But in that case, Qin Xiaolong really needs to be taught a lesson. Chen Mingyan, you have seen her before. Yang Ming said with a smile. Sun Kuan had seen Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhao Ying, so he knew Yang Ming better. Oh, it's her. Sun Kuan nodded. I remember. She's a very good girl. Let's go. It's still my treat. Yang Ming smiled and said, How am I helping you out? This time, you have to repair your car yourself. I guess that kid definitely won't repair my car. It's good enough that he won't let me repair his car. Sun Kuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. I can't afford to provoke this kind of person. Let's go in first and find seat. I will call Chen Mingyan and ask them to come over. Yang Ming said. Okay. Sun Kuan nodded and walked into the food stall with Yang Ming. Now he also saw that Yang Ming was still the same Yang Ming as before. He didn't change anything. After the two sat down in the food stall, Yang Ming called Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin, I'm at the Seaside Food Stall Seafood Restaurant on Hongqian Road. You can pick up Mingyan and Jiyun and come here directly. Hongqian Road? Food stall? Zhang Bin was stunned. He thought, why did Yang Ming find a place so far away? It's a few kilometers away from the university. However, he still said, Okay, I will pick up the two sisters-in-law and then come over to find you. Yang Ming hung up the phone and sent a text message to Chen Mingyan, telling her that he wouldn't go to the university. Instead, he asked her and Lin Jiyun to come together in Zhang Bin's car. After doing all this, Yang Ming put down the phone and looked up at Sun Kuan. Brother Kuan, how had you been? I'm just living casually. Sun Kuan smiled bitterly. I'm a taxi driver. What else can I do? Chapter 1583. Driving a taxi is also good. Isn't the road construction in our city this year? Aren't many people taking taxis when they travel? Yang Ming smiled. That's true, but it may be my bad luck to meet such a rental company. The fee is too high. I can't afford it. Sun Kuan smiled bitterly. My son is going to primary school in the second half of this year. I haven't prepared the school selection fee yet. The fee is high. Isn't your car a buyout? Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. It's a buyout. My company's fee is high. My contract expires this year, but the rental company still won't let me go. I want to transfer to another company, but they won't give me a certificate. They force me to renew the contract. Sun Kuan smiled bitterly. There are a lot of unreasonable deposits in the contract. But for a vulnerable group like us, there is really no way. The owner of the rental company is rich and powerful. I can't afford to offend him. Won't let you go when the contract expires? Yang Ming frowned. Which rental company are you from? Dade Elegant Company, said Sun Kuan. I haven't heard of it. Yang Ming shook his head. You're not in this industry. You definitely don't know. Sun Kuan smiled and said, It's nothing. I can gather enough money, but I don't have the money for my child's school. I'll let him go to the primary school in the school district first. When I have money in the future, I'll transfer to another school. Why won't your company let you go? Did you breach the contract before? Yang Ming nodded and asked, That's not true. It's just that the rental company unilaterally won't let me go. If the person leaves, who will he earn money from? Sun Kuan said, There are many people in the company who have the same experience as me. But those who have connections and connections can leave as long as they ask someone to talk to the boss. In that case, I'll accompany you to have a look in the afternoon. Yang Ming thought about it and said, This matter was Sun Kuan's. If it were another person, Yang Ming would definitely not care. There were unspoken rules in every industry. Yang Ming was not a hero. If it did not harm the interests of others, Yang Ming would not interfere. Just like some of Bao Sanli's previous industries were also gray areas. Yang Ming just let him gradually end it. He did not force him to do anything. You? Sun Kuan was stunned at first. Then he immediately realized that the current Yang Ming was different from the past. Maybe he could really solve the problem. So he said, That's great. If you can really let me transfer to another company, I'm willing to spend some money. Let's go take a look first. Yang Ming waved his hand. Sun Kuan nodded. Although he felt that Yang Ming was not the same as before, Yang Ming didn't understand the taxi industry after all. He wasn't sure if he could help. However, Yang Ming's enthusiasm made Sun Kuan very moved. Yang Ming and Sun Kuan ordered the dishes first and waited for Zhang Bin to come over. Not long after, Zhang Bin, Zhao Cixi, Chun Mingyan, and Lin Jiyun walked into the food stall. Sun Kuan saw Chun Mingyan and Lin Jiyun walking into the food stall together while talking and laughing. He was suddenly stunned. If he remembered correctly, these two women were related to Yang Ming, and they actually walked together at the same time. They even talked and laughed. This made Sun Kuan very surprised. Could it be that one of them had given up, and then the two of them became friends? Bro, what happened to your car? How'd you knock off such a big piece of paint? As soon as Zhang Bin entered the door, he saw Yang Ming and shouted, There is a taxi next to you. A piece of paint was also knocked off. Did you crash into each other? Brother Kuan, Chun Mingyan and Lin Jiyun had seen Sun Kuan together with Yang Ming before. When they saw Sun Kuan here, they were a little surprised and greeted him. Chun Mingyan, Lin. Sun Kuan knew Chun Mingyan, but he couldn't call out Lin Jiyun's name. Yang Ming just happened to ride in Sun Kuan's car with Lin Jiyun once. They didn't have much interaction. Even the main storyline of So Pure didn't mention it, so it was normal that Sun Kuan couldn't call out Lin Jiyun's name. Lin Jiyun, my girlfriend. Yang Ming introduced her to Sun Kuan. Girlfriend. Sun Kuan widened his eyes and looked at Chun Mingyan strangely. When he saw that Chun Mingyan didn't have any strange expression on her face, he was even more baffled. This Yang Ming, does he really have two girlfriends? And these two girlfriends can coexist peacefully with each other? Isn't this too magical? Brother Kuan. Lin Jiyun also nodded to Sun Kuan in a friendly manner. Oh, hello, Lin Jiyun. Although Sun Kuan had doubts in his heart, he couldn't ask so much. He could only nod to Lin Jiyun with doubts. Zhang Bin, my good brother. Yang Ming pulled Zhang Bin over and patted his shoulder. He said to Sun Kuan, I mentioned him to you before, but we didn't have the chance to get together. Brother Kuan, I heard bro mention you. When he didn't have a car, he often came to my house in your car. Zhang Bin said with a smile, This is my girlfriend, Zhao Cixi. Brother Kuan. Zhao Cixi also smiled and nodded to Sun Kuan. After a few people sat down, the dishes were almost served. Yang Ming didn't hold back. He first picked up a crab and ate it. Then, everyone started to eat. Unknowingly, Yang Ming had become the leader of this banquet. Everyone looked at Yang Ming's actions. This made Yang Ming somewhat helpless, but there was no way. With the change of identity and status, it was impossible to get back the feelings of the past. Although Sun Kuan had somewhat adapted, he was still not as open and unrestrained as before. Because there was still something in the afternoon, everyone didn't drink. After the meal, Yang Ming asked Zhang Bin to send Chen Mingyin and others back to school. He accompanied Sun Kuan to his rental company to see if he could solve the problem. "Let's go, Brother Kuan. You lead the way in front, and I will follow behind," Yang Ming said to Sun Kuan when they were out of the food stall. "Let's go." If Sun Kuan was alone, he would never go to the company again. It was because he was very clear about what kind of people the company's boss invited. Last time, he clearly saw one of his peers being beaten out of the door by the people invited by the boss. It could be said that these people were no different from hooligans. They were rude and unreasonable. Sun Kuan was frightened by them. If it weren't for Yang Ming, he wouldn't dare to mention the matter of transferring to another company. Sun Kuan led the way in front, and Yang Ming followed behind. Soon, they came to a 3-story building with a slightly cheaper location. There was a sign hanging on it. It said, "Songjiang City Dade Elegant Taxi Company, Limited." Sun Kuan parked the car in front of the building. Yang Ming also parked the car next to him. "Yang Ming, it's here," Sun Kuan said to Yang Ming, who got off the car. "After a while, when you go in, don't be impulsive. The people here are not good people. These people are similar to the underworld. There are a lot of thugs. Let's not have a head-on conflict with them." Thugs? Yang Ming looked at the 3-story building and sneered in his heart. If it was the previous Yang Ming who was a little punk, he might be scared. But now, Yang Ming was a person who could even destroy the Golden Hawk Gang's headquarters. Would he care about these small characters? Yeah, you could take a look in a while. If you can't find any connections, then forget it. I can also make do with driving here. It's just that the cost is higher and the income is less, but it's not a problem in terms of living, said Sun Kuan. Yang Ming knew Sun Kuan's family situation. His wife divorced him, and he was left to raise the child alone. It was really not easy. This was the main reason why Yang Ming planned to help him. "Let's go in and take a look." Yang Ming nodded and signaled Sun Kuan to lead the way in front. Sun Kuan entered the company with ease. The guard on duty in the reception room at the door glanced at him. When he found that it was Sun Kuan, he lowered his head and ignored him. Yang Ming followed Sun Kuan to the 2nd floor and came to the door of a room with a business advisory sign. Sun Kuan knocked on the door. "The door is not locked. Come in by yourself." There was an impatient male voice inside. Sun Kuan was fine. Apparently, he was used to it. Yang Ming frowned. "This attitude is too bad. I heard that the taxi company served the taxi drivers. Now it seems that there are some black sheep among them." Chapter 1584. Sun Kuan pushed the door open and walked in with Yang Ming. In the office, a bald man put his legs on the desk with a cigarette in his mouth. He was playing Do Diju on the computer. When he heard someone come in, he didn't raise his head and asked, "Who is it? What's the matter?" "Brother Zhao, it's me, Sun Kuan." Sun Kuan quickly replied respectfully. "Sun Kuan?" The bald man looked up at Sun Kuan and said impatiently, "What are you doing here? Are you here to renew the contract?" "No, I want to ask about transferring companies," Sun Kuan said quickly. "What did you say?" The bald man raised his eyebrows and put down a mouse in his hand. He raised his head with an evil face. "You tell me again. What are you doing?" I said that I want to transfer companies. My contract here has expired," Sun Kuan said carefully. If he didn't come with Yang Ming, he would definitely retreat now. "Transfer companies? Transfer your motherfucker. Didn't I tell you that you can't transfer? Do you not want to work in the taxi industry anymore?" The bald man slammed the table and then wiped his nose with his hand. "Big Snot Zhao." Yang Ming thought that this bald man, surnamed Zhao, was familiar, but after thinking about it, he couldn't remember where he had seen him. However, looking at his habitual action of wiping his nose, Yang Ming suddenly remembered who this person was. "Isn't this person one of my underlings who used to follow me in junior high school? Zhao Debao, nicknamed Big Snot Zhao?" Zhao Debao was roaring when he suddenly heard someone call his nickname. He was stunned. Since he became famous and became a manager of the taxi company, very few people called his nickname Big Snot Zhao. They all called him Brother Zhao. or Manager Zhao. Zhao Debao was a little surprised when he was suddenly called by a nickname. He didn't pay attention to the people around Sun Quan before. This time, he shifted his gaze to Yang Ming and carefully sized him up. Ah! Zhao Debao exclaimed in surprise. He removed his leg from the table and stood up. He walked in front of Yang Ming and looked carefully. He immediately recognized Yang Ming and pointed in front of Yang Ming. Brother Yang, Big Snot Zhao, you recognize me? You seem to be doing well? Yang Ming looked at Zhao Debao with a smile that was not a smile. If it wasn't for the fact that he and Zhao Debao were old friends, how could Yang Ming let him live after Zhao Debao's screams? He would have sent him flying with a slap. It's all right. Zhao Debao puffed out his chest and felt a little proud, especially in front of his former boss. He felt that his vanity was unprecedentedly satisfied. Brother Yang, are you also here to inquire about the taxi business? You can rest assured that I will definitely take care of you in my company. When Sun Quan saw that Yang Ming actually knew Zhao Debao, he was delighted. Originally, he thought that today's matter was hopeless, but he didn't expect an unexpected turn of events. Seeing that Yang Ming and Zhao Debao were familiar with each other, Sun Quan felt that he should be able to succeed today. Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. I'm not a taxi driver. I'm accompanying him. As Yang Ming spoke, he pointed at Sun Quan with his finger. Accompanying him? Sun Quan? Zhao Debao glanced at Sun Quan, and his face became a little gloomy. Brother Yang, why are you accompanying him? Seeing Zhao Debao's face, Yang Ming knew that Zhao Debao was used to being domineering and had forgotten that he was his former boss. Since we're on the same side, then it's easy. Big Snot Zhao, help him to issue a certificate and let him transfer out. Yang Ming glanced at Sun Quan and said to Zhao Debao, transfer out? That's impossible. Zhao Debao immediately rejected Yang Ming's proposal. Zhao Debao's ruthlessness surprised Yang Ming. Originally, Yang Ming thought that Zhao Debao might use a bureaucratic tone, but he would definitely be more tactful. He didn't expect this kid to be so straightforward. As for Sun Quan, he was also stunned. He saw that Yang Ming and Zhao Debao were so familiar. Why didn't Zhao Debao give him any face? Big Snot Zhao, what do you mean? Yang Ming looked at Zhao Debao coldly. You don't even give me face? Don't forget who was the one who stood up for you when you were beaten up in the past. Hee, Yang Ming, you said it too. That was in the past. Zhao Debao sneered and said, I gave you face. You called me Big Snot Zhao, and I responded. This nickname, can anyone call me that now? I gave you face and called you Brother Yang. If I don't give you face, you are nothing. Do you think it's still the same as before? Do you think you're still the boss? Really? Do you really think so? Yang Ming looked at Zhao Debao with a smile and asked, I haven't been the boss for many years. I don't like the cold bedside. Zhao Debao pinched his nose and sang. He even winked at Yang Ming with a mocking expression. Yang Ming, Boss Yang, you don't know what my identity is now, right? You don't know who I am with, right? When Sun Quan heard Zhao Debao sing and mocking Yang Ming, he knew that things were not going well. Now it seemed that there was no hope for him to transfer to another company. This Zhao Debao didn't give Yang Ming any face and even mocked Yang Ming. Listening to Zhao Debao singing, Yang Ming wasn't angry but laughed. Why is this scene so familiar? It seems that I have seen it a long time ago. Since Zhao Debao didn't care about the old relationship, then Yang Ming didn't need to give face to Zhao Debao. He didn't need to care about the previous relationship. This Zhao Debao was so ignorant. Yang Ming couldn't do anything about it. He could only let him suffer a little. Yang Ming reached out and grabbed Zhao Debao's neck. He lifted him up. Your voice is really not good. You sang this song very badly. Cough, cough. Let me go. Zhao Debao didn't expect Yang Ming to have so much strength. As a matter of fact, Zhao Debao was quite strong, but he was actually lifted up by Yang Ming with one arm. You let me go first. Are you going to transfer or not? Yang Ming asked coldly. Let me go first. Everything can be discussed. Zhao Debao was almost suffocated by Yang Ming's grip. He said with a red face, Yang Ming, don't be impulsive. Sun Quan saw that Zhao Debao's face turned purple. He was shocked when he saw that Zhao Debao was about to suffocate. He was afraid that Yang Ming would do something. It wouldn't be good if someone died. So he quickly advised, Yang Ming, why don't you let him go first? Yang Ming threw Zhao Debao to the ground. I will give Brother Kuan face and let you go this time. Although I'm not your boss now, I can still fix you. Originally, Zhao Debao was still a little afraid of Yang Ming. But when he heard Yang Ming call Sun Kuan Brother Kuan, he was relieved. Zhao Debao was very clear about Sun Kuan's background. Since Yang Ming could call Sun Kuan Brother Kuan, he was definitely not a powerful person invited by Sun Kuan. He was definitely just an ordinary person. Yang Ming, you're good. You dare to touch me. Do you know the consequences? Zhao Debao suddenly stood up again. He pressed the intercom system on the table and shouted, Liang, someone is causing trouble. Quickly bring people over. After that, Zhao Debao looked at Yang Ming proudly. Yang Ming, if you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, I will let you go this time. Otherwise, you can see whose territory this is. I will break your legs. It seems that you still don't want to give up. Yang Ming sighed. I took into account our past relationship, so I didn't do anything ruthless to you. But now it seems that you still have some awareness. You still dare to call people over. Well, if that's the case, you can do whatever you want. If Yang Ming wanted to stop Zhao Debao from calling people, he could not let him touch the intercom system. However, Yang Ming was not afraid of Zhao Debao calling people over. Hey, Boss Yang, Crazy Yang, do you think that you are still the king of fighting? Can you deal with a group of people with weapons by yourself? Zhao Debao saw that Yang Ming was so calm and suddenly mocked him. Yang Ming shrugged and did not take Zhao Debao's words to heart. Chapter 1585. Yang Ming, why are you so impulsive? AI. When Sun Kuan heard that Zhao Debao called people, he was a little anxious. He had seen the people that Zhao Debao mentioned. Those people were desperados. Some of them even had tattoos on their bodies. When these people came, how could he and Yang Ming be opponents? Even if Yang Ming was good at fighting, what Zhao Debao said was very reasonable. Can you deal with a large group of people alone? Moreover, they are holding weapons. Therefore, Sun Kuan was a little scared. He quickly persuaded Yang Ming. Yang Ming, let's go. We won't mention about transferring companies in the future. As Sun Kuan spoke, he turned to Zhao Debao and said, Brother Zhao, I won't transfer companies. I will leave now. You don't need to call people. Won't transfer companies? Zhao Debao snorted. Do you think that if you don't transfer companies today, this matter will be over? Let me tell you, if you want to leave, it won't be so easy. You beat me up like this. How can I not treat my former boss well? Don't you think so, Boss Yang Ming? Brother Kuan, don't talk nonsense with him. If he wants to find people, let him find people. Yang Ming shrugged. He didn't take Zhao Debao's threat to heart. Instead, he seemed very relaxed. Sun Kuan saw that Yang Ming was still full of confidence. He couldn't help but sigh. Yang Ming is really a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers. Although Yang Ming may be very rich now and can suppress Chen Xiaolong, what can he do in the face of this group of vicious villains? Boss Yang, since you're not going to kneel and kowtow, then don't blame me for not giving you face. Zhao Debao snorted coldly. Don't be too proud now. You'll feel good later. Yang Ming smiled slightly and didn't answer Zhao Debao's words. There was no point in saying anything now. Yang Ming was too lazy to explain. At this moment, the office door was pushed open with a bang. 5 young men rushed in. Some had dyed their hair, some wore big earrings, and some had tattoos on their faces. Everyone was holding an iron rod in their hands. The leader shouted as soon as he entered. Big Snot Zhao, what's going on? Who's causing trouble here? Liang, you're finally here. That's great. When Zhao Debao saw that his backer was here, his face was immediately filled with joy. He pointed at Yang Ming and said, Liang, look, we have an old acquaintance here. Do you still remember? Liang looked in the direction Zhao Debao was pointing at and saw Yang Ming standing there with a smile on his face. He was stunned and his expression turned ugly. He brought Sun Kuan to me to transfer companies. Fuck, Does he think that he's still the boss now? I gave him face and told him to leave quickly, but he actually dared to make a move on me. Zhao Debao didn't see Liang's expression and kept saying, then I can't spoil him anymore. He doesn't even look at what era it is now. Does he think he's still in school? Does he think he's some kind of boss? We're all his little brothers. I'll give him a song. I haven't been a big brother for many years. I don't like the cold edge of the bed. When Zhao Debao reached the part where he was excited, he started singing again. You. Liang was so angry that he pointed at Zhao Debao that he couldn't say anything. His entire body was trembling as he complained in his heart. You blind man with eyes on your butt, what kind of person did you provoke? You want to die, but I don't want to die. Seeing that Zhao Debao was going to continue singing, Liang became anxious. He waved his hand and shouted to the people behind him, go, beat him up. Beat him to death. Fuck, I'm so angry. Yes, sir. 3 of the 4 subordinates, upon hearing Liang's orders, swung their arms and were about to attack Yang Ming. Only one of them shouted and rushed toward Zhao Debao. He raised his iron rod and swung it, causing Zhao Debao's face to be covered in blood as he fell to the ground. The 3 subordinates behind him, who were about to attack Yang Ming, were dumbfounded when they saw that subordinate's actions. They forgot to make a move and looked at the subordinate who hit Zhao Debao in disbelief. What are the 3 of you standing there for? Hurry up and attack. Liang turned around and saw that his other 3 subordinates were standing there in a daze. He immediately became angry and shouted at them. Go! Where are we going? The 3 subordinates were also confused. Liang, who do you want us to hit? You can hit whoever Huang Mao hits. Don't tell me you can hit Brother Yang. Of course, you can hit that bastard Big Snot Zhao. Liang roared. Yes. Although the 3 subordinates didn't know why Liang suddenly asked them to beat Zhao Debao, weren't these people called by Zhao Debao to beat up the troublemaker? But since Huang Mao had already made a move, then it must be right. This Huang Mao was the first to follow Liang. He was Liang's confidant. It was definitely right to follow him. Therefore, the 3 of them didn't ask more. They picked up the rod and surrounded Zhao Debao. Zhao Debao was suddenly shocked. He didn't expect that Liang would ask his subordinates to beat him as soon as he came in. What is going on? Is this Yang Ming still worthy of Liang's respect? Could it be that Brother Liang was a sentimental person? It doesn't seem like it. Previously, there was also a person who used to be Brother Liang's acquaintance. He came to Brother Liang to plead for mercy regarding the expiration of the taxi contract. In the end, Brother Liang found someone to beat him up and scare him out. What was going on today? Before Zhao Debao could figure out what was going on, the stick fell down and hit him. Ayo! Zhao Debao suddenly screamed in pain. These people were all professional thugs. They all knew how to beat people without killing them. Therefore, although Zhao Debao was in so much pain, there was not a single fatal wound, and he did not faint. He just wailed and howled in pain. Sun Quan was also stunned by the change in front of him. What is going on? The people that Zhao Debao found didn't come to beat me and Yang Ming. Instead, they beat Zhao Debao up. Why is this so weird? On the other hand, Yang Ming also had a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Originally, he thought that when the people called by Zhao Debao arrived, he would inevitably make a move. However, when the people called by Zhao Debao arrived, Yang Ming realized that the person he called was also an acquaintance. Brother Yang, I'm really sorry. This big-nosed Zhao's snot got into his eyes. He didn't know that Brother Yang was here. I have already taught him a lesson. Please don't be angry, Brother Yang. Liang's heart was very nervous now. He really had the impulse to beat Big Nose Zhao to death. You could have provoked anyone, but you provoked such a big shot. Moreover, you knew that he was Brother Yang, but you still dared to do this. Aren't you courting death? You even sang, I haven't been a big brother for many years. What do you mean? Aren't you being sarcastic? This Liang was the little punk Zhang Yu Liang that Yang Ming met at the school gate. The previous Huang Mao was the follower behind Zhang Yu Liang, Huang Mao. These 2 people were old acquaintances with Yang Ming. Zhang Yu Liang mingled outside for a while. Suddenly, a distant relative who opened a taxi company found him and asked him to bring a few brothers to control the situation. So, Zhang Yuliang became the deputy manager of the taxi company. With Zhang Yuliang's punk style, he also controlled a lot of taxi drivers. This made the relative very satisfied. The bonus given to Zhang Yuliang was never less. This made Zhang Yuliang very proud. However, the more proud one was, the easier it was to have a tragedy. This sentence was simply the truth. Extreme joy begets sorrow. What does extreme joy beget sorrow? Zhang Yuliang felt that he was now. Is this brother Yang an ordinary person? When I was a little punk, I was beaten up by him. Later, I heard that the relationship between Yang Ming and Bao Sanli was very good. Who is Bao Sanli? Even my distant relative, who is the manager of the taxi company, can't find a way to curry favor with him. I can't afford to offend him. However, Zhang Yuliang suddenly thought, didn't I also sing, I haven't been a big brother for many years to Yang Ming? This big snot, Zhao actually repeated the same mistake. It seems that this matter can't be entirely blamed on big snot Zhao. Didn't I not know how powerful Yang Ming was at the beginning? This big snot Zhao is quite like you, right? I remember that when you troubled me, you also sang Big Brother to me? Yang Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Yuliang with a smile. Chapter 1586. Brother Yang, I have already repented. Zhang Yuliang didn't expect Yang Ming to remember the past. He begged Yang Ming with a bitter face, Brother Yang, this is all because Zhao Dabao didn't know what to do. It has nothing to do with me. I also taught him a lesson. Please don't vent your anger on me. Yang Ming looked at Zhang Yuliang's expression and found it funny. I didn't want to vent my anger on anyone. Previously, I thought about my relationship with Big Snot Zhao. I tolerated his rude remarks several times, but Big Snot Zhao didn't seem to appreciate it. Brother Yang, this. Zhang Yuliang had a bitter face, but he couldn't explain anything. It's nothing. I just want my friend to transfer to another company. I don't want to trouble you. Yang Ming said faintly, but his words revealed an unquestionable majesty. Zhang Yuliang was about to open his mouth to agree, but the office door was pushed open again. Before he saw the person, the voice had already arrived. This was a lazy but very arrogant male voice. Who wants to transfer to another company? Are you tired of living? Have you forgotten what happened to Wang Yiding before? Wang Yiding was the taxi driver that Sun Kuan mentioned. He wanted to transfer to another company and had a conflict with Big Snot Zhao. As a result, he was beaten half to death. These words made Yang Ming, Sun Kuan, and Zhang Yuliang all stunned. Yang Ming was surprised. Who is the person who spoke? Is there a third party in this taxi company? Sun Kuan was surprised. Why did General Manager Zhang Laibao, who rarely came to the company, come today? Zhang Yuliang complained to his heart. He thought, Yang Ming, this great god, was just appeased by me. Why are you provoking him again? The person who came in was the general manager of Dade Elegant Taxi Company, Zhang Yuliang's distant relative, Zhang Laibao. After drinking at noon today, he had nothing to do and came to the company to take a walk around. Unexpectedly, when he walked to the door of the consulting office, he heard someone inside saying that they wanted to change companies and even wanted to cause trouble. He immediately became angry. Hadn't Wang Yiding's incident taught these taxi drivers a lesson? How could someone dare to talk about changing companies? Thus, Zhang Laibao felt a surge of anger in his heart. He thought to himself, these little drivers are prickly again? Fine, since you're not being honest, then I'll take out another one and let you know how powerful I am. Thinking of this, Zhang Laibao pushed the door and walked into the consultation office, but he saw Zhang Yuliang was also inside. He was stunned for a moment, and then he thought, this Zhang Yuliang came quickly enough. Then it's easier to handle. There's no need to say anything, just start the fight. Zhang Yuliang, who was the one who said he wanted to transfer to another company. Don't waste time with him. Beat him up for me. Beat him to death. I want others to see what the consequences of transferring to another company are. Zhang Laibao shouted with the smell of alcohol. Yang Ming looked at the middle-aged man who had just walked in with the smell of alcohol. He didn't know where this person came from and what he did. What are you doing? You're asking me? You're asking me what I do. When Zhang Liabao saw that Yang Ming actually didn't recognize him, he was immediately angry. He slapped Yang Ming and was ready to teach Yang Ming a lesson. I'll let you know what I do. Pa. A crisp sound, but it wasn't a slap on Yang Ming's face, but Zhang Liabao's hand was caught by Yang Ming. With a little force, Zhang Liabao's wrist was dislocated. Then Yang Ming waved his hand and slapped Zhang Liabao's face. He directly gave him a red five-finger mountain. Zhang Liabao didn't expect Yang Ming to be so fast. He was a little stunned. After a while, he felt the pain on his hand and face. He howled, "You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am?" "Oh." When Yang Ming heard Zhang Liabao's question, he looked at Zhang Liabao as if he was looking at a fool. "I asked you what you do before, but you didn't answer. Now you ask me who you are. Are you stupid?" When Sun Quan saw Yang Ming hit Zhang Liabao, his heart suddenly trembled. He secretly complained. He thought, "I'm afraid that the matter of transferring to another company today is really ruined." Previously, Zhang Yuliang's defection made the whole thing turn around. Sun Quan's heart was lit with hope. He didn't know when Yang Ming actually had a friendship with Zhang Yuliang. This matter would definitely be easy to handle. But what he didn't expect was that Zhang Liabao suddenly appeared and interfered, making things complicated again. "President Zhang, don't be angry. Yang Ming doesn't know your identity." Sun Quan was scared and quickly explained to Zhang Liabao, "He's not from the taxi company. He's my friend." Then Sun Quan said to Yang Ming, "Yang Ming, this is the general manager of our taxi company, President Zhang." "President Zhang?" Yang Ming looked at Zhang Liabao and smiled. "Previously, I was afraid that Zhang Yuliang couldn't make the decision. Since you are here, then it's good that you are here. Transfer Brother Quan to another company. Just one word, is it okay or not?" If Yang Ming was so arrogant before he was drunk, Zhang Liabao would think if Yang Ming had any backing. But now he was drunk. How could he think so much? Moreover, when he heard Yang Ming call Sun Quan as Brother Quan, he had the same thought as Zhao Debao. He thought that since Yang Ming called a taxi driver as Brother Quan, then his identity must not be high. He was probably on the same level, but he was more ruthless in fighting. "I don't have to be afraid." Thinking of this, Zhang Liabao endured the pain in his wrist. He pointed at Yang Ming and said to Zhang Yuliang, "Zhang Yuliang, kill him for me. This little brat dared to hit me. I want to let him know what kind of person I, Zhang Liabao, am." Zhang Yuliang secretly complained in his heart. He thought, "My distant relative, Zhang Liabao, has offended Yang Ming. What should I do?" He quickly said, "Fourth Master, this is Yang Ming. When I was in school, I used to follow him." Zhang Yuliang wanted to explain Yang Ming's identity, but before he could finish, Zhang Liabao waved his hand and interrupted him. "School? Zhang Yuliang, you're quite nostalgic, aren't you? It was 800 years ago. How can you still remember? Don't forget who you are working for now. If you want to care about brotherhood, then you don't have to work here for me from today onwards." Zhang Liabao was angry in his heart. He thought, "Now this Yang Ming beat me up. Even if this Yang Ming and Zhang Yuliang have a good relationship, it is useless. If I don't cut this Yang Ming today and teach him a lesson, my prestige in this taxi company will be completely gone. Who can I scare in the future? Fourth Master, please listen to what I have to say first." Zhang Yuliang said anxiously, "What are you talking about? Stop talking. Hurry up and do it." Zhang Liabao ordered Zhang Yuliang, "Do you not want to work anymore? Fourth Master, I'm begging you. Please listen to what I have to say first." Zhang Yuliang was about to cry. He saw Yang Ming sneering at the side. Zhang Yuliang almost sat on the ground. "What do you want to say to me? Hurry up and say it. Just say it." Zhang Liabao saw that Zhang Yuliang was unwilling to let it go. Although he was somewhat unhappy, he thought that Zhang Yuliang had done his best to help him. So, he snorted and said impatiently, "I will give you 1 minute. Hurry up and beat him up when you are done. If you want to plead for this kid, I think you should just forget about it. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, I will make this kid a disabled person. Fourth Master, Brother Yang is now Brother Bao and Brother Ho's buddy." Zhang Yuliang was afraid that Zhang Liabao would interrupt him again. He didn't dare to talk more nonsense and quickly said the main point. "Brother Bao, Brother Ho? Which Brother Bao or Brother Ho? Zhang Liabao frowned. Leopard or monkey? Are you opening a zoo? When Zhang Yuliang heard Zhang Liabao's words, he had the thought of running away. He thought, you dare to insult Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan. Do you still want to stay in Songjiang? It is Bao Sanli, Brother Bao, and Ho Jinhan, Brother Ho. Zhang Yuliang explained with a bitter face. Chapter 1587. This Zhang Liabao usually treated Zhang Yuliang well, so Zhang Yuliang still explained patiently. If it were someone else, Zhang Yuliang would have already ignored him. Bao Sanli, Ho Jinhan. Zhang Liabao repeated these two names. His face suddenly became pale, and he sobered up. Liangzi, what did you say? Say it again. He is a person around Brother Bao? Yeah. Zhang Yuliang smiled bitterly and nodded. Fourth Master, you bastard. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhang Liabao's heart twitched, and he almost rolled his eyes. Such a big thing. Why didn't you report it to me? Zhang Liabao usually didn't have a chance to have a relationship with Bao Sanli. Today, he offended Bao Sanli's people. How could he not be angry? This was originally a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to please others, but he missed it. Not only that, it would be good if he didn't create a bad impression on others, let alone leaving a good impression. Fourth Master, I wanted to say it before, but you didn't let me say it. Zhang Yuliang smiled bitterly. I just said it halfway, and you interrupted me. Zhang Liabao was suddenly speechless. He did just interrupt Zhang Yuliang. However, he still said, such a big thing. Even if I don't let you say it, you have to say it. Didn't I say it? Zhang Yuliang said in his heart. If you weren't so anxious, would this matter become like this? I have already appeased Yang Ming here. You came in and stirred things up. Things are out of control again. This. Zhang Liabao blamed himself in his heart. Drinking really messes things up. If he didn't drink today, he wouldn't be so impulsive. At least, he should think carefully about Zhang Yuliang's previous reminder. Now, he drank too much, and his brain wasn't bright. He turned a deaf ear to Zhang Yuliang's previous words, which led to the current consequences. Sun Kuan's face also changed. He had also heard of the names of Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan. After all, these two people were too famous in Songjiang. Sun Kuan didn't expect Yang Ming to have a relationship with Bao Sanli. Things had taken a turn for the worse again. Originally, Sun Kuan thought that after Zhang Liabao came to interfere, not only would his transfer to another company failed, but today's matter would not end. However, the sentence of Zhang Yuliang pointed out Yang Ming's social relationship, which made the originally angry Zhang Liabao instantly turn pale. Sun Kuan saw this kind of emotional change. Sun Kuan clearly saw this kind's emotional change. This was a turn of things. Today's matter was really full of twists and turns, but now it seemed that the result was still good. It was really training people's psychological endurance. Yang, Mr. Yang, right? Before this, I didn't figure out the situation. You see, I drank too much. Zhang Liabao looked at Yang Ming with surprise and said carefully, this drinking messes things up. Previously, didn't you say that even if the King of Heaven came, you would beat me until I was disabled? Yang Ming looked at Zhang Liabao and asked, that, if the King of Heaven came, I would beat him. If the King of Heaven didn't come, I wouldn't beat him. The King of Heaven didn't come. Zhang Liabao explained with a flash of inspiration. When Yang Ming heard Zhang Liabao's words, he almost burst out laughing. There is such a shameless person. He can even explain it like this. He is really good. If the King of Heaven came, I would beat you. If the King of Heaven didn't come, I would beat him. The King of Heaven doesn't exist. Of course, he can't come, so I definitely can't beat you. Seeing Yang Ming laugh, Zhang Liabao saw that there seemed to be a way and quickly continued to explain. So, since the King of Heaven doesn't exist, my previous words are nonsense. Zhang Yuliang, you hurry up. What are you looking at? Go. Go what? Zhang Yuliang was shocked. Could it be that his fourth master had lost his mind? Why did he still want him to go in such a situation? Come up and beat me. Didn't you hear it? Zhang Liebao said anxiously. This. Zhang Yuliang was immediately dumbfounded. He didn't expect fourth master to mean this. For Zhang Liebao's explanation and approach, Yang Ming really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Originally, he wanted to teach this guy a lesson, but his current performance really made Yang Ming unable to do it. For this kind of villain, although Yang Ming didn't like it, their style and behavior were indeed the secret to survival in society. They could repeatedly turn danger into safety. As long as they were shameless, there was nothing that couldn't be done. Hurry up. Zhang Liebao saw that Zhang Yuliang was dumbfounded and didn't make a move. He immediately became anxious and hurried. Yes. Zhang Yuliang had no choice but to nod. He raised his hand and prepared to slap Zhang Liebao. However, when his hand reached the side of Zhang Liebao's face, he couldn't do it. After all, this was his elder and also the company's leader. How could Zhang Yuliang hit him? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and hit. Zhang Liebao saw that Zhang Yuliang's hand was hanging there, and he couldn't help but yell angrily. He now hoped that Yang Ming would quickly calm down. Otherwise, if Yang Ming went back and didn't forgive him, he wouldn't be able to survive in Songjiang. This taxi company probably wouldn't be able to continue operating. Oh yes, Zhang Yuliang was helpless and could only slap him. Zhang Liebao was afraid that Zhang Yuliang would retreat again, so he quickly put his big face in the direction of Zhang Yuliang's hand. This time, there was finally a pa sound. Zhang Yuliang slapped Zhang Liebao's face. This kind of behavior of giving face for others to slap really made Yang Ming completely speechless. It's too badass. It's really badass to the extreme. Why are you so weak? It's like being stared by a mosquito. Zhang Liebao touched his face that was already a little red. He said with some dissatisfaction, again, use more strength. Hit me as hard as you can. Oh. Zhang Yuliang was stunned, then nodded. He couldn't help it. He had to lift his arm again and slap over. This time, Zhang Yuliang also went all out and added some strength to his hand. Pa! With a sound, a slap was slapped on Zhang Liebao's face again. Zhang Liebao was suddenly seeing stars. He was dizzy and his ears were buzzing. No, use more strength. It's not enough. Zhang Liebao ordered Zhang Yuliang in a daze. This okay. Zhang Yuliang gritted his teeth and swung his arm. This time, he used 100% of his strength and slapped Zhang Liebao's face. It immediately turned into a loud bang sound. Blood overflowed from the corner of Zhang Liebao's mouth. Zhang Liebao's entire cheek was swollen. He looked at Yang Ming pitifully. Seeing that Yang Ming still didn't speak, Zhang Liebao said to Zhang Yuliang, "This side, change my face and continue." As Zhang Liebao spoke, he turned the other half of his face to Zhang Yuliang. Zhang Yuliang was about to lift his arm again to slap Zhang Liebao, but Yang Ming frowned and stopped him. Okay, that's enough. Zhang Liebao didn't understand what Yang Ming meant. Was he satisfied or dissatisfied? He suddenly looked at Yang Ming with some fear and trepidation. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I must learn a lesson with blood so that I can remember. That's enough. Don't hit him anymore. Let's forget about this matter. Yang Ming looked at Zhang Liebao, who had a miserable face, and said, previously, Yang Ming really disdained to teach people like Zhang Liebao a lesson. It was a good choice to have Zhang Yuliang to do it for him. So Yang Ming watched Zhang Yuliang slap Zhang Liebao a few times until Zhang Liebao's face was full of blood. When Yang Ming felt that it was enough, he spoke to stop it. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Zhang Liebao suddenly showed an expression of relief. Yang Ming's words meant that Yang Ming had forgiven him. This slap wasn't in vain. If it didn't work, he was prepared to let Zhang Yuliang continue to slap him. If it really didn't work, he would use the iron rod to smash him, until Yang Ming forgave him. Anyway, Zhang Liebao had just thrown caution to the wind. He already had the idea of staying in the hospital for half a year. Who would have thought that Yang Ming would forgive him like this? Which made Zhang Liebao really overjoyed. Suddenly, the burning pain on his face turned into a happy feeling, which made him feel very comfortable. It turned out that being beaten was also a happy thing. Chapter 1588. Mr. Yang, it's great that you can understand. Zhang Liebao said happily. You can rest assured. I will do Mr. Sun Kuen's transfer formalities for you. I will do it immediately. Zhang Yuliang, why don't you go and give Mr. Sun Kuen a certificate? Of course, the certificate will be issued. But before that, I still want to remind you. Yang Ming said, although I don't know what other taxi companies are like, do they also have so many problems forcing drivers to sign contracts with violence? But judging from the fact that Brother Kuen wants to transfer companies, I'm afraid that other companies are definitely not like this. When Zhang Liebao heard Yang Ming's words, the sweat on his forehead immediately fell. Mr. Yang, I don't say it first. Yang Ming waved his hand. Let bygones be bygones. I don't want to pursue it. But from now on, I hope you don't do these crooked practices anymore. What's wrong with doing business properly? Build a reputation, and I believe that these taxi drivers will not leave. You should have a long-term vision in everything you do and not care about momentary benefits. Yes, what Mr. Yang said is right. I will correct it in the future. Zhang Liebao didn't expect Yang Ming to say these words to him. He was stunned for a moment and then quickly agreed. Yang Ming saw that Zhang Liebao agreed quickly, and he knew that Zhang Liebao was probably perfunctory. It was hard to say whether Zhang Liebao really listened, so he smiled and said, Of course, you cannot listen to me. But after a while, I will inquire about it. If it is still like this, then I don't mind suggesting Brother Bao to enter the taxi industry and open a taxi company to compete with you. At that time, it is not up to you to decide whether you want to let them go or not. After Zhang Liebao heard Yang Ming's words, his heart suddenly trembled. Yang Ming's last sentence was what worried Zhang Liebao the most. As Yang Ming said, if Bao Sanli also entered the taxi industry and opened a taxi company, how could he dare to stop his own taxi drivers from transferring to Bao Sanli's company after the expiration of their contracts? However, if they were allowed to transfer to another company, it was estimated that not long after, the people in his company would be gone. If these people were transferred to Bao Sanli's company, he really didn't dare to say anything. He had to issue a certificate with a smile. When he thought of what was about to happen, Zhang Liebao's face immediately turned green. He knew that he was done for, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. This feeling made him feel so much pain that he wished he was dead. Mr. Yang, this taxi industry isn't very profitable. Brother Bao is a person who does big things. Why would he care about these small profits? Zhang Liebao quickly and carefully begged for mercy. Mr. Yang, don't worry. Our company will start to reorganize tomorrow. No, it will start in a while. We must start a new journey with a new look. We will refund all unreasonable deposits. Please wait and see, Mr. Yang. At this moment, Zhang Liebao also figured out. If this continued, he would probably be finished. He couldn't argue with Yang Ming and Bao Sanli. He might as well do what Yang Ming said. Although there might not be much benefit in the short term, Yang Ming was right. From a long-term perspective, it was a good idea for long-term development. The most important thing was to be able to do it all the time without angering Bao Sanli. Well, if that's the case, then I will observe for a while. Yang Ming nodded. No problem, Mr. Yang. I will hold a meeting in a while. I want to welcome the future with a new face. Zhang Liebao quickly promised. Yang Ming didn't fully believe Zhang Liebao's words. He just said, I hope so. Zhang Yuliang, didn't I ask you to issue a certificate for Mr. Sun Kuen? Why are you dilly-dallying? Zhang Liebao saw that Zhang Yuliang hadn't gone to issue a certificate, so he immediately shouted impatiently. I'm going now. Zhang Yuliang thought, this Sun Kuen doesn't give me the materials. How can I issue it? So he quickly turned to look at Sun Kuen. Brother Kuen, you give me the materials and the expired contract. I will issue a certificate for you. No need. Sun Kuen waved his hand. I don't want to change companies. Zhang Yuliang was stunned. Even Zhang Liebao and Yang Ming were stunned. Mr. Sun Kuen, are you still angry? I'm really sorry about the previous matter. Zhang Liebao was stunned. He wondered if Sun Kuen was still dissatisfied in his heart. After all, Sun Kuen had also come to the company before. He had requested to change companies several times, but it wasn't done. It was normal to have resentment in his heart, so he quickly smiled at Sun Kuan. Sun Kuan, Zhang Liebao didn't care much, but now Sun Kuan was with Yang Ming. His status naturally rose. He couldn't treat him with the previous common sense. Angry? Why would I be angry? I'm not angry anymore. Sun Kuan smiled and waved his hand. I don't want to change companies, not because I deliberately want to find trouble, but because President Zhang, you just said that the company will be changed in the future. So why should I go? I just happen to stay here and be a witness. Oh, Zhang Liebao was slightly stunned and immediately became happy. That's great, Mr. Sun Kuan. You can rest assured. We will develop a new contract in the next few days. We promise not to let you down. At the very least, it won't be worse than other companies. Since Zhang Liebao had decided to change, he didn't care that Sun Kuan would supervise him. Instead, he hoped that Sun Kuan would stay here and personally feel the changes in the company. After that, he could say a few good words for himself in front of Yang Ming. This could also make Yang Ming dispel the idea of suggesting Bao Sanli to open a taxi company. Therefore, he welcomed Sun Kuan to stay. Anyway, Sun Kuan could stay, which was a recognition of him. Zhang Liebao held Sun Kuan's hand affectionately. Mr. Sun Kuan, thank you for your trust again. Well, President Zhang, don't be so polite. Since Brother Kuan decided to stay here, it is also a good thing. Yang Ming was afraid that Zhang Liebao had resentment towards Sun Kuan. Although it seemed that Zhang Liebao was very welcoming on the surface, who knew what he was thinking in his heart? You may know a person's face, but not his heart. If Zhang Liebao wanted to get away with it, then Sun Kuan would naturally become a thorn in his side if he stayed here. Therefore, Yang Ming deliberately warned, in this way, at least Brother Bao can't hurt you by accident. With Brother Kuan here, you can also learn more about the situation. Hurt by accident? Zhang Liebao was shocked and complained at his heart. It turned out that I was almost hurt by accident. Listening to Yang Ming's meaning, it seemed that no matter what, he wanted Bao Sanli to hurt me. This Sun Kuan stayed and became my savior. Thinking of this, Zhang Liebao thought that it was a close call. I must treat Sun Kuan like a master in the future, so that Sun Kuan would put in a good word for me, so that I wouldn't be hurt by accident. Sun Kuan, in fact, thought so too. Since Yang Ming had intimidated Zhang Liebao could only treat him with courtesy if he stayed in the Dade Elegant Company. Even if he changed to a new company, although the fee was lower, he wouldn't get such courtesy. Therefore, when Sun Kuan heard that Zhang Liebao decided to change the company, he decided to stay. Here, no one would make things difficult for him. Yes, Zhang Liebao said. Then, I have decided now to appoint Mr. Sun Kuan as the supervisor of our Dade Elegant Taxi Company. He can raise objections to the company's management and charging system, and reserve the right to reflect the problems to Mr. Yang. This will also act as a spur and a reminder for our change pace. Zhang Liebao's brain was faster. After thinking about it, he came up with a job title for Sun Kuan so that he could participate in the change legitimately. What Zhang Liebao was now afraid was that if he changed the system, Yang Ming would still be dissatisfied. Then, he would find an excuse to let Bao Sanli merge with him. Then, he would be unlucky. If Sun Kuan was also involved, even if Yang Ming wasn't satisfied with the new system, Sun Kuan would participate in the formulation. He believed that Yang Ming wouldn't be able to say anything. Now, seeing that Yang Ming kept calling him Brother Kuan, the relationship between the two was definitely good. He believed that Yang Ming would definitely give Sun Kuan face. Chapter 1589. This is your company's personnel arrangement. I can't intervene. Yang Ming was very satisfied with Zhang Liebao's insight. Now it seemed that Sun Kuan's position in the taxi company in the future could be fully guaranteed. At least Sun Kuan would not be treated unfairly. With his relationship, even if Sun Kuan was not treated like a boss, at least he would be treated specially. I don't know if Mr. Sun Kuan would accept the position of supervisor. Zhang Liebao saw that Yang Ming had no opinion, so he turned to Sun Kuan. Mr. Sun Kuan, You can rest assured that we will definitely not let you work for free. We will pay you a monthly salary. So, I will make the decision. 3,000 yuan a month. How about it? 3,000 yuan this. Sun Kuan couldn't accept it for a while. Isn't this change too huge? This supervisor, if it were normal times, it would be an honor for an ordinary taxi driver to be able to serve as a supervisor even if they didn't pay, to be recognized by the company and personally participate in the design and development of the company's plan. How could an ordinary person achieve this? Now, not only was he allowed to participate, but he was also given a salary of 3,000 yuan a month. This made Sun Kuan feel like he was dreaming. He worked hard for a month. After deducting the cost of gas and expenses, he only had 5,000 yuan left. This supervisor gave him 3,000 yuan. How could this not make him excited? Seeing that Sun Kuan didn't respond, Zhang Liabao thought that Sun Kuan felt that it was too little. He hurriedly said, 3,000 is indeed a bit too little. 5,000 a month. How about it, Mr. Sun Kuan? Are you willing to be a supervisor of our Dade Elegant Taxi Company? Of course, I am willing. Sun Kuan didn't expect that his hesitation would cause Zhang Liabao to increase the company's salary to 5,000. He quickly nodded and agreed. Okay, then from today onwards, Mr. Sun Kuan will be the supervisor of the company. In a while, I will publish Mr. Sun Kuan's photo in the company's leaders column. Zhang Liabao saw that Sun Kuan had agreed, and he immediately felt relieved and said, spending 5,000 yuan a month to buy peace of mind was simply too cost-effective in Zhang Liabao's opinion. He originally wanted to waive Sun Kuan's fee, but he felt that it was not very good to do so. It would also be criticized by others. So he thought of the idea of a supervisor to compensate Sun Kuan in a disguised form. He could also let Sun Kuan participate in the company's system formulation, and it could also make Yang Ming feel at ease. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. Zhang Liabao thought to himself, I am really a genius to be able to think of such a powerful idea. Simply too powerful. Well, since the matter is settled, then I won't cause any more trouble here. Yang Ming smiled and said, Zhang Liabao, I hope you remember your promise today. Mr. Yang, you can rest assured. To put it bluntly, I really don't want to lose my job. Zhang Liabao smiled bitterly. I really don't dare to offend you and Brother Bao. Yang Ming smiled and said to Sun Kuan, Brother Kuan, then I will go first. You stay here. If there is anything, let's call again. Sun Kuan looked at Yang Ming gratefully and nodded heavily. Today's matter was all thanks to Yang Ming. Not only could he save a sum of money, but he also had new income every month. This made Sun Kuan, who had a tight life, finally have money in his hands. The school selection fee for his son's school was also not a problem. If this continued, when it was time to pay the fee, he would definitely have enough money in his hands. In fact, these things were just a piece of cake for Yang Ming. Coming out of the taxi company, Yang Ming got in the car and looked at the time. It was 2:00 in the afternoon. At this time, there was nothing to do. It was too late to go back to school for class, and there was still a long time before the date with Sun Jie in the evening. It was rare for him to have a free moment when he had nothing to do. Yang Ming drove the car to the side of the road, then turned on the radio and quietly enjoyed the peace of this moment. This morning, Xie Wenjin, Lu Zhaojun, and Qi Jida are suspected of attempted rape and deliberately injuring the Nightless Club Hotel's waitress, Shen Yushi. The case was publicly tried by the Songjiang Intermediate People's Court. The indictment alleges that the defendant, Xie Wenjin, along with the other two defendants, Lu Zhaojun and Qi Jida, tailed the Nightless Club's hotel attendant, Shen Yushi, to the residential building in the XX district at around 2100 hours in the evening and attempted to rape her. Yang Ming frowned and turned up the volume of the radio in the car. Shen Yushi, a name that Yang Ming almost forgot. The news of the case on the radio reminded Yang Ming of the young and sweet waitress at the Nightless Club. The only interaction between the two people was when Sun Jie was shot at the Nightless Club. Later, it turned out that this incident was done by Tian Long, and Shen Yushi did not suffer any harm. It was reasonable to say that Yang Ming and Shun Yushi would not have anything to do with each other after that. However, this case made Yang Ming pay attention to this name again. Lu Zhaojun, such a familiar name. Yang Ming had long known that he was not a good person. He did not expect that he would do such a thing. Yang Ming sighed, took out the phone, and dialed Xia Bingbao's phone number. Yang Ming, why are you looking for me again? Every time Xia Bingbao received a call from Yang Ming, it was always because Yang Ming had something to do. Otherwise, Yang Ming would never call him if he had nothing to do. Help me find out if there was anyone who interceded for Shun Yushi's case in court today. Yang Ming said to Xia Bingbao, Did anyone intercede? What do you mean? Are you looking for me to intercede, or what? Xia Bingbao was stunned and asked, Nothing. I have seen the 3 defendants. They are not good people, but their family backgrounds are not small. I am afraid that someone will intercede, said Yang Ming. I got it. Xia Bingbao breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of thing was not a big deal, and it would not violate any principles. It was not a big deal to judge the 3 villains. If Yang Ming asked him to convict an innocent person, it would be difficult to deal with. Yang Ming did not say much and hung up the phone. He believed that this was not a difficult thing for Xia Bingbao. After starting the car, Yang Ming rushed to the Songjiang First People's Hospital. For some reason, Yang Ming felt uncomfortable when he thought that Shun Yushi would be in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. It was the best time of life. She should be enjoying life, but she could only sit in a wheelchair. Especially when Yang Ming saw Shun Yushi's healthy appearance, he could not accept it. Yang Ming made this call because he wanted those who hurt Shun Yushi to get the punishment they deserved. After parking the car in the hospital's parking lot, Yang Ming remembered that he still did not know Shun Yushi's ward number. He smiled bitterly and dialed the phone to Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli had been following up on Shun Yushi's matter. Brother Yang, what's the matter? Bao Sanli's phone was quickly connected, and Bao Sanli's voice came from the other side. Baozi, do you know which ward Shun Yushi is in? Asked Yang Ming. Shun Yushi? Bao Sanli was slightly stunned. Brother Yang, she has been discharged from the hospital. She also testified in court today. I accompanied her. Her legs are better? Yang Ming was also stunned. No, she is in a wheelchair. Bao Sanli sighed. There is no other way in the hospital. The external injuries have been cured, but there is no other way for the nerve problems in her legs. Is the verdict out? Asked Yang Ming. Not yet. The trial will continue next week, said Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli said that Xia Wenjin's family is quite capable. They found some people to pressure them, but we are not vegetarians. I am the boss of the security company, so they are quite afraid of me. I have already found someone to ask. Don't worry. I will not let Xia Wenjin go, said Yang Ming. Baozi, I have troubled you with this matter. Why didn't you tell me? Brother Yang, you were too busy. You just came back yesterday. I didn't have time to tell you. Bao Sanli smiled bitterly. Brother Yang, are you looking for Miss Shin? I want to see her, said Yang Ming. Through this period of contact, Bao Sanli gradually saw that Shun Yushi was not Yang Ming's lover. Shun Yushi also admitted that she only had a one-sided crush on Yang Ming. However, Bao Sanli did not neglect Shun Yushi because of this. He was still very enthusiastic to help Shun Yushi with treatment and lawsuits. Chapter 1590. In any case, whether it was for public or private reasons, Bao Sanli would do his best. Shun Yushi was an employee of the Nightless Club, so Bao Sanli would definitely take care of her. Although he previously misunderstood that Shun Yushi was Yang Ming's lover, Shun Yushi finally admitted that she was secretly in love with Yang Ming. Feeling Shun Yushi's honesty and purity, Bao Sanli gradually liked this little girl. Of course, this was only a kind of affection. She has now been discharged from the hospital and is recuperating at home. I sent her home after the court adjourned, said Bao Sanli. I see. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. He didn't know anything about this matter. Where's her home? In an old community not far from the Nightless Club. How about I take you there? Brother Yang, where are you? Asked Bao Sanli. I am at the beach. How about this? I will go to the Nightless Club, and you can take me there, said Yang Ming. Okay, I will go to the nightless club and wait for you, said Bao Sanli. For Yang Ming to think of Shun Yushi and visit her, Bao Sanli was happy and blessed Shun Yushi from the bottom of his heart. How could Bao Sanli not be clear about this little girl's thoughts? Shun Yushi had revealed her feelings in front of him more than once, but she was somewhat self-remorseful. If it were before she was paralyzed, Shun Yushi still had some confidence in herself, but now, Shun Yushi did not expect Yang Ming to like her. In this case, it was Shun Yushi's biggest wish that Yang Ming could come to see her. However, she also understood that she had no feelings for Yang Ming. If her legs were not broken, maybe something would happen between Yang Ming and her one day under the ambiguous atmosphere and rumors. But now, how could Yang Ming like a burden? The more it was like this, the more Bao Sanli pitied this girl. However, there were some words that he couldn't say to Yang Ming as a subordinate, so he could only help and care for Shun Yushi as much as possible. He also encouraged her not to give up. Perhaps there would be a day when she could stand up again. When Yang Ming heard that Shun Yushi's leg had not improved, his mood was a little gloomy. He was no longer in a happy mood. He turned off the car radio and drove in the direction of the nightless club. During this time, Yang Ming almost never went to the nightless club. He parked the car in the parking lot of the nightless club. Yang Ming did not get off but called Bao Sanli. Brother Yang, have you arrived? I have arrived at the parking lot with Little Wang. Bao Sanli said. Little Wang. Yang Ming was stunned. It's your driver, Wang Lin. Bao Sanli said. I asked him to drive here so he can recognize the door. Oh, it's him. Yang Ming suddenly realized. I'm also in the parking lot in the northwest corner. I saw your car. I'll go over now, said Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli hung up the phone and said to Little Wang in the driver's seat, go to the northwest corner. Brother Yang is there. Okay, President Bao. Little Wang nodded politely and started the car. At this moment, Little Wang's mood could be said to be extremely excited. After finishing Yang Ming's matter in the morning, Little Liao always asked about some things when he returned to the company. However, it was no wonder that he used very little time to go back and forth. So it made Little Liao doubt whether he was working for Yang Ming, or Yang Ming didn't want him anymore. This made Little Wang very depressed. Although he pretended to be unfathomable and said that it was confidential, Little Wang knew that Little Liao still had some doubts. Just as Little Wang was depressed, Bao Sanli suddenly came to the motorcade in the afternoon. Little Liao thought that Bao Sanli was looking for him to drive, so he was very happy. He didn't forget to look at Little Wang proudly. However, Bao Sanli didn't even look at Little Liao. He directly looked for Little Wang and told him that Brother Yang had something to do, so he asked Little Wang to drive him out. This made Little Liao jealous and helpless. Now it seemed that Little Wang was favored. Thinking that he was still speculating and doubting Little Wang in the morning, Little Liao regretted it. It seemed that he must have a good relationship with Little Wang in the future. Yang Ming walked down from the car and nodded to Little Wang when he saw him. Then, he said, Little Wang, you get out of the car. I will go with Bao Sanli. This is my car key. I knocked some paint off the front of my car. You go and deal with it. As he spoke, he threw the car key to Little Wang. Okay, Brother Yang. You can rest assured. I will take care of it. Little Wang nodded quickly. Being able to help the leader repair the car was not something that ordinary people could do. Therefore, Little Wang was very happy with Yang Ming's trust. He took the car key and quickly promised. How much does it cost? You pay for it first. Just ask me later, said Bao Sanli. Okay, President Bao. Little Wang responded and got into Yang Ming's BMW. Bao Sanli also changed to the driver's seat of the Audi A8, and Yang Ming sat in the passenger seat. Little Wang waited for Yang Ming's car to leave before he followed behind. Little Wang was afraid that there was nothing to do. As long as there was something to do, he was very happy. Thinking about it, Little Liao would envy him for a while when he drove Yang Ming's BMW back to the company's motorcade. Thinking of the change in his status, Little Wang was happy for no reason. Baozi, have you appeased Shun Yushi's parents? Asked Yang Ming after he got in the car. Her parents are fine. After all, this incident did not happen in our entertainment city, but in the corridor of Shun Yushi's house. So relatively speaking, We have no responsibility, said Bao Sanli. And we took the initiative to bear the medical expenses. Shen Yushi's parents are very grateful to us. They are grateful that we have been paying for the medical expenses. How much can Xie Wenjin compensate? Asked Yang Ming as he nodded. We sued for 5 million in compensation, but it should not be so much. The final judgment will be around 1 million at most. This is the most ideal, said Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli said, however, Xie Wenjin's father said that he would rather use the money as a gift than to compensate Shen Yushi. Really? He said that? Yang Ming's face immediately became gloomy after listening to Bao Sanli's words. He did not expect Xie Wenjin's family to be so arrogant without regret at this time. Brother Yang, don't worry. Although he said so, I can guarantee that he can't give the money away. Who dares to accept his money? We are not to be trifled with, said Bao Sanli. Yang Ming was not afraid of him giving the money away, but he was annoyed with his attitude. Did he really say that when I asked him this? Bao Sanli nodded. When the court was adjourned today, he said so. Since he dares to say so, he must pay the price. Yang Ming said faintly, I will not let him go. Brother Yang, do you need me to find a few brothers? Asked Bao Sanli after listening to Yang Ming's words. No, Xie Wenjin's father is not an ordinary person. If you do it, it will bring you trouble. Then they will sue you in turn. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, however, if I do it, there will be no such trouble. Wait until the next court session. Humph. Although Bao Sanli did not know why Yang Ming wanted to wait until the next court session, he still nodded and did not say anything because of his trust in Yang Ming. The car stopped at the entrance of an old-fashioned community. This kind of community did not have a designated parking space, so the car could only be parked on the roadside of the community. Brother Yang, it's here. We have to walk in, said Bao Sanli. In. Yang Ming nodded and got out of the car with Bao Sanli. After a few turns in the community, they came to an old-fashioned residential building. Bao Sanli went upstairs first, and Yang Ming followed closely behind. There is a moldy smell in the corridor, mixed with the smell of vegetable leaves and pickled vegetables. This was a typical old-fashioned house. It could be imagined that the people who lived here were not rich. The rich had already moved away. Chapter 1591. Both sides of the narrow staircase were filled with various sundries. There were old storage cabinets, large jars used for pickling vegetables, salted cucumbers and green onions hanging at the side of the corridor, and cabbages placed on the windowsill. It was a typical farmhouse decoration. This kind of situation was rare in some new communities. Only some old people who moved back would be like this. How many young people knew how to pickle vegetables? Most of the people living in this community are former laid-off workers from the chemical factory. Most of them are not very rich, Bao Sanli explained to Yang Ming when he saw Yang Ming looking around the corridor. What do Shen Yushi's parents do? Yang Ming nodded and asked. Shen Yushi's father, Shun Daki, was originally a workshop worker in Songjiang's North and South Chemical Factory. After he was laid off, he set up a breakfast stall in the market near this community. He made some sesame seed cakes and tofu pudding. Shen Yushi's mother, Sun Liping, used to be a part-time worker. Now that Shen Yushi's legs are not good, she takes care of Shen Yushi at home. She makes some pickled vegetables at home and lets Shun Daki sell them at the market at noon and at night. Bao Sanli said, originally the management office of the market also charged a daily fee. After I talked to them, they waived half of the fee. You didn't represent the company to give Shun Yushi's family some money? Yang Ming asked when he heard that Shun Yushi's family was actually so poor. I did, but Shun Daki didn't want it no matter what. Bao Sanli smiled bitterly and said, Shun Daki is a simple man. He felt that since our company had already paid so much for Shun Yushi's medical expenses, it would be unreasonable to ask for more money from us. Yang Ming was slightly stunned, but he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Shun Daki's character was similar to Yang Dahai's character in the past. He was simple and wouldn't take advantage of others. We're here, Brother Yang. This is the door. Bao Sanli stopped in front of a door on the top floor and said to Yang Ming, Oh, Shinyushi's house is so high up. How did she go up and down the stairs? Yang Ming saw that Shinyushi lived on the top floor and couldn't help but frown. She was carried up on a stretcher. Bao Sanli smiled and said, "There are so many strong men in our company. Just call a few of them, and they would rush to help." Help! Yang, after listening to Bao Sanli, he couldn't help but feel speechless. Indeed, there were a lot of strong men in the security company, and they could easily find a few of them to carry Shinyushi to go up and down. Dang, dang, dang. Bao Sanli knocked on the door. "Who is it?" After a while, a man's voice came from inside the room. "Is it O.L. Lu? You can set up your own stall today. I won't be going." As they were talking, the door was opened. A middle-aged man's face full of wrinkles appeared. After seeing Bao Sanli, he was stunned. "Mr. Bao, why are you here? Please come in. I thought it was old Lu downstairs, looking for me to set up a stall in the market." "Uncle Shun, this is Yang Ming. Mr. Yang. He came with me to see Yushi." Bao Sanli smiled and introduced Yang Ming to Shun Daki. Previously, Bao Sanli had misunderstood the relationship between Shun Yushi and Yang Ming. Therefore, even though he was younger than Shun Daki by about 10 years, he was afraid that he would mess up the seniority between him and Yang Ming. Therefore, he called Shun Daki uncle. "Oh!" Shun Daki was stunned and looked at Yang Ming in surprise. His daughter had mentioned Yang Ming's name during this period of time. Shun Daki misunderstood and thought that Yang Ming was Shun Yushi's boyfriend. When he saw his daughter's expression when she talked, Shun Yushi seemed to have deep feelings for Yang Ming. Although Shun Daki tried to ask his daughter about Yang Ming, Shun Yushi kept her mouth shut and didn't say anything important. However, the more she acted like this, the more Shun Daki was sure that this Yang Ming was Yang Ming's boyfriend. Maybe because his daughter had become like this, her boyfriend had probably left her. Therefore, after Shun Daki guessed this, he didn't dare to ask his daughter anything. He didn't want to make his daughter sad. However, Shun Daki was secretly angry. He scolded this Yang Ming for being heartless. After his daughter got into trouble, this boyfriend called Yang Ming didn't come to visit her, not even symbolically. This made Shun Daki even more angry. When he suddenly heard Bao Sanli say that the person who came was Yang Ming, Shun Daki's face immediately became gloomy. "Yang Ming, I've heard a lot about you," Shun Daki said coldly and didn't look at Yang Ming anymore. He turned around and said to Bao Sanli, "Mr. Bao, please come in. Uncle Shun." Yang Ming called out to Shun Daki doubtfully. He didn't know why Shun Daki would treat him like this. It was as if there was a deep hatred between them. Bao Sanli was also very puzzled. He didn't understand what was wrong with Shun Daki. However, it wasn't strange. Even if Shun Daki had complaints, he wouldn't say bad things about Yang Ming to Bao Sanli. In Shun Daki's opinion, it was impossible for Bao Sanli to know Yang Ming. Therefore, Bao Sanli naturally wouldn't say these things to him. When he suddenly saw Yang Ming and Bao Sanli together today, he was only angry at Yang Ming and neglected these small details. "Umph." Shun Daki snorted and didn't bother with Yang Ming. He also didn't say anything to Yang Ming. Yang Ming and Bao Sanli looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly as they shrugged. "Baozi, how did I offend Uncle Shun?" "I'm not sure either. You two probably haven't met before, right?" Bao Sanli was also confused. Could it be that he is angry because you, as the chairman of the group, didn't come to visit Shun Yushi even once? He knows that I'm the chairman? Yang Ming shook his head in disbelief. He probably doesn't know, right? Then, I really can't guess. Why don't I ask? Bao Sanli thought for a while and couldn't think of a reason, so he said this. Forget it. It's not polite to ask directly. Let's take a look first. Yang Ming and Bao Sanli entered Shun Yushi's house together. Yang Ming and Bao Sanli followed Shun Daki into the house. This was a typical small house with only one living room and one suite. When Yang Ming came to the living room, he saw a girl with a haggard face that couldn't hide her beauty flipping through something on the sofa. Yushi, Mr. Bao is here to see you, Shun Daki said to Shun Yushi. Oh, Brother Bao? Shun Yushi put down the book in her hand in surprise. Brother Bao, didn't you just leave? Why did you come back? During this period of time, Shun Yushi and Bao Sanli's relationship had become more familiar. In the past, Shun Yushi still called Bao Sanli as President Bao. Later, Bao Sanli felt that it was strange and simply let her call him Brother Bao. Ah! Shun Yushi raised her head and saw Yang Ming coming into the house with Bao Sanli. She was stunned for a moment. She couldn't help but blush. Her beautiful eyes revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Shun Yushi had always hoped that Yang Ming would come to see her. However, she also knew that her thoughts were somewhat unrealistic. Not to mention that she had no relationship with Yang Ming. It was still uncertain whether Yang Ming would still remember her. Even if he remembered her, how could Yang Ming come to see her? During this period of time, Shun Yushi had already found out about Yang Ming's true identity from her conversations with Bao Sanli. He was the chairman of the Ming-Yang group. Even Bao Sanli was his subordinate. How could such a person have any relationship with her? Her previous thoughts of being Yang Ming's lover had also faded a lot. However, after putting aside these unrealistic thoughts, Shun Yushi realized that she still had a good impression of Yang Ming in her heart. It was not because of anything else. Because of that time, when he saved the damsel in distress in the private room, Shun Yushi's young maiden heart was deeply moved. Seeing his daughter's shy expression, Shun Daki's heart was even more convinced. His expression became even more gloomy. While his heart ached for his daughter's infatuation, he was also a little annoyed by Yang Ming's heartless behavior. Looking at Yang Ming's calm expression, how did he look like his daughter's boyfriend? He looked like an ordinary stranger. This was Shun Daki's misunderstanding of Yang Ming. Yang Ming had no other relationship with Shun Yushi. If they were too close, there would be a problem. However, Shun Daki's first impression was the strongest. He believed that Yang Ming was a heartless man who did not want his daughter when he saw that she was disabled. This time, Yang Ming came to see Shun Yushi. Shun Daki guessed that perhaps Bao Sanli knew that his daughter was still thinking about Yang Ming. So he captured Yang Ming and brought him to his daughter. Shun Daki more or less knew about Bao Sanli's social connections and power. If Bao Sanli wanted to find someone, it would not be difficult. Chapter 1592. Mr. Bao, please have some tea. Shun Daki poured a cup of tea for Bao Sanli and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. However, he completely ignored Yang Ming's existence. Thank you. Bao Sanli took the tea from Shun Daki. He didn't know whether to drink it or give it to Yang Ming. He suddenly felt a little awkward. He didn't know what was wrong with Shun Daki today. You can drink it. I'm not thirsty. Yang Ming smiled bitterly as he looked at Bao Sanli and said, You're not thirsty either. Shun Daki said in his heart. However, he still suppressed his anger and didn't say it out loud. He wanted to see what Yang Ming would say to his daughter later. If he said something that could make them reconcile, then this matter would be over. However, if he really wanted to break up with his daughter or say something unfamiliar, then it wouldn't be too late for him to scold him. Shun Yushi, how are you? Yang Ming couldn't figure out why Shun Daki treated him like this for the time being. He didn't care about him and simply turned his head to look at Shun Yushi and asked with concern, I still can't feel my leg. When Shun Yushi mentioned her leg, her face turned gloomy. The joy that she felt when Yang Ming came to visit her had also faded a little. Shun Yushi didn't know how Bao Sanli managed to invite Yang Ming over. However, she found out from Bao Sanli that Yang Ming had gone on a long trip a while ago. She was afraid that he had just returned. Bao Sanli was well aware of her feelings. She didn't know if he had told Yang Ming about it. When she thought that Yang Ming might know that she had a crush on him, Shun Yushi's face turned hot. She shyly lowered her head. Yang Ming didn't see the shyness on Shun Yushi's face. When he saw her lowering her head, he thought that she was sad because of the injury on her leg. Thus, he comforted her. Medicine is so advanced now. There will always be a way. What did the doctor say? The doctor said that there is no other way for Western medicine. He asked me to try Chinese medicine. Shun Yushi sighed and said, The doctor asked me to try traditional Chinese massage and acupuncture. However, Brother Bao took me to try a few, but there was no effect as long as there is hope. Ming nodded and comforted him. This kind of treatment is a slow process. It can't be done overnight. And Yushi listened to Ming's encouragement, and hope rekindled in her heart. I hope that I can stand up again. I think so. Ming nodded. What book are you reading? Ming decided to change the topic first. The previous topic was a little heavy. He was afraid that if they talked too much, it would affect Yushi's mood. Oh, a book on hotel management. Yushi was a little embarrassed, but she did not hide it from Ming. I bought it when I was working as a foreman in a hotel. I was going to learn it, but I didn't expect that something would happen later. Now that I have nothing to do, I took it out and flipped through it. Besides, with my family situation, there are really no other books to read. Yushi was a little embarrassed as she spoke. Ming naturally knew what Yushi meant when she said that there were no other books to read. Yushi's parents were both laid-off workers. They were not educated, so it was naturally impossible for them to buy any books. Before Yushi became a foreman, her income was definitely not much, so it was impossible for her to buy any books. Listening to Yushi's words, Ming's heart felt uncomfortable. He did not expect that, after all this talk, it would still be a sad thing. Take care of yourself. When you are better, these can be used. It will definitely work, said Ming. I hope so. Yushi smiled sweetly. She felt that today was the happiest day since her accident. Although Ming and her were just ordinary words, Yushi was already very happy. This kind of opportunity did not always come by. Moreover, Yushi had calmed down her mentality of the moment. She knew that she was definitely not worthy of Ming now. So she no longer had that kind of thought and did not insist on anything. Since you like to read books, I will look for them one day. I seem to have a lot of similar books in my dormitory. I will bring them all to you. Ming remembered that Tian Donghua and Zhang Bin had bought a lot of management books. After Tian Donghua left, these books were left in the dormitory and were not taken away. Ming wanted to make good use of the waste. Okay. Yushi nodded happily after listening to Ming's words. All right, then that's it for now. I still have something to do tonight. I will come to see you another day. Ming looked at the time on his phone and said to Yushi. Okay. Yushi was very happy. There was no other reason. After Ming came today, he promised to bring her books another day. Although Yushi knew that she was not worthy of Ming in her current situation, she still hoped that she could spend more time with Ming. She also hoped that something would happen between them. You are leaving just like that? Seeing that Ming wanted to leave, Daki finally could not help but block Ming's path, not letting him leave. Why can't I leave? Ming was stunned by Daki's action. Looking at Daki's furious face, Ming was really speechless. How did he offend this honest man? When Daki saw that Ming was pretending to be stupid, he was so angry that his whole body trembled. He pointed at Ming and scolded him. You played with my daughter before. Now that my daughter's leg is injured, you don't care anymore. Has your conscience been eaten away by a dog? When he was agitated, he did not choose his words carefully. Originally, Daki was not very educated. He originally wanted to express that his daughter and Ming were together, but Ming left her when Yushi was sick. However, when the words reached his mouth, he became agitated and said that Ming played with Yushi. Ming opened his eyes wide and looked at Daki in shock. He was speechless. Ming's head was covered in cold sweat. When did I play with Yushi, and when did I not care anymore? Bao Sanli was also stunned by Daki's sudden attack. He stared blankly at Daki and was speechless. On the other hand, when Yushi heard Daki's words, she immediately understood what was going on. Father must have misunderstood her relationship with Ming. Her previous hesitation did not make her father feel at ease. Instead, it made her father feel that she had a relationship with Ming. That was why there was such an awkward situation now. Yushi felt that her face was burning. It was simply too embarrassing. How could father suddenly say this? Father, what are you saying? Yushi was anxious and quickly shouted at Daki. Yushi, don't be afraid. Father will definitely stand up for you today. However, Shundaki waved his hand and interrupted Shinyushi. Yangming, my daughter still thinks about you and misses you all the time. Even now, she still doesn't forget to protect you. However, do you really feel at ease? Yangming didn't know how to explain after hearing Shundaki's words. At this moment, Yangming also faintly guessed something. Shundaki must have misunderstood something. When Shinyushi heard her father say her worries in front of Yangming, she immediately felt very embarrassed. Her face was red as she shouted, "Father, what are you talking about? You made a mistake." Made a mistake? What did I make a mistake? When Shundaki saw that his daughter was actually so obsessed that she was still trying to exonerate Yangming, he also became a little anxious. This brat Yangming is dating you. When your legs were fine, he was with you. Now that your legs are fine, he didn't even come to see you for so long. Did I see wrongly? Dating? Yangming looked at Bao, solemnly dumbfoundedly, and smiled bitterly. Brother Bao, why don't you explain? Uncle Shun, don't be agitated. There must be a misunderstanding in between. At this moment, Bao solemnly also understood what was going on. After being reminded by Yangming, he quickly said to Shundaki, President Bao, didn't you capture this Yangming and bring him to Yushi? Shundaki didn't expect that Bao solemnly would also say that there was a misunderstanding in between. He was immediately stunned. I captured him? Bao solemnly was stunned. He shook his head and said, How could I capture him? Mr. Yang requested to come here himself. I was only leading the way. Chapter 1593. I thought that you brought this Yangming to Yushi because Yushi always talks about him. Shundaki suddenly said. So, brat, you were the one who requested to bring him here? Shundaki turned his head towards Yangming and asked. It's me. Yangming nodded blankly. He looked at Shinyushi strangely. This girl likes me? Now it seems that she often talks about me at home. That's why this misunderstanding happened. Okay, then tell me, do you want my Yushi or not? Shundaki asked Yangming. Yangming didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing Shundaki's words. How could he promote his daughter like this? Although Shinyushi's legs were numb, she was still an outstanding beauty. It wasn't like she couldn't get married, right? Dad, are you done messing around? When Shinyushi heard that her father was still interrogating Yangming about some groundless things, she couldn't help but say, Dad, what are you talking about? Yangming is the chairman of the Ming Yang Group, which is the head office of our nightless hotel. He's not my boyfriend. Shundaki was stunned. He looked at Shinyushi in disbelief. Yushi, what are you saying? You're saying Yangming isn't your boyfriend? He's not. Shinyushi blushed and shook her head. He's the chairman of your group? Shundaki looked at Yangming awkwardly. Yes, he's the chairman of our group. Shinyushi nodded. So, you're saying he's not your boyfriend? Shundaki scratched his head doubtfully. Of course not. Shinyushi bit her lips and lowered her head shyly. What happened today was really too embarrassing. How was she going to face Yangming in the future after what her father did? Shundaki slapped his forehead and changed the way he addressed Yangming. Chairman Yang, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I mistook you for Yushi's boyfriend. I'm really sorry for being rude to you before. It's nothing. Yangming smiled bitterly and said, It's good that you figured it out. I thought I had offended you before. Yangming really didn't have any bad feelings towards this honest middle-aged man. When he saw him, he thought of his father in the past. Therefore, Yangming didn't get angry. He just felt helpless. Don't mention it. Shundaki also smiled bitterly. It's all that brat Yushi's fault. She always mentions your name and is so affectionate. I thought you were her boyfriend. Dad, if you keep talking about it, I won't be good with you anymore. Shinyushi was really anxious now. If Yangming asked about what happened before, she could just cover it up. However, her father had actually told him everything in detail. How was she going to face Yangming in the future? Okay, I won't talk about it anymore. Shundaki was shocked and quickly shut his mouth. Yangming felt that Shinyushi's girly attitude was a little funny, but he couldn't laugh. His heart felt heavy for no reason. After knowing Shen Yushi's thoughts, Yang Ming was a little worried. If it was any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, under the current situation, his unintentional words might hurt Shen Yushi's fragile heart. Therefore, Yang Ming was also a little embarrassed. He was frozen in place and didn't know what to say. Yang Ming, Chairman Yang, you don't have to listen to my father's nonsense. When Shen Yushi saw that Yang Ming was stunned, she quickly explained, "It's just that you saved me before. I am grateful to you from the bottom of my heart. So I said a few more words and my father misunderstood. You should just call me Yang Ming. Don't call me Chairman Yang. It's a little awkward." Yang Ming smiled bitterly and waved his hand. "That's okay." Shen Yushi didn't know why she directly called Yang Ming. The age gap between her and Yang Ming was too small. She was really not used to calling Yang Ming a leader. "It's okay," Yang Ming said. "It's just a misunderstanding. It's fine as long as it's clarified. You don't have to worry." And Shen Yushi nodded. "Then are you still coming? I'll naturally send the books to you when I find them." Yang Ming nodded. And Shen Yushi nodded again. "Then I'll be leaving?" Yang Ming asked. And Shen Yushi nodded again. "Uncle Shun, Bao Sanli and I will be leaving first. If there's anything, just give Baozi a call," Yang Ming said to Shun Daki. "Okay, Chairman Yang. I'm really sorry about what happened before." Shun Daki was still a little embarrassed when he faced Yang Ming. After knowing Yang Ming's identity, Shun Daki immediately understood the whole story. It must be that his daughter had a one-sided crush on Yang Ming. He even scolded Yang Ming. This made Shin Daki feel very embarrassed. "It's nothing," Yang Ming waved his hand. "I've already said that it's a misunderstanding." After glancing at Shun Yushi, Yang Ming waved his hand at her. When Shun Yushi saw that Yang Ming didn't take the previous matter to heart, she happily waved her hand at Yang Ming. Yang Ming and Bao Sanli then left the Shun residence together. Shun Yushi couldn't get up, so Shun Daki sent Yang Ming and Bao Sanli to the staircase. "Uncle Shun, you can go back," Yang Ming said. "Come and play when you have time." Shun Daki said enthusiastically. He was no longer as cold as before. After leaving the staircase, Yang Ming let out a sigh of relief. "You already knew?" Yang Ming looked at Bao Sanli and asked. "Brother Yang, I'm sorry." Bao Sanli was shocked and quickly apologized. "Who asked you to apologize?" Yang Ming frowned. "I'm asking if you already knew." "I know a little." Bao Sanli nodded. "Previously, when Yushi was at the Nightless Club, there were rumors that she was your lover. When I promoted her to foreman, it was also because of this reason." Jing Xiaolu, Shun Yushi. Yang Ming glared at Bao Sanli. "You're really smooth and slick." Things haven't even started yet, but you've already made preparations. Yang Ming, I'm sorry. Bao Sanli felt a chill in his heart and said carefully. "I already said that I didn't ask you to apologize." Yang Ming waved his hand. "Your way of doing things is understandable, but when did this Shun Yushi have a good impression of me? Why didn't I know?" "It was that time when you saved her in the private room, right?" Bao Sanli reminded him. Yang Ming thought about it, and this was the only possibility, so he nodded. "Is there any hope for her leg to be cured?" "This it's hard to say." Bao Sanli hesitated and said, "I tried many traditional Chinese medicine halls, but there was no effect. However, a few of them were liars. They kept recommending me to buy medicine and nutritional products. I was so angry that I asked someone to smash their signboard. The remaining few didn't have much effect. Although they were not liars, they were also quacks." After listening to Bao Sanli's words, Yang Ming almost laughed to death. "Why are you still so reckless? This kind of difficult and miscellaneous disease is not easy to cure. I will try my best to contact them again." Bao Sanli smiled embarrassedly. "The next time you come to see Shun Yushi, give me a call." Yang Ming didn't have a good impression of Shun Yushi, but he felt that this girl was a little cute. The reason why Yang Ming said this was entirely because he wanted Shun Yushi to maintain a positive attitude and face every day happily. This way, the hope of recovery would be greater. In many cases, the recovery of stubborn diseases still depended on the patient's own will. Okay. Bao solemnly nodded. Until they got in the car, Yang Ming's mood slowly calmed down. How to deal with the relationship with Shen Yushi gave Yang Ming a headache. For such a girl, Yang Ming couldn't bear to directly say anything to refuse. However, what Yang Ming didn't expect was that an amazing scene was playing out in Dade Elegant Taxi Company. Zhang Yuliang, hit me again. Zhang Liebao ordered Zhang Yuliang. Zhang Yuliang didn't know what Zhang Liebao meant. Fourth master, what are you talking about? I asked you to hit me again. Didn't you hear me? Said Zhang Liebao. Hit you? Why would I hit you? Zhang Yuliang was stunned. Fourth master, Brother Yang has already left. Why do you still want to use this trick? Just hit me when I ask you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Zhang Liebao saw Zhang Yuliang being so naggy, and he was a little unhappy. That's fine. Then I will hit you. This is what you asked me to do. Zhang Yuliang said helplessly. Hurry up. Don't waste time. Zhang Liebao frowned. Pa! Zhang Yuliang slapped Zhang Liebao's face. Chapter 1594. Oh! Zhang Liebao let out a strange cry. Fourth master, what's wrong with you? Zhang Yuliang asked hurriedly. You hit me too lightly. Use more strength. What's wrong with not eating? Zhang Liebao touched the face that was slapped by Zhang Yuliang and said, Use more strength. Zhang Yuliang deliberately didn't dare to use too much strength. He didn't expect that not using strength was not enough. It couldn't be helped. Zhang Yuliang had to reach out his hand again and slap Zhang Liebao. This time, he didn't hold back. He slapped Zhang Liebao's face directly with all his strength. Ayo! Zhang Liebao screamed. Fourth master, are you okay? This you told me to use strength? Zhang Yuliang asked carefully with a bitter face. Cool. Zhang Liebao spat out a word with a satisfied smile. Of course, I told you to use more strength. This time it's not bad. Again. Again? Zhang Yuliang really didn't know what to say. Is this fourth master sick? Yang Ming is gone, and he still wants me to hit him? Nonsense. Hurry up. Zhang Liebao said. Oh! Zhang Yuliang raised his arm again and slapped Zhang Liebao. Zhang Liebao's face was full of nosebleeds. Cool, it's really cool. Zhang Liebao shouted. Zhang Yuliang suddenly felt a chill. Could it be that his fourth uncle had masochistic tendencies? Why does he like to be beaten so much? Zhang Yuliang really guessed right. Zhang Liebao was under pressure before. When he faced Yang Ming, he only hoped that Zhang Yuliang could beat him as hard as possible so that Yang Ming would forgive him. Therefore, under the psychological pressure and expectation of Yang Ming's forgiveness, Zhang Liebao's heart was distorted. He had an indescribable pleasure for being beaten. This was also the reason why he let Zhang Yuliang continue to beat him. Why did you stop? Zhang Liebao frowned. Continue. Zhang Yuliang looked at Zhang Liebao, who had almost turned into a pig's head. He sighed and could only wave his arm again. If Yang Ming knew that Zhang Liebao's heart had changed in an instant, who knew what he would think? Brother Yang, where are we going now? Asked Bao solemnly. I have an appointment with Sun Jie for dinner tonight. Wait for me to ask her about the location. You can send me there later. Yang Ming said, Little Jie has a car. I will take her car tonight. Okay. Bao solemnly replied. Bao solemnly was very clear about the relationship between Yang Ming and Sun Jie, so he had no doubts about Yang Ming and Sun Jie eating together. Yang Ming looked at the time and dialed Sun Jie's number. Sun Jie, where are you? Asked Yang Ming. Yang Ming? I am in class. Sun Jie said, What's wrong? What's the matter? You're still in class. I looked at the time and thought you were done. Yang Ming said apologetically, Didn't we agree to eat together tonight? Where are you going? I will book a place first. And let me think about it. Why don't we go to the Nightless Club or the International Hotel? Anyway, it is your territory. Sun Jie said, That's fine. Then, let's go to the International Hotel. The reason why Yang Ming didn't choose the Nightless Club was that Sun Jie was attacked there last time. Yang Ming was afraid that Sun Jie would have a psychological shadow and remember some unpleasant things. Moreover, on the top floor of the Songjiang International Hotel. Yang Ming also had a villa. After eating at night, they could stay there directly, so they didn't have to go to other places. Okay, then send me a text message after you book a room. Sun Jie said. Okay, then contact me by text message. Yang Ming said. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming said to Bao Songli, let's go to the International Hotel. Help me book a private room. Okay. Bao Songli nodded and started the car. In the afternoon, Zhao Ying's mood was very nervous. If it weren't for Sun Jie's previous urging, she wouldn't have asked Yang Ming out. However, with Sun Jie's encouragement, Zhao Ying agreed in a muddle-headed manner. In the afternoon class, after her mind calmed down, she was a little embarrassed. What reason do I have to ask Yang Ming out? Could it be that my friend wants to see him? How awkward is that? Yang Ming and I aren't in a relationship. What if Sun Jie asks some inappropriate questions after I go there? Therefore, the more Zhao Ying thought about it, the more scared she was. During the afternoon class, she was absent-minded. She played with the phone in her hand and didn't know how to talk to Yang Ming. However, Zhao Ying had already promised Sun Jie to have dinner together. At this time, it wasn't very good to go back on her words. AI, what should I do? Zhao Ying couldn't make up her mind for a while. For so long, she hadn't contacted Yang Ming. She suddenly asked him to have dinner because Sun Jie wanted to see him. If Sun Jie said something that embarrassed her, then how could she face Yang Ming in the future? Zhao Ying also became a bad student today. She was distracted during class. When she remembered that when she was a teacher, Yang Ming was distracted and didn't know what he was thinking, Zhao Ying smiled bitterly. Zhao Ying didn't expect that she would become a student one day. Moreover, she would be distracted in class. In a daze, she heard a noise coming from the classroom. The students around her stood up one after another. Zhao Ying suddenly came back to her senses. She didn't know when the class had ended, but she didn't hear it. Zhao Ying, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together? Fan Jinzhe walked over with a smile and stood next to Zhao Ying. He reached out and made an inviting gesture. Fan Jinzhe went back and changed his clothes. Then he checked Zhao Ying's class schedule. He deliberately waited at the door of Zhao Ying's class and waited for the class to end. Then he walked into the classroom. He freshened up and wore a suit that he thought was chic just to give Zhao Ying a new look. He believed that as long as Sun Jie didn't mess things up, he would definitely be able to capture Zhao Ying's heart. This was because Fan Jinzhe also saw that Zhao Ying was very simple and not so scheming. Sun Jie, on the other hand, was like a little fox. He couldn't take advantage of her at all. Tonight? I don't have time. I have an appointment with someone else. Zhao Ying was shocked when she saw Fan Jinzhe. After hearing Fan Jinzhe's words, she shook her head and refused. Oh, you have an appointment with someone? Who is it? Fan Jinzhe was slightly disappointed, but he still didn't give up and asked. I have an appointment with Sun Jie to have dinner together, said Zhao Ying. If that's the case, it's okay. Let's go together. Fan Jinzhe heard that it was Sun Jie. Although he was a little reluctant, he still said it in order to have more contact with Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying frowned. Why is this person so difficult to deal with? However, she wasn't the kind of person who was good at expressing her feelings. She didn't know how to refuse Fan Jinzhe, so she could only say, then you can talk to Sun Jie. Fan Jinzhe was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Zhao Ying also knew how to play Tai Chi. The reason why he talked to Zhao Ying was that he knew that Zhao Ying was the kind of girl who wasn't good at expressing herself. If it was Sun Jie, he really had no confidence at all. Wasn't this afternoon miserable enough? Zhao Ying had something on her mind, so she didn't bother to pay attention to Fan Jinzhe. She picked up her small bag and walked to the door of the classroom. Fan Jinzhe quickly followed and shouted from behind, Zhao Ying, wait for me. Zhao Ying didn't speak. She hated Fan Jinzhe very much in her heart. Why did he have to cause trouble at this time? After leaving the teaching building, she looked up and saw Sun Jie waiting for her in front of the teaching building. Zhao Ying was happy and quickly quickened her pace. Little Jie, Zhao Ying waved at her. Zhao Ying, why did you only in class now? Your instructor can really drag it out. Sun Jie saw Zhao Ying, waved at her, and complained. Chapter 1595. Really, Zhao Ying was muddle-headed throughout the class. She didn't look at the time. She didn't know what was being talked about in today's class, nor did she notice how long the class lasted. "It's 20 minutes later than usual," said Sun Jie. "Little Jie." Fan Jinjia caught up from behind. When he saw Sun Jie, he quickly smiled at her and made a pose that he thought was cool. "Who allowed you to call me Little Jie?" Sun Jie frowned. "Am I very close to you?" "Ugh. I heard Zhaoing call you that." Fan Jinjia wanted to get close to Sun Jie, but he didn't expect that such an address would make Sun Jie feel disgusted with him. Sun Jie snorted softly and ignored Fan Jinjia. Instead, she said to Zhaoing, "Zhaoing, let's go." Zhaoing nodded and glanced at Fan Jinjia from the corner of her eyes. She didn't know how to deal with this person. "You're going to eat, right? Let's go. Let's go together." "It's my treat," said Fan Jinjia elegantly. "It's okay. We have an appointment." Sun Jie glanced at Fan Jinjia and refused. "Oh, I see." Seeing that Sun Jie didn't want to bring him along, Fan Jinjia still said shamelessly, "I have a car. It's in the parking lot. Where are you going? I can send you there." Sun Jie didn't even bother with Fan Jinjia this time. She walked directly in the direction of the parking lot with Sun Jie. Fan Jinjia thought that Sun Jie had acquiesced to his suggestion. He was delighted and followed behind the two of them, walking in the direction of the parking lot. As Fan Jinjia walked, he was calculating in his heart. "After Sun Jie and Zhaoing get in the car, I will persuade them. Then, maybe they will agree to eat with me." Sun Jie's so-called appointment was just an excuse in Fan Jinjia's opinion. Otherwise, why did Zhaoing only say that she had an appointment with Sun Jie and didn't say that she had an appointment with someone else? Therefore, Fan Jinjia was sure that Sun Jie, this little vixen, must be deceiving him. Fan Jinjia had a deep understanding of Sun Jie's shrewdness, so he had given up on pursuing Sun Jie. He knew that he couldn't control a woman like Sun Jie. Zhao Ying was purer and more delicate. They followed Sun Jie and Zhao Ying to the parking lot. Fan Jinjia ran in front of the two women. Then he raised the car remote control in his hand and pressed it in the air. A Honda Accord made a beep sound, and the lights flashed twice. "This is my car. Both of you please get in." Fan Jinjia gestured to Sun Jie and Zhaoing. Sun Jie and Zhaoing stopped and looked at each other. They saw helplessness and amusement in each other's eyes. After looking at each other, the two continued to walk forward. Fan Jinjia saw Sun Jie and Zhao Ying looking at each other before walking toward his car. He was overjoyed and quickly followed them. However, when Sun Jie and Zhao Ying passed by his car, they didn't stop at all but continued to move forward. What are you going to do?" "My car is here." Fan Jinjia saw that Sun Jie and Zhao Ying didn't sit in his car. He was a little anxious and shouted at them. Sun Jie and Zhao Ying ignored him and continued to move forward. "Zhao Ying, Sun Jie, my car is here." Fan Jinjia patted his car door and said, "This is the Accord. It's mine." Sun Jie was really annoyed by Fan Jinjia shouting. There was still some distance between them, so she had no choice but to take out the remote control and press it first. A red Audi R8 in the distance made two sounds. Sun Jie and Zhao Ying quickened their pace and walked towards the red R8. Fan Jinjia was a little dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the red Audi R8 in the distance. Although he didn't know the value of the R8, Fan Jinjia knew very well from the image in Iron Man that this car was definitely not cheap. Fan Jinjia felt that he was already very rich in school. He had his own company outside the school. The car he usually drove was a Honda Accord that cost more than 200,000 yuan. He could show off in front of the girls. He originally thought that he could show his face in front of Sun Jie and Zhao Ying, but he didn't expect that Sun Jie's car was much more high-end than his. Thinking about Sun Jie's usual words and actions, Fan Jinjia was sure that Sun Jie must be a rich girl who didn't put him in her eyes at all. No wonder Sun Jie didn't care about me. Fan Jinjia sighed. However, he didn't feel too disappointed. Instead, he was glad that his main target was not Sun Jie. This was because he had also heard that some rich girls were very depraved and had a messy private life. They would casually sleep with boys and take some videos and photos. Fan Jinjia felt that this kind of woman was not safe even if she was given to him. It was too easy for her to cheat on him. In his opinion, Sun Jie was this type. Otherwise, how could her breasts be so big? Looking at Zhao Ying, she was much more simple. Although Sun Jie was a rich girl, Fan Jinja was absolutely sure that Zhao Ying was only born in an ordinary family. Therefore, at this moment, Fan Jinja didn't back down except for his face being a little ugly after seeing Sun Jie's Audi R8. He couldn't be compared to Sun Jie, but at least he could show off in front of Zhao Ying. Moreover, Sun Jie was just a rich second generation relying on her family. How could she be better than a man who ran a company outside like him? As a matter of fact, he was very popular with girls in school. It was just that Fan Jinja didn't like ordinary girls. Seeing Sun Jie and Zhao Ying get into the red Audi R8, Fan Jinja gritted his teeth, got into his car, and followed from behind. He wanted to follow Sun Jie and Zhao Ying and see where they were going to eat. Fan Jinja felt that he must be shameless to chase girls. This trick might not work on Sun Jie, but it would definitely work on Zhao Ying. Fan Jinja was not worried about not being able to catch up with Sun Jie. Although Sun Jie's car was a sports car, it was in the city. So what if it was a sports car? In such a congested traffic, even a flying car couldn't go very fast. Little Jie, he is following us. Zhao Ying frowned when she saw Fan Jinja's car following them from behind. Don't care about him. Let him do what he wants. Sun Jie said in her heart, if I wasn't afraid of scaring Zhao Ying, I would have called Yang Ming directly. I believe that Fan Jinja's ending will be very satisfying. Oh, Zhao Ying nodded and stopped thinking about Fan Jinja. Instead, she thought about how to talk to Yang Ming. Zhao Ying, have you called your boyfriend? Asked Sun Jie. No, I'm a little embarrassed. Zhao Ying hesitated and said with a blush, it can't be? I have already made reservations here. You haven't called yet? Sun Jie was stunned. Zhao Ying, you should call him quickly. What time is it now? What if he has something to do? Wouldn't we have prepared for nothing today? We haven't contacted each other for a long time. Zhao Ying whispered, I don't know how to say it. What's there to not know? Just say that you want to ask him out for dinner. Sun Jie said, don't mention my matter first. Ask him out first. I see. Zhao Ying was still a little hesitant. Then I will send him a message first. You are such a bashful person. How can you do that? Sun Jie looked at Zhao Ying's appearance and couldn't help but smile bitterly. You are so timid. It is useless even if the man takes the initiative. AI, okay. Zhao Ying took out her mobile phone after Sun Jie said this. She typed a message and sent it out. Yang Ming was chatting with Bao Sanli at the Songjiang International Hotel about the development of the company when his mobile phone rang. Yang Ming took it out and glanced at it. It was a new message. Are you free tonight? Yang Ming was slightly stunned because the sender of this text message was actually Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying had not contacted him for a long time. Although he had contacted Zhao Ying on the internet, the Zhao Ying on the internet did not know that he was Yang Ming. Therefore, Yang Ming had some doubts about Zhao Ying suddenly sending him a text message. Logically, this is not Zhao Ying's character. With Zhao Ying's character, how could she take the initiative to contact me? I occasionally sent her a message when I was free for a few days, but she didn't reply, let alone taking the initiative to send me a message and ask if I am free tonight. Could it be that Zhao Ying sent the wrong message? However, if she sent the wrong message, who did Zhao Ying send this message to? Could it be that Zhao Ying is going on a date with someone else? So, Zhao Ying has a new boyfriend? When he thought of this possibility, Yang Ming's heart was as uncomfortable as being scratched by a cat. Chapter 1596. Could it be that Zhao Ying really lost confidence in me and turned to the arms of others? Yang Ming and Bao Sanli's conversation also became absent-minded. Brother Yang, you said that the escort company. Bao Sanli looked at Yang Ming, who didn't seem to listen to him at all. He was somewhat absent-minded, so he stopped what he wanted to say and said, Brother Yang, what's wrong? Did something happen? Yang Ming immediately reacted and looked at Bao Sanli apologetically. It's nothing. I will send a text message. Okay, then Brother Yang, I will go to the hotel first. Bao Samli took the initiative to stand up and evaded. You go ahead. Yang Ming waved his hand casually, but he was thinking about Zhao Ying's text message. Bao Samli sighed slightly. He guessed that Yang Ming must have encountered something, but since Yang Ming didn't say it, Bao Samli couldn't keep asking, so Bao Samli chose to evade temporarily. If Yang Ming had something, he could call him at any time. Yang Ming hesitated for a while and sent a text message back to Zhao Ying. What's the matter? Yang Ming didn't say whether he had time or not. He just asked Zhao Ying what was the matter. Even if Zhao Ying sent the wrong message, they wouldn't be awkward. If it was really sent to him, Zhao Ying only needed to say what was the matter. If it wasn't sent to him, she just needed to say that there was nothing. It was much easier to accept than if he said that he had time or not, and Zhao Ying said that it was sent to the wrong message. After a while, Zhao Ying's text message was sent again. Let's have dinner together tonight? Asked Zhao Ying. Yang Ming looked at the phone in his hand and couldn't help but be stunned. Zhao Ying didn't send the wrong message, but it was really sent to me. She asked if I was free tonight. Let's have dinner together. Zhao Ying took the initiative to ask me out for dinner. Yang Ming wasn't used to it for a while. He really had some doubts. This isn't Zhao Ying's character. If it were other times, Yang Ming would definitely not hesitate to agree and then go and see what happened. But today, Yang Ming had already made an appointment with Sun Jie, and he had already booked a room in the hotel. If he missed the appointment, it wouldn't be fair to Sun Jie. Moreover, Yang Ming also missed Sun Jie. They hadn't been alone for a long time. After hesitating for a while, Yang Ming decided to reject Zhao Ying's invitation. Zhao Ying nervously waited for Yang Ming's reply. The text message tone of the phone rang. Zhao Ying quickly pressed the read button. After reading Yang Ming's reply, Zhao Ying was a little disappointed. However, there was a feeling of relief. If Yang Ming agreed today, then Zhao Ying wasn't mentally prepared. How could she face it? You sent it for so long. How is it? Asked Sun Jie. He said that he has something to do tonight. He can't come. Zhao Ying shrugged and said, Something to do? Sun Jie frowned after listening. Why didn't you make an appointment with him earlier? Now, at this time, he must have already booked something. Then forget it. Let's talk about it another day. You go and eat by yourself. I won't go, said Zhao Ying. How can that be? Sun Jie shook her head. How about this? You contact your boyfriend again. Tell him that he doesn't need to come to eat. He just needs to come over and show his face. He's not my boyfriend. Zhao Ying blushed. This isn't good. Isn't this tormenting him? If you don't torment him, how do you know if he cares about you? Sun Jie said, It's also a test and a test. Girls occasionally have to throw a little tantrum. Zhao Ying was hesitant by Sun Jie's words. She didn't know if she should follow Sun Jie's advice. Hurry up. We will reach the hotel in a while. Sun Jie said, You tell him that at the Songjiang International Hotel, he just needs to show his face. He doesn't need to stay too long. Then okay. Zhao Ying finally nodded. She picked up the phone again and sent a text message to Yang Ming. In a while, can you come over? It won't take too long. You just need to show your face. I have a friend who wants to see you. Yang Ming looked at Zhao Ying's text message and suddenly felt a little dumbfounded. Zhao Ying's friend wants to see me? What does that mean? Could it be Wang Xiaoyan? Yang Ming was just thinking about it casually. This friend naturally wouldn't be Wang Xiaoyan. However, in any case, Zhao Ying rarely took the initiative to ask him, and it wouldn't take too long. Yang Ming didn't need to refuse, so he sent a text message. Where is it? I'll look at the time. If it's not too late, I'll go over. Zhao Ying saw Yang Ming's reply and sent a text message. It's at the Songjiang International Hotel. Songjiang International Hotel? Yang Ming looked at Zhao Ying's text message and was stunned again. It can't be, right? Zhao Ying asked me to meet at the Songjiang International Hotel. In this case, there is nothing wrong with me going to Zhao Ying's place. Thinking of this, Yang Ming replied with a text message. Well, let's contact each other by text message. Seeing Yang Ming's text message, Zhao Ying took a deep breath. She didn't know what to feel in her heart. Should I be excited or nervous? What's wrong? Did he agree? Sun Jie saw that Zhao Ying's expression was a bit strange, so she asked. He agreed. He will come over in a while, said Zhao Ying. That's good. I will help you test it in a while to see if he really likes you, said Sun Jie. Sun Jie said, however, from the fact that he promised you to come over, he should still care about you. Oh, Zhao Ying responded, but she didn't know how to answer. Sun Jie drove to the Songjiang International Hotel. Fan Jinja had been following behind. Seeing Sun Jie's car drive into the parking lot of the International Hotel, Fan Jinja was secretly shocked. This rich girl is really rich. I rarely come to this kind of high-class place. I will only come here if it is for business or important matters. However, for Zhao Ying today, Fan Jinja decided to enter even if it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, not to mention this expensive place. Sun Jie also saw Fan Jinja following in, but she didn't mind. Yang Ming had already booked a private room. At that time, could Fan Jinja still force his way into her private room? If he really forced his way in, then he would die miserably. Yang Ming would never let him go easily. Sun Jie found a parking space and parked the car. Fan Jinja also quickly found a place near Sun Jie and parked his car. It was not dinner time yet, so there were still a lot of parking spaces in the hotel. Sun Jie and Zhao Ying got out of the car and walked toward the entrance of the hotel. Fan Jinja followed behind them, ready to find a suitable opportunity to strike up a conversation. He didn't think that Sun Jie and Zhao Ying would go to the private room to eat. He thought that the two of them would definitely sit in the lobby and eat. After all, it was only the two of them, and it was impossible for them to have a private room. It was useless even if Sun Jie was a rich girl. Fan Jinja, who had done business here several times, knew very well that the number of private rooms in the International Hotel was very limited. If one didn't make an appointment in advance, it was impossible to book one. So, he was going to wait until Sun Jie and Zhao Ying were seated before going up to chat with them. He believed that Sun Jie couldn't refuse in public. Then, the rest would be logical. Ladies, welcome. After Sun Jie and Zhao Ying entered the hotel, the greeter on the side of the hotel said to them politely, May I ask if you're staying or dining? Do you have a reservation? A greeter asked. Private room 307. Sun Jie said to the greeter. Okay, please wait a moment. The greeter took Sun Jie and Zhao Ying to the computer at the front desk, entered the number of the private room, and then asked, Is this reserved by a Mr. Yang? Yes. Sun Jie nodded. Okay, please take the elevator and turn left. There are waiters on the third floor. If you can't find it, you can ask them. The greeter made an inviting gesture to Sun Jie and Zhao Ying. Chapter 1597. In the elevator, Sun Jie called Yang Ming. We're here. Are you in the private room? Previously, Yang Ming only sent the private room's number to Sun Jie, so Sun Jie wasn't sure if Yang Ming was in the private room, so she called to confirm. I'm in the private room. You could just come up directly. Yang Ming said. Okay, let's go up, said Sun Jie. Us? There are others? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. Didn't Sister Xiaoqing say that she couldn't come because of something? It's not Sister Xiaoqing. It's a classmate of mine. Sun Jie said with a smile. Why? Am I not welcome? That's not it. Yang Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. Although he was not very welcome in his heart, it was rare for him to have time alone with Sun Jie, but Sun Jie brought others. Then wait for us. Don't worry. She's also a beauty. Sun Jie smiled. Okay. Yang Ming could only accept this reality. Why? Is your boyfriend unhappy? Zhao Ying waited for Sun Jie to hang up the phone before she asked. Are you afraid that I will affect your life? How could it be? He was just a little surprised. Sun Jie shook her head and said lightly. She naturally knew that Yang Ming would be helpless, but she couldn't tell these things to Zhao Ying so as not to affect her mood. Since my friend has something to do tonight, then today, I think we should forget about it. Zhao Ying said with some hesitation. I will also ruin the atmosphere with you two. How can that be? Sun Jie quickly pulled Zhao Ying. You can't go. Besides, didn't you say that your boyfriend will come when he has time? I don't know if he has time. Zhao Ying said with uncertainty. Whether he has time or not, we will know in a while. Let's go. We are already here. Sun Jie pulled Zhao Ying out of the elevator and walked in the direction of room 307. Sun Jie was a frequent guest of the Songjiang International Hotel. Without the guidance of the waiter, Sun Jie was brought directly to the door of room 307. Dang, dang, dang. Sun Jie knocked on the door. Who is it? Yang Ming asked. It's me, said Sun Jie. When Zhao Ying heard Yang Ming's voice, she was slightly stunned. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Zhao Ying, what's wrong with you? Sun Jie heard Zhao Ying's exclamation, so she turned around and asked. It's nothing. Zhao Ying shook her head and smiled apologetically. Naturally, she didn't think that the person in the room was someone she knew. There were too many people with similar voices. While the two were talking, the door of the room was opened. Yang Ming walked out from inside and gave Sun Jie a warm hug. Little Jie, you are here. Zhao Ying exclaimed and covered her mouth. She looked at the scene in front of her incredulously. From the moment Yang Ming walked out of the room, Zhao Ying was shocked. She felt a little surprised in her heart. Could it be that Yang Ming came here first? However, she thought about it again. Although she told Yang Ming that the place to eat was at the Songjiang International Hotel, she didn't tell him the number of the private room. He didn't know that she was eating in room 307. Even she just knew that it was room 307. So, how did Yang Ming find this place? Thinking of this, Zhao Ying's heart faintly had an ominous premonition. When Yang Ming called Sun Jie's name affectionately and hugged Sun Jie, Zhao Ying's mind buzzed. The ominous premonition before finally became a reality. Could it be that Sun Jie's boyfriend is Yang Ming? How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Zhao Ying's mind was blank. She was stunned for a while and didn't know what to do. Hearing Zhao Ying's exclamation, Yang Ming suddenly woke up. Previously, he didn't use his special ability to check the situation outside the room in advance. He didn't know who Sun Jie brought. Yang Ming didn't think much about it. Sun Jie just brought a classmate. If he used his special ability to check in advance, it would be a bit of a fuss. When Yang Ming opened the door, his attention was also focused on Sun Jie. He didn't pay attention to the person next to Sun Jie. When Zhao Ying exclaimed, although she covered her mouth in time, it was too late. Yang Ming looked at Zhao Ying and was suddenly dumbfounded. How could it be Zhao Ying? Sun Jie's classmate is Zhao Ying? Why haven't I heard of it before? This is troublesome. Yang Ming, this is my good sister, Zhao Ying. What's wrong with you? Why do you have this expression? Although Sun Jie also heard Zhao Ying's previous exclamation, she didn't take it seriously because she thought that Zhao Ying was shocked by Yang Ming suddenly hugging her. Good sister. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and repeated Sun Jie's words strangely. Why did he feel that Sun Jie seemed to have a double meaning? Yang Ming, what's wrong with you? Sun Jie frowned. Zhao Ying is a very good person. Can you not have this bitter face? Yang Ming didn't know how to explain it. Sun Jie obviously misunderstood him. She thought that his bitter expression was because he didn't welcome Zhao Ying. How would she know the real reason? Zhao Ying, don't mind it. My boyfriend is like this. He's not very good at expressing his emotions. He is usually silly. Sun Jie glared at Yang Ming and explained to Zhao Ying. Oh, it's nothing. It's fine. Zhao Ying smiled absent-mindedly. She felt a sense of loss in her heart. When she heard Sun Jie say that Yang Ming was her boyfriend, Zhao Ying didn't doubt it this time. It seemed that Sun Jie's boyfriend was Yang Ming. However, when did Yang Ming get together with Sun Jie? Why didn't I know about it? I didn't see Yang Ming bring Sun Jie back to the villa. Zhao Ying, you really don't mind it. Sun Jie was also puzzled in her heart. Yang Ming wasn't a stingy person. What happened today? It wasn't like she hadn't been with friends before. For example, Yang Ming was very affectionate when he was with her. He even recognized her as his sister. When he was with Zhao Ying, why was he so different? Logically, with Sun Jie's shrewdness, if she went deep into it, it wasn't difficult to guess that there must be something hidden. However, she didn't think about it in that way. In her opinion, it was to quickly adjust the relationship between Yang Ming and Zhao Ying. They would talk about other things after they entered the private room. I'm fine. I'm just a little uncomfortable. Zhao Ying smiled reluctantly. I'm a little dizzy. Why don't you guys eat first? I'll go back first. I won't be here. How can that be? Since you're here, why don't you sit for a while before leaving? Besides, you were fine just now. Why did you suddenly feel uncomfortable? Sun Jia was a little suspicious. She suddenly thought of something. So she said, Are you angry with Yang Ming? Yang Ming, why aren't you apologizing to Zhao Ying? Do you not want to go to bed tonight? Sun Jia reached out and pinched Yang Ming's waist. Yang Ming almost exclaimed. Fortunately, Yang Ming's ability to resist attacks was relatively strong, so he didn't make a fool of himself. Yang Ming was embarrassed for a while. After hearing Sun Jia's words, he was sweating in his heart. Isn't this asking for my life? It's okay. It's not his fault. I suddenly felt uncomfortable. Little Jia, it's nothing. Zhao Ying waved her hand to Sun Jia and refused her kindness. She couldn't help but feel bitter in her heart. Little Jia, sistering, let's go in and talk. It's not convenient to talk in the corridor. Yang Ming gritted his teeth. Since it's my own business, then I'll solve it myself. From Zhao Ying's current reaction, she obviously didn't want Sun Jia to know that she and Yang Ming knew each other. So in order to avoid embarrassment, she used the excuse that she was not feeling well to leave. Yang Ming was very clear about this point. However, if Yang Ming let Zhao Ying leave, then was he still a man? He asked himself honestly. He absolutely couldn't do this kind of thing, and he didn't want to do it. Today, if he let Zhao Ying leave so lonely, how much damage would it bring to Zhao Ying's heart? It was conceivable. How would he face Zhao Ying in the future? Therefore, Yang Ming decided to take this responsibility. In any case, he had to give an explanation to Sun Jia and Zhao Ying today. When she heard Yang Ming call Zhao Ying sister Ying, Sun Jia looked at Yang Ming with some doubts and looked at Zhao Ying again. She faintly guessed something in her heart. Could it be that it wasn't the first time the two people met? Is there any contradiction between them? When she heard Yang Ming call her sister Ying in front of Sun Jia, Zhao Ying's heart softened just in time. Let's see how Yang Ming explains it. Although Sun Jia had doubts in her heart, she still pulled Zhao Ying into the private room and closed the door of the private room. Chapter 1598. Fan Jinjia quickly followed Sun Jia and Zhao Ying into the lobby of the Songjiang International Hotel. He happened to see Sun Jia and Zhao Ying getting into the elevator, so he quickly found the hostess who was talking to Sun Jia and Zhao Ying. He asked, I was with the two ladies just now. Where did they go? Fan Jinjia saw that Sun Jia and Zhao Ying did not go to the lobby on the first floor to eat, but went upstairs. Obviously, they had booked a private room, so Fan Jinjia was a little anxious. If he was one step slower, he would almost lose them. Together? Excuse me, you are... The hostess glanced at Fan Jinjia with some doubts. She thought, if they were together, why didn't they come together? Why are you following behind them in a hurry? Is there a problem? Therefore, the hostess did not directly say where Sun Jia and Zhao Ying went. Instead, she asked about Fan Jinjia's identity. I'm her chauffeur. I just parked the car and ran in. Fan Jinjia smiled at the receptionist and explained, So you are their driver. The hostess nodded in realization. Since you are the driver, there is no problem. They went to room 307 on the third floor. Fan Jinjia's explanation was very consistent with the current situation, so the hostess did not doubt it and directly told Fan Jinjia where Sun Jia and Zhao Ying went. Okay, thank you. Fan Jinjia nodded and quickly went to another elevator. While he kept praying for the elevator to go faster, the elevator finally stopped on the third floor slowly. Fan Jinjia rushed out of the elevator, looked around, and sighed in relief. He saw Sun Jia and Zhao Ying. He saw Sun Jia and Zhao Ying standing in front of a private room. He knocked on the door twice, and then the door opened. A man came out from inside and hugged Sun Jia. After a few words, they entered the private room. Because Fan Jinjia was far away, he couldn't hear what they were saying. It turns out that little girl's son is here to meet her boyfriend. No wonder she is so stubborn. It turns out that she is already taken. Fan Jinja thought to himself. Fortunately, I didn't pursue Sun Jie. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any results. After seeing Sun Jie's sports car, Fan Jinja had a certain understanding of Sun Jie's family background. Seeing that Sun Jie's boyfriend could book a private room in the Songjiang International Hotel, he must be someone who matched Sun Jie's family background. Fan Jinja knew that he could not reach this level. I don't know why Sun Jie brought Zhaoing on a date. Fan Jinja was annoyed with Sun Jie. Why did she bring a light bulb on a date? Isn't she looking for trouble? Could it be that there were other people in the room? Fan Jinja did not dare to knock on the door rashly. After all, she had already entered the private room. It was still possible to meet her by chance in the hall, but if he met her by chance in the private room, he would be suspected of stalking her. Moreover, it was hard to say if there were only 3 people in the room. What there were others. Therefore, Fan Jinja decided to wait and see the situation before making his next plan. After Yang Ming entered the private room, he looked at Sun Jie, then looked at Zhaoing. He sighed and said, "Little Jie, you and Sistering should sit down. Since everyone is here, let's clear up some things together." I don't want to listen. I'll go back first." Zhaoing was a little nervous. Her face was red, and she wanted to stand up and escape. "Sistering, don't go." Yang Ming stood in front of Zhaoing unquestionably. Sun Jie also grabbed Zhao Ying's hand. "Zhaoing, if there's anything, listen to Yang Ming first. It won't be too late to leave after that." Zhaoing couldn't help it. She could only sigh faintly and sit back on the sofa. "Sistering, you sent me a text message before, asking me if I had time to come out for dinner tonight. Was it to attend this dinner party?" Yang Ming was afraid that Zhaoing would do something else, so he asked directly. In this way, Zhaoing couldn't hide even if she wanted to. Zhaoing lowered her head. Yang Ming must want to disclose the ambiguous relationship between the two. This made Zhaoing a little embarrassed, especially in front of Sun Jie. After Sun Jie heard Yang Ming's words, she was slightly stunned at first, but then she suddenly understood why Yang Ming and Zhaoing had such expressions when they suddenly met. She also understood the relationship between the two. It turned out that the so-called sweetheart in Zhao Ying's mouth was actually Yang Ming. Zhaoing asked Yang Ming to meet her, but because Yang Ming had already made an appointment with her to eat together in advance, he refused Zhaoing. However, he couldn't stand Zhao Ying's request, so Yang Ming agreed to show up when Zhaoing was eating. As a result, he didn't show up, but he didn't show up directly. Everyone was reunited. Sun Jie sighed secretly when she thought of what Zhaoing said to her before. She didn't know what was so good about Yang Ming. Why do so many people like him? However, Sun Jie didn't have any other thoughts, nor did she feel jealous. Sun Jie was a proud woman. In her opinion, her boyfriend must be better than her and others. Yang Ming did this, so Sun Jie chose to be with Yang Ming. Since she chose Yang Ming, she wouldn't care about Yang Ming's other women. She wouldn't even think much about it. She had such a character, so when she knew that Shao Qing was also related to Yang Ming, she didn't show any disgust and hatred. Instead, she happily accepted this matter. Therefore, Sun Jie didn't intend to interrupt at this moment. Instead, she looked at Yang Ming and Zhaoing with an expression of watching a good show with a smile. "Because I had an appointment with Shao Jie, I rejected your proposal with a text message. But later, you said that you were eating at the Songjiang International Hotel. I thought that since we were all together, I would go over and sit for a while. It wasn't difficult, so I agreed." Yang Ming continued. "However, I really didn't expect that you were the beautiful female classmate that Shao Jie mentioned." "Yang Ming, don't say it. I guessed it." Zhaoing was a little embarrassed when she heard Yang Ming say this in front of Sun Jie. But Shao Jie didn't know. "I was also explaining it to her," said Yang Ming. "I guessed it too. You don't have to explain." Sun Jie looked at Yang Ming and grinned. "Our 2 good students are very smart. You're the only one who's so long-winded." "I see." Yang Ming scratched his head. Fortunately, Yang Ming was thick-skinned, so it didn't matter. "Then let's not talk about this. Sistering, Shao Jie and I have known each other for a long time. We were together during the summer after the college entrance examination. Sun Jie heard that Yang Ming had brought forward the time of their relationship. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yang Ming, but she didn't argue. In fact, Yang Ming wasn't wrong. The first time I had sex was at that time. Xiao Jie, Sister Ying, and I actually knew each other earlier. Yang Ming explained to Sun Jie again. I know. She is your teacher, and you are her student. Sun Jie had heard Zhao talk about the past. But it doesn't matter. Not now. You are now classmates in the same school. No one can find any problems. Zhao didn't expect Sun Jie to say this. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. Xiao Jie, don't talk nonsense. I didn't talk nonsense. Yang Ming, am I wrong? Sun Jie asked Yang Ming. Yes. What I want to say is this. Yang Ming nodded. Well, the misunderstanding and reason of this matter have been clarified. I hope it won't affect the friendship between you two. Chapter 1599. Affect our friendship? Sun Jie raised her eyebrows and looked at Yang Ming charmingly. She said, Aren't you overestimating your influence? Will you affect our friendship? Zhao, do you think so? Zhao Ying was embarrassed by Sun Jie's question, but then she couldn't help but be amused by Sun Jie's expression. She shook her head and whispered, Of course not. Haha, that's good. Yang Ming didn't care. He touched the back of his head and laughed. He couldn't help but secretly admire Sun Jie's not simple. A simple sentence resolved the awkwardness and anger present. It seemed that she was attacking Yang Ming, but she was forcing Zhao Ying to make a statement. Sun Jie's relaxed and magnanimous attitude also made it easy for Zhao Ying to resolve the knot in her heart, so that there would not be the slightest friendship crack between the two. Yang Ming secretly gave Sun Jie a look of approval. Sun Jie was very proud and raised her mouth. Yang Ming, it turns out that the heartless man that Zhao Ying said is you? Sun Jie turned the topic to Yang Ming, but did not deviate from the purpose of coming here today. Yang Ming listened to Sun Jie's question and frowned slightly, but he did not answer. He couldn't understand the meaning of Sun Jie's words at this time. Does she support my relationship with Zhao Ying, or does she not support it? Heartless man, I don't think so, right? Yang Ming smiled awkwardly. Don't you think so? Zhao Ying said that you're neither close nor far from her, but you still haven't expressed your opinion? Sun Jie asked. Little Jie, don't talk about him. In fact, it's my fault. Zhao Ying saw Sun Jie attacking Yang Ming. She was a little embarrassed and quickly explained. She didn't know why. After Zhao Ying just learned about Sun Jie and Yang Ming's matter, her heart was only slightly depressed, and then it returned to normal. She felt much better than when she saw Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan together. That time, she was really depressed. Could it be that he had learned his lesson from Wang Xiaoyan and was immune to it? Or perhaps Sun Jie and Yang Ming were together earlier, which was beyond my reach, so she didn't feel much about this matter? Or is it because of Sun Jie's easygoing generosity that I can't feel bad about her? Maybe both. Although Zhao Ying's heart was in a mess now, she didn't feel as lost as before. You, with your personality, what progress can you make? Sun Jie looked at Zhao Ying helplessly. At this moment, you have to crusade against him with me. If you excuse him, what will you do in the future? I. Zhao Ying was speechless by Sun Jie's question. She stuttered for a long time, but she didn't know what to say. Her mind was in a mess. Today's matter was completely out of Zhao Ying's expectation. Obviously, she was the one who brought Yang Ming to Sun Jie, but it turned out that she wanted to steal Sun Jie's boyfriend. Although Sun Jie didn't say so, or she didn't think so, there was a sense of guilt in Zhao Ying's heart. She couldn't open her heart and talk about Yang Ming with Sun Jie. Zhao Ying was such a person who was overcautious. Her character made her choose to retreat again. Little Jie, thank you for saying these words, but my mind is in a mess now. I want to go back and calm down. Is that okay? You. Sun Jie looked at Zhao Ying with disappointment. For Zhao Ying, Sun Jie didn't think that she would become a potential threat. Even if it was Chun Ming Yin, Sun Jie knew that she wouldn't be her opponent when it came to wisdom. She was just a little afraid of her position beside Yang Ming. Therefore, for Yang Ming's matters, Sun Jie mostly supported him. Zhao Ying lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Sun Jie and Yang Ming. For a time, the atmosphere in the private room became cold. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the private room. "Please come in," said Yang Ming. A waiter came in and asked respectfully, "Mr. Yang, can I serve the dishes?" "Oh, it's okay." Yang Ming nodded and said, "Okay. Do you have any other requirements?" asked the waiter. "No." Yang Ming waved his hand and gestured for the waiter to leave. The waiter smiled slightly and left the private room. When he turned around, he almost bumped into Fan Jinja, who was standing behind sneakily. "Who are you?" The waiter closed the door of the private room and asked Fan Jinja with a slightly unfriendly tone. Fan Jinja just saw a waiter enter Zhao Ying and Sun Jie's private room, so he quickly followed him. He wanted to see how many people were in the private room. He did see clearly that there were only 3 people sitting on the sofa in the private room. There was no one else, so Fan Jinja also made up his mind to enter the private room. Therefore, although Fan Jinja was facing the waiter's question, he was not nervous at all. "I am in this private room. How can you walk? Don't you watch where you're going?" The waiter was stunned by Fan Jinja's self-righteous tone. According to Fan Jinja's tone, it seemed that he was really a member of this private room. So, he apologized without confidence. "Sorry, our restaurant has a rule that the waiter must walk backwards out of the private room. So, I didn't see you, sir." "Forget it." Fan Jinja waved his hand, turned around, and knocked on the door of the private room. When the waiter saw that Fan Jinja really knocked on the door of private room 307, he believed what he said and thought that Fan Jinja was a member of the private room. So, he turned around and left quickly. He was afraid that Fan Jinja would come back and investigate the matter just now and scold him again. "What's the matter?" Yang Ming thought it was the waiter just now, so there was a slight impatience in his tone. "Hello." Fan Jinja pushed the door open and walked in. He nodded politely to Yang Ming. "Are you Sun Jie's boyfriend?" "You are." Yang Ming looked at the person in confusion. He didn't know where he came from and how he knew that he was Sun Jie's boyfriend. It was because he didn't even know this person in front of him. "Hee, I am Sun Jie's postgraduate classmate and also Zhao Ying's good friend." Fan Jinja deliberately said it ambiguously. He even winked at Yang Ming with a look that said, "You know it." In Fan Jinja's opinion, since Yang Ming was Sun Jie's boyfriend, then Yang Ming could help him a little when he was pursuing Zhao Ying. It was also a tacit understanding and friendship between men. "Good friend?" Yang Ming frowned again. This time, Yang Ming understood Fan Jinja's meaning from his eyes. "So this guy is Zhao Ying's suitor? I didn't expect him to follow me here." "Yeah." Fan Jinja naturally didn't notice the trace of displeasure in Yang Ming's eyes. He even smiled at Yang Ming flatteringly. "Brother, you already have the beauty, but I still need to work hard." Sun Jie couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Fan Jinja's words were so funny. Isn't he asking for trouble by saying these words to Yang Ming? Sun Jie's mature charm, when she smiled, made Fan Jinja envious. However, he could only suppress the desire in his heart at this moment. He turned his head and didn't look at Sun Jie. He knew that if he kept staring at Sun Jie, then his ending would be very tragic. Sun Jie, this vixen, might take the opportunity to stir up trouble. Then, he would have no hope of pursuing Zhao Ying. Of course, he was also afraid that Yang Ming would have a bad impression of him. Now, Fan Jinja still wanted to have a good relationship with Yang Ming. "Hello, this is my business card." Fan Jinja took out his business card and handed it to Yang Ming. "Oh." Yang Ming took the business card and glanced at it. It said, "Jinja Trading Company General Manager Fan Jinja, so it's President Jin. I've heard so much about you, but I don't have a business card. I'm sorry. I'm unemployed." It's okay. Fan Jinja waved his hand again and again. He was even more convinced that Yang Ming was a rich second generation. However, after waving his hand for a long time, he reacted and said quickly, "Ugh, I'm not President Jin. My surname is Fan." "Oh, I read it wrong. I saw that it said Jinja Trading Company." I thought your surname was Jean. Yang Ming really read it wrong. He didn't deliberately make fun of Fan Jinja. There was no other reason. Yang Ming really looked down on Fan Jinja and didn't put him in his eyes. Well, President Fan then. Also, I've heard so much about you. Chapter 1600. It's fine, it's fine. Fan Jinja waved his hand again and again, but he was rolling his eyes in anger. Previously, when he called me President Jean, I have heard so much about you. Now, he's calling me so much about you. It's simply insulting me. However, in order to build a good relationship with Yang Ming, Fan Jinja braced himself and said, "Excuse me, how should I address you?" "My name is Yang Ming," Yang Ming said faintly. "I've heard so much about you." Fan Jinja imitated Yang Ming and said, "So it's President Ming." "Oh, how do you know that my nickname is President Ming?" Yang Ming pretended to be surprised and stood up. He patted Fan Jinja's shoulder vigorously and shouted, "My friends call me President Ming in private." "Ugh, really?" Fan Jinja almost vomited blood after being patted by Yang Ming. However, he didn't know whether Yang Ming did it deliberately or not. Looking at Yang Ming's enthusiastic look, Fan Jinja could only assume that Yang Ming was too happy. "Yeah, you're amazing." Yang Ming laughed and continued to pat Fan Jinja's shoulder vigorously. "I miss them so much." "Miss them? Oh, I understand. They must be your former friends." Fan Jinja looked at Yang Ming with understanding. "Yeah, I burn joss paper for them every year," Yang Ming said with a sigh. "Burn joss paper? Burn joss paper? What do you mean?" Fan Jinja was shocked and shocked. "Nothing. AI. It's just that the friends who call me President Ming are all dead," Yang Ming said sadly. "Huh?" Fan Jinja was like a duck. He stopped abruptly when he was about to speak. Dead? Yeah, I miss those people who call me President Ming, but I don't know why, but they're all dead," Yang Ming said, wiping his eyes sadly as if he was crying. "This?" Fan Jinja looked at Yang Ming and was a little overwhelmed. He didn't know if Yang Ming was telling the truth or not, but looking at Yang Ming's sad look, it seemed more like it was true. Fan Jinja really wanted to slap himself. Why is my mouth so cheap? Why did I say President Ming for no reason? Previously, Yang Ming might have called me President Jean unintentionally, but I did it on purpose. As a result, not only did I remind him of his sad past, but I also cursed myself. If all the people who called Yang Ming President Ming died, then wouldn't he be in danger too? Thinking of this, Fan Jinja shuddered and felt a chill. Mr. Yang, I'm sorry. I reminded you of your sad past." Fan Jinja said reproachfully, "I shouldn't have called you President Ming." "It's okay. It's not a big deal. I just heard you call me President Ming. I was so excited that I remembered the past." Yang Ming said, "I like this name very much, cough cough. Is that so?" Fan Jinja was a little helpless. He didn't know if he should continue to call Yang Ming President Ming or not. "Yeah, forget it. But you shouldn't call me that. After my friends died, I went to a fortune teller. The fortune teller said that there was a resentful spirit in me. That resentful spirit was called President Ming. Those who called me President Ming were cursed to death because they offended the resentful spirit." Yang Ming said seriously, "So, for your safety, it's better for you not to call me President Ming." "What?" Fan Jinja was completely stunned. His heart clenched together. "It can't be? Why am I so unlucky? A random name can cause a curse. Isn't this too unlucky?" Oh no, President Fan. The resentful spirit just said in my ear that your thoughts just now offended him. He wants to curse you," Yang Ming exclaimed suddenly. The resentful spirit can talk to you?" Fan Jinja was stunned. He looked at Yang Ming with some astonishment. After a while, his face became a little ugly and angry. "Are you playing with me? How can a resentful spirit talk to you?" "I don't know. It's just a strange feeling. It seems that the resentful spirit told me your thoughts. He said that he wants to punish you." Yang Ming was not in a hurry to refute, but said seriously, "Really?" Fan Jinja frowned. "Are you pretending with me? Why don't I believe it?" Fan Jinja still believed Yang Ming's previous words about his friend's death, fortune-telling, and resentful spirit. Although he did not fully believe it, he still felt nervous and uneasy in his heart. Yang Ming said that the resentful spirit talked to him and said that his thoughts offended the resentful spirit. This was unacceptable to Fan Jinja. He was also a graduate student with a master's degree. How could he believe such nonsense? So, after Yang Ming said so, he was a little suspicious. He sneered in his heart. Yang Ming is really adding fuel to the fire. He probably resented me for calling him President Ming in his heart. So he told me such a cold joke. If he did not say that the resentful spirit talked to him, then Fan Jinja would not be completely suspicious. It's true. Why would I lie to you? Yang Ming still had a serious look, without the slightest pretense. Then tell me, what did the resentful spirit say to you? Fan Jinja asked with a sneer. The resentful spirit told me that you were thinking, no way. Why am I so unlucky? A random name can cause a curse. Isn't that too unlucky? Said Yang Ming. This is impossible. As soon as Yang Ming's voice fell, Fan Jinja's face turned green. His eyes widened and were full of panic. This is impossible. How is this possible? How did you know that I was thinking like this? Yang Ming sneered in his heart. Of course, I know what you were thinking. This is what my special ability is for. Fan Jinja was nervous before, so Yang Ming used his special ability to probe his thoughts. Therefore, he could say it word for word to Fan Jinja. Of course, Yang Ming would not tell Fan Jinja about these things. I already told you. It was the vengeful spirit who told me. Yang Ming spread his hands as if it was the truth. This time, Fan Jinja had no choice but to believe in Yang Ming's words. Previously, he thought that Yang Ming was lying to him and fooling around with him. But now, he heard Yang Ming repeat his thoughts word for word. Fan Jinja did not have the slightest doubt. He did not think that Yang Ming could guess what he was thinking. Even if he could guess it, it was already amazing that he could guess the general idea. How could he not be wrong at all? What did the resentful spirit say? Fan Jinja felt a little weak. What did the resentful spirit want to do with me? The resentful spirit said that your thoughts offended him, so he wanted to curse you. Yang Ming said regretfully and sympathetically, I'm sorry, President Fan. You and I have just met, but I have already brought you a lot of trouble. I'm really sorry. Curse me. Fan Jinja thought of Yang Ming saying that his friends were dead. He suddenly rolled his eyes and almost fainted on the spot. Fortunately, his psychological quality was stronger. He resisted the fear in his heart and shouted at Yang Ming. Then why didn't you remind me before? Why didn't you remind me? Why didn't you tell me that I couldn't call you President Ming? Why? Do I have a grudge against you? Why do you want to harm me? As Fan Jinja spoke, he pounced on Yang Ming. He looked like he wanted to fight with Yang Ming. How would I know that you would call me President Ming? Yang Ming said aggrievedly. He dodged slightly, and Fan Jinja missed and almost fell to the ground. Fan Jinja was speechless and sobered up a little. Indeed, Yang Ming never let me call him President Ming. I called him President Ming on a whim. Who can I blame for this? And, as I said, I'm really sorry about this. I can't do anything about it. Yang Ming sighed and said, But what should I do now? Fan Jinja asked anxiously. I don't know. Yang Ming shook his head. Then tell me, how did your friends die? Fan Jinja roared. There are all kinds of ways to die. Some died of illness. Some were hit by cars. Some accidentally fell to their deaths while walking. Some died of cancer after hitting the curb while riding a motorcycle. Yang Ming counted with his fingers. Chapter 1601. Fan Jinja was dumbfounded after hearing Yang Ming's words. Originally, he thought that as long as he understood how Yang Ming's friends died, he would be able to avoid these things carefully. However, Yang Ming's words made it sound like there were people who died in all kinds of ways. They died from illness, were hit by cars, accidentally fell to their deaths while walking, And even worse, there's someone who died from cancer after hitting the curb while riding a motorcycle. How could you get cancer when you hit the curb? This is not in line with scientific logic. But then again, things like resentful spirits were not scientific. Before today, Fan Jinja would not believe it. However, after hearing Yang Ming accurately say his thoughts today, Fan Jinja had to believe that those ghosts really existed in this world. So, Yang Ming means that it is useless no matter what I do? I can only stay at home and not go out? No, according to Yang Ming's words, it is possible to die from illness even if you stay at home and not go out. Then am I dead meat? Thinking of this, Fan Jinja's sweat dripped down, and he trembled in fear. The resentful spirit just talked to me again. Yang Ming glanced at Fan Jinja playfully, then said seriously, what did the resentful spirit say? Fan Jinja asked quickly, wanting to see if there was a turning point. The resentful spirit just said that you don't have to think about those useless things. It is useless no matter what you do. You can't stay at home and not go out. You are dead meat, said Yang Ming. I don't want to die yet. I offended you unintentionally. Please don't come to me again. I really didn't mean it. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with a nobody like me. Fan Jinja screamed and knelt on the ground. His body bent down involuntarily, and he kept kowtowing on the ground. He kept muttering, "Vengeful spirit, please let me go. I don't want to die yet. I offended you unintentionally. Please don't come to me again. I really didn't mean it." Fan Jinja had snot and tears. He was as miserable as he could be. His head was almost smoking from kowtowing. Fan Jinja was still a little skeptical about the resentful spirit before, but when Yang Ming accurately said his inner thoughts for the second time, Fan Jinja no longer doubted it. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? If he could guess it once, how could he guess it a second time? Besides, he had no grievances with Yang Ming. Even if there was a conflict between the two sides, it was just a small verbal joke. He did not believe that Yang Ming was such a narrow-minded person to make such a farce to scare him. So he believed it. He really believed in the rumor of the resentful spirit. There were so many things that could not be explained by science. So many things could not be explained by science. Fan Jinja did not care about his manners anymore. In front of Zhao Ying, it was fine to lose face. Nothing was more important than his life. If he lost his life, what was the use of having a beauty? Fan Jinja kept kowtowing once he knelt. His head was bleeding and bruised. Then, he carefully raised his head. "Mr. Yang, what did the resentful spirit say now? Did he say that he would let me go after seeing me sincerely admit my mistake?" The resentful spirit didn't say anything. Yang Ming spread his hands and said with sympathy and helplessness, he didn't say anything?" Fan Jinja was dumbfounded. "I worked so hard to win the resentful spirit's understanding and sympathy. Why didn't the resentful spirit say a word?" "Yeah." Yang Ming nodded. "Then, can you plead with the resentful spirit?" Fan Jinja asked carefully. "President Fan, you think too highly of me, right? What kind of existence is the resentful spirit? How can I possibly communicate with him? If he didn't possess me, maybe he wouldn't even take the initiative to talk to me. Every time he takes the initiative to look for me, I can't find him." Yang Ming sighed and said, I see." Fan Jinja was completely dumbfounded this time. He didn't expect that he would be so unlucky today. Just one wrong word and he caused such a big trouble. "President Fan, in fact, I sympathize with you, but I can't do anything about it. Just like those people who used to accompany me. When I saw them offend the resentful spirit, I really wanted to help them, but I think you know this kind of powerlessness. I know they're going to die, but I can't do anything." Yang Ming closed his eyes in pain. "Do you understand this feeling?" I understand," Fan Jinja said sadly. "Since you understand, then it's good. Don't worry. If you really have an accident, I will burn a piece of paper for you every year," Yang Ming said with a straight face. I know. You don't have to say any more." Fan Jinja didn't bother to please Zhao Ying. He stood up in a daze and walked out of the private room. Yang Ming changed his sad expression from before and became extremely calm. He walked over and closed the door of the private room. Then he walked back casually, sat on the sofa, and shrugged. The annoying guy is finally gone. He ruined my mood. Huh. Sun Jie finally couldn't help but laugh. At first, it was a normal laugh. However, after laughing for a while, Sun Jie laughed until tears came out. I have never seen such a stupid person who can be scared by the resentful spirit. I'm really speechless. Zhao Ying was still shy and gloomy at first. At this moment, she couldn't help but be affected by Sun Jie's emotions and laughed along with her. Is it that funny? Yang Ming looked at the two beauties who were laughing and was a little depressed. How am I making up a lie? There's a technical content in it, okay? In order to scare this Fan Jinja, I used my special ability twice. However, I'm afraid that only Fan Jinja can understand the mystery behind it. Sun Jie and Zhao Ying didn't know that the reason why Fan Jinja was so scared was that Yang Ming had guessed what he was thinking. They thought that Fan Jinja was a timid person. Why isn't it funny? I didn't expect Fan Jinja to be so timid. Sun Jie laughed for a long time and finally finished laughing. She sighed and said, Zhao Ying, this kind of man is too insecure. When you are in danger, he will be the first to run away. He is faster than a rabbit. Originally, I wanted you to consider it, but now it seems that you should forget about it. It was fine if Sun Jie didn't say it. Once she said it, it brought up the past in Zhao Ying's heart. She remembered that time when she and Yang Ming encountered robbers. She thought about how Yang Ming stood in front of her without hesitation. When it came to a sense of security, the first person that Zhao Ying thought of was Yang Ming. As for Fan Jinja, Zhao Ying didn't even consider it. Thinking of all the things in the past, Zhao Ying couldn't help but show a fascinated look on her face. Zhao Ying sighed softly. The past is the past after all. I'm a little tired. I want to go back and rest, said Zhao Ying. You haven't started eating yet, and you want to leave? Sun Jie was stunned and immediately understood. Zhao Ying must be hiding from something. She may feel that the current situation is a bit awkward and wants to go home and have some peace. I'm not eating. You guys eat. Zhao Ying's tone was still soft, but there was an imposing manner in her words that couldn't be refused. Well, then we will send you back first. Yang Ming also knew that today was not a good time to talk. With Sun Jie present, Zhao Ying couldn't let go. Although she already knew her relationship with Sun Jie was not Xiao Qing. Although she and Sun Jie were good friends, their relationship with Xiao Qing and Sun Jie were two completely different natures. It was not a bad thing to let Zhao Ying have some peace first. When it was quiet, she would talk to Zhao Ying alone and try to untie her knot. No need. I can go back by myself. Zhao Ying waved her hand. It's not too late now. There's so many taxis at the entrance of the hotel. You don't have to worry. Seeing that Zhao Ying was so determined, Yang Ming had no choice but to say, then I will send you downstairs. Is that okay? And this time, Zhao Ying couldn't refuse and could only nod. Little Jie, you wait for me in the private room. I will go down and send Sister Ying. Yang Ming stood up and put on his coat. Calling me Little Jie, calling me Zhao Ying, Sister Ying, Yang Ming, doesn't this seem a bit wrong? Sun Jie heard Yang Ming's confusing address. She glanced at him and hinted, I am about the same age as Zhao Ying. Ugh. Then I will call you Little Ying in the future. Yang Ming looked at Zhao Ying and asked, Don't. Little Ying doesn't sound good. Zhao Ying glanced at Sun Jie helplessly, blaming her for being talkative. Yang Ming and I haven't reached that kind of relationship. Calling her Sister Ying is naturally not wrong. Sun Jie is Yang Ming's girlfriend. Although she is older than Yang Ming, it is not a problem to call her Little Jie. It doesn't matter what the couple calls each other. Yang Ming smiled awkwardly and went out of the private room with Zhao Ying. Chapter 1602. Then, should I still call you Sister Ying? In the elevator, Yang Ming asked Zhao Ying tentatively, and Zhao Ying responded softly. Yang Ming wanted to find some more topics to talk about, but he found that Zhao Ying was not in a good mood today. After thinking about it, he decided to give up. In this case, if he forced himself to say something meaningless, it would be counterproductive and make everyone feel awkward. It was better to wait until Zhao Ying woke up, then talk about it. After leaving the hotel, Yang Ming saw Fan Jinja standing in the hotel parking lot at a glance. He couldn't help but be amused. Beside Fan Jinja was parked his Honda Accord, and in front of him was a Toyota Camry. Fan Jinja's front was bumped into the back of the Camry. Both cars were seriously damaged. It seemed that Fan Jinja was in a trance after coming out of the hotel. He was not concentrating while driving, so he bumped into the car in front of him. Zhao Ying obviously also saw Fan Jinja in the parking lot, but she didn't seem to be interested in Fan Jinja. She just glanced at him faintly, then withdrew her gaze and ignored him. Seeing that Zhao Ying was not interested, Yang Ming did not stay any longer. Instead, he walked with Zhao Ying to the taxi waiting area on the side. Seeing one of the taxis, Yang Ming's eyes couldn't help but light up. Seeing this car, Yang Ming pulled Zhao Ying and walked over quickly. "Why are you still walking? Have we all passed by?" Zhao Ying pointed to the taxi parked in the first position and asked Yang Ming. "We met an acquaintance. Let's take his car," Yang Ming said to Zhao Ying. "This way I can rest assured." "Oh," Zhao Ying nodded. The taxi driver who was waiting in the first position was also a little puzzled. These two people did not get into his car, but instead walked towards the car behind him. What was the meaning of this? The driver was a little depressed when he saw Yang Ming greet the driver of the taxi behind. He suddenly realized that they knew each other. There was nothing he could do. "Brother Kuan." Yang Ming walked over, opened the door of the taxi, and shouted inside. "Yang Ming, why are you here?" Sun Kuan also raised his head in surprise. He sighed inwardly at how small the world was. He actually encountered this twice in one day. I'm eating here." Yang Ming pointed at the International Hotel behind him and said, "Brother Kuan, can I trouble you with something? Can you help me send my friend home?" "That's not a problem." Sun Kuan agreed without even thinking. "Your friend, huh?" When Sun Kuan's gaze fell on Zhao Ying, he couldn't help but be stunned. When he first met Yang Ming had this girl with him. At that time, Yang Ming also performed a good play of a hero saving a beauty. At that time, Sun Kuan thought that this girl was Yang Ming's boyfriend. But later, Yang Ming did not bring this girl out again, and Sun Kuan never saw Zhao Ying again. So, after that, he forgot about it. Especially after seeing Chun Mingyan and Lin Jiyun, Sun Kuan thought that he misunderstood. Zhao Ying was not Yang Ming's boyfriend. But today, when he saw Zhao Ying again, Sun Kuan couldn't help but be stunned. When he saw Yang Ming holding Zhao Ying's hand again, he was even more suspicious. Is this also Yang Ming's girlfriend? Then, this little brother of mine is too powerful, right? Sister Ying, Master Sun Kuan, Brother Kuan, do you still remember? Yang Ming pointed at Sun Kuan and asked Zhao Ying. You're the taxi driver from the past." Zhao Ying felt that Sun Kuan was a bit familiar before. When she heard Yang Ming's question, the original situation flashed in her mind. She remembered that Sun Kuan was the taxi driver who teased her and Yang Ming that they were a couple. Thinking of this, Zhao Ying couldn't help but blush. She followed Yang Ming and called Brother Kuan. "Haha, I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance today. Then, let's get in the car," Sun Kuan said with a smile. Yang Ming opened the door of the taxi and let Zhao Ying get in the car. They realized that they were still holding each other's hands. They couldn't help but feel embarrassed, so they quickly let go. Previously, Yang Ming took Zhao Ying to find Sun Kuan. It was just an instinctive action. In order to let Zhao Ying follow behind him, he subconsciously held Zhao Ying's hand. As for Zhao Ying, she didn't think much at the beginning. Instead, she was naturally held by Yang Ming. She didn't feel anything wrong. Until now, she was shy. "Brother Kuan, help me send Sister Ying home. I have to go back to the hotel," Yang Ming said to Sun Kuan. "You don't want to get in the car together? That's not a problem." Although Sun Kuan felt a little strange, he nodded and agreed. "Where are we going?" "Huashang District," Yang Ming said. "Sister Ying, I am relieved that Brother Kuan is sending you, and you can go back." Zhaoying nodded to Yangming. Although her current mood was somewhat indescribable, Zhaoying couldn't show anything with Sun Kuan next to her. Seeing Sun Kuan's car leaving with Zhaoying, Yangming sighed and turned to walk toward the hotel door. With Sun Kuan sending Zhaoying home, Yangming wasn't worried that anything would happen to Zhaoying. He looked up in the direction of Fan Jinja and found that he was still waiting there anxiously. He might be waiting for the traffic police to deal with it or for the insurance company. Back in the private room, Yangming and Sun Jie were not in a good mood because of the previous incident with Zhaoying. After eating quickly, Yangming took Sun Jie to his attic villa on the top floor of the hotel. As soon as the door was closed, Sun Jie threw herself on Yangming. There was no need for too many words. The two people hugged each other tacitly as if they were venting their previous depression. Listening to the sound of Sun Jie taking a shower in the bathroom, Yangming smiled bitterly in his heart. Among his women, Sun Jie and Lan Ling were the most passionate in that aspect. If he hadn't gone through special assassin training and had extraordinary physical strength, he probably wouldn't have been able to handle it if it were someone else. Looking at the wall clock in the hall, it was already 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. Sun Jie and I actually spent 5 or 6 hours picking up the gift that Suya gave him before she left. Yangming hesitated for a moment. He didn't open it, but put it back in its original position. This gift was given to him by Suya in the identity of the superstar Suya. There might be something that could hint at Suya's identity. However, Yangming already knew the identity of Suya now. This gift had become not very important. In order not to disappoint himself, Yangming decided not to open it. He would just keep it as it was. It could be regarded as a romantic memory of himself and the superstar Suya. Sometimes, there were some things that were too obvious, which was not beautiful. Yangming, why are you dawdling? Why don't you come over and help me scrub my back? Sun Jie's reproachful voice came from the bathroom. Do you not want to get on my bed at night? Yangming listened to Sun Jie's words. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's me. If it were another person, they would be eager to get on your bed now. Who can stand this high-intensity exercise for several hours in a row? Yangming felt that Sun Jie had been suppressing her lust for a long time, and she vented it all in one night. I'm coming. However, Yangming still stood up and walked in the direction of the bathroom. Since I have chosen such a path, then I will let myself be tired and happy in the future. Also, by the way, bring me the facial cleanser in my bag. Sun Jie added another sentence. Oh, Yangming smiled bitterly. Sun Jie, a strong woman, was also an ordinary person at home. Chapter 1603. Something big happened in Songjiang today. One of the Mingjiang Escort Company's cash transport vehicles disappeared for no reason. If it was just an ordinary cash transport vehicle, it wouldn't cause such a commotion. However, this missing vehicle was transporting hundreds of millions of yuan in cash. According to the regulations of the escort company and the bank, each escort vehicle could not transport more than 10 million yuan in cash at a time. However, this escort vehicle was transporting hundreds of millions of yuan in cash. If this escort vehicle had no problems and completed its mission safely, it might not cause such a commotion and no one would pay attention to it. However, this escort vehicle had disappeared. As a result, everyone's attention was immediately attracted to this matter. The topic on the internet had also shifted to this matter. At first, some people suspected that the escort vehicle was hijacked. Later, some people speculated that there was a mole in the escort company. In an instant, the public opinion had become one-sided. News articles such as Mingjiang Escort Company has serious management problems, Mingjiang Escort Company embezzles itself, Mingjiang Escort Company's vice captain embezzles hundreds of millions, and so on instantly emerged. Many netizens began to question why there was only one vehicle escorting so much cash. Was this premeditated? This could reflect that the management of the Mingjiang Company was chaotic and that there were internal problems. However, the vice captain of the escort team embezzled itself. This could more or less show that the overall quality of the Ming-Jiang escort company's team was low. They appointed people based on favoritism and did not employ the right people. In short, the reputation of the Ming-Jiang escort company fell to the bottom in an instant. There were more and more voices of doubt in society. They thought that a security company that had just been established for less than a year had entered the bank escort business. Wasn't this a bit too hasty? Was there some shady business going on behind the scenes? Jing Xiaolu was called over by Lu Huamei from the school cafeteria. Jing Xiaolu almost fainted on the spot when she heard that one of the escort company's cash transport vehicles had disappeared for no reason. 100 million yuan. How much money is that? Jing Xiaolu thought, it's so much money. If it's really gone, how many lifetimes will it take for me to pay it all back? Jing Xiaolu almost got into an accident on the way to the company. She overtook all the cars to the company and went straight to Lu Huamei's office. The atmosphere in the company was very gloomy. It seemed that everyone had received the bad news. In the eyes of the employees of these companies, if the 100 million yuan could not be recovered, this newly established escort company would definitely be dragged down by the debt. Sister Huamei. Jing Xiaolu didn't bother to knock on the door. She directly pushed open the door to Lu Huamei's office and rushed in. Sister Huamei, have you contacted Lu Xiaolei? Xiaolu, you're here. Lu Huamei forced a smile and shook her head. No, I've tried all the contact methods. This person seems to have vanished from the face of the earth. Did you call the police? Jing Xiaolu felt a chill in her heart when she heard Lu Huamei's words. It seems that Lu Xiaolei has most likely absconded with the money. I've already reported it, but there's no news yet. Lu Huamei sighed. She never thought that the Ming-Jiang escort company that she was in charge of would have such a huge mistake. Although according to the contract, the Song-Jiang Ming-Yang security company played the leading role in the operation, and she was only an assistant. This incident had already caused a fatal blow to her. If such a huge mistake occurred in the small company that she was in charge of, the consequences would be obvious if it were a large group. As a result, she had less hope of competing for the position of the group's leader. When the time came, her cousin Lu Jianan would definitely not let it go easily. At this moment, Lu Jianan was sitting in the office very proudly. He held a cup of fragrant tea in his hand and said to Lu Jifei, who was standing at the side, "Have you arranged for Lu Xiaolei?" "It's already arranged. He's going to be smuggled into Russia from Bianhai City," Lu Jifei said. "I have a friend who mingles with the underworld in Russia. He's there to help, and don't make any mistakes." Lu Jianan nodded. "Jifei, you're my confidant. You should know that this time, I'm putting all my eggs in one basket. So, you can't let anything go wrong. Don't worry, Brother Nan. If you have a problem, I can't run away either," Lu Jifei said. "So, no matter what, I will arrange it properly. However, there's something that I don't know if I should say. Jifei, I already said that you're my confidant. What are you hiding from me?" Lu Jianan frowned and said somewhat reproachfully, "Then, Brother Nan, I'll say it. Don't be angry." Lu Jifei hesitated and said, "Actually, there's no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. There's only one way to prevent future troubles." "One way? What do you mean?" Lu Jianan was slightly stunned, but then his expression changed slightly. "Jifei, do you mean?" "That's right." Lu Jifei saw that Lu Jianan also thought of this, so he nodded and said, "Only the dead will not speak. Only you and I will know the secret. You and I are grasshoppers on the same rope. No one will seek their own death. But Lu Xiaolei is different. I can't trust this person, but this is murder. That's against the law." Although Lu Jianan was a bit sinister, he had not yet developed a ruthless heart. When he heard that Lu Jifei wanted to silence him, he was immediately a little scared. "Brother Nan, those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles," Lu Jifei said. "There's a saying that a great man must be ruthless. In order to achieve great things, Brother Nan, you can't leave behind a ticking time bomb." "But I haven't done anything to kill people yet." Lu Jianan hesitated. Planning to rob an escort vehicle is also a capital offense. Brother Nan, you have to think carefully, Lu Jifei said anxiously. But these two natures are different. Lu Jianan was still a little hesitant. Brother Nan, think about it. Once Lu Xiaolei can't hold back and returns to China in the future, you and I will have to spend the rest of our lives in prison. Lu Jifei said, moreover, you don't have to worry about this matter, Brother Nan. As long as you agree, I will take care of everything. Who can find out if you kill someone on the high seas? This okay. Lu Jianan hesitated and finally nodded. Lu Jifei was right. A great man must be ruthless. If this matter was spread out, it would be a fatal blow to him. Brother Nan, I will arrange it now. Lu Jifei's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Brother Pu, the boss gave us new instructions. We will do something on the ship when we sneak in. Your people won't meddle in other people's business, right? A bald man said as he handed a stack of cash to the man called Brother Pu. Brother Pu weighed the banknotes in his hand, glanced at the bald man, and nodded slowly. I will say hello to my men. I know that Brother Pu is the most reasonable. When the bald man saw that Brother Pu had accepted the money, he was relieved and showed a satisfied smile on his face. This bald man was Li Zhan, Lu Jifei's loyal lackey. He was a ruthless person. He used to be an outlaw. Later, he met Lu Jifei and saw his opportunity. He knew very well that no matter how ruthless he was in society, he was still insignificant. He had no backing or background. Everything was just floating clouds. Only by relying on a strong backer could he live a good life and achieve success in the future. Therefore, Li Zhan decisively turned to Lu Jifei. Although he looked down on Lu Jifei in his heart, this was also the highest level of people that Li Zhan could come into contact with. Li Zhan could not come into contact with any more powerful people. When Lu Jifei successfully curried favor with Lu Jianan and became Lu Jianan's confidant, Li Zhan realized that he really had a good eye. He did not follow the wrong person. Once Lu Jianan was promoted, Lu Jifei would be a meritorious person, and his identity would also rise. Although Li Zhan knew that there were more benefits to following Lu Jianan than Lu Jifei, he was a smart person and not a fool. He did not think that Lu Jianan would use him again after he changed sides. Compared to Lu Jifei, he had no place in Lu Jianan's heart. If Lu Jifei still held a grudge against him and said a few bad words in front of Lu Jianan, who Lu Jianan would believe, the result could be imagined. Therefore, Li Zhan did not expect anything else. It was already good enough to follow Lu Jifei and mingle well. This time, personally sending Lu Xiaolei to Russia was the time for him to show his loyalty to Lu Jifei and Lu Jianan. The suggestion to kill Lu Xiaolei was also made by him to Lu Jifei. Otherwise, with Lu Jifei's temperament, he could not be so ruthless and decisive. Chapter 1604. Lu Xiaolei, you're just a chess piece. From the day you walked into Lu Jianan's office, you were destined to end up like this. Li Zhan looked at Lu Xiaolei's longing face and sneered in his heart. Brotherly, I have packed up. When will I board the ship? Lu Xiaolei looked at his watch and was a little nervous. After all, he had committed such a big case. If he was caught, it would be a capital offense. Just wait for Brother Pu's ship. Don't worry. You will definitely be able to leave today, Li Zhan said faintly. That, Brother Lu promised me the money before. Is there a problem? Lu Xiaolei asked with some concern. Don't worry. You won't be short. It will be transferred to your account in Russia in batches through wire transfer. Li Zhan said. Brother Lu also wants you to help keep the secret. He won't burn the bridge after crossing it. That's good. I was just asking. Lu Xiaolei was relieved after hearing Li Zhan's words. Li Zhan also made sense. Lu Jianan and Lu Jifei had to keep it a secret. He was not afraid that they would burn the bridge after crossing it. If they didn't fulfill their promise, then he would take them down with him, even if he had to risk the death penalty. The ship is here. Let's go. Li Zhan glanced at the text message on his phone, then raised his head and walked in the direction of the port. Lu Xiaolei quickly followed behind. From now on, he would be wandering in a foreign land. Lu Xiaolei did not regret what he had done. He could leave a sum of money for his younger brother and cure his old father's illness. What was his sacrifice? Moreover, he was not very miserable now. At least he had a lot of money in his hands. After arriving in Russia, he could live a good life under the protection of the Chinese gangs. Thinking of this, the depression in Lu Xiaolei's heart dissipated a little. However, he did not know that from the moment he boarded the ship, his legs would never be able to set foot on land again. Everything went well. Lu Jifei received a text message from Li Zhan. He was relieved and said to Lu Zhanan, "Brother Nan, Li Zhan has killed Lu Xiaolei." Very good. Lu Zhanan was also relieved. No one else knows, right? At that time, there was only one of Snakehead's men in charge of smuggling in Bianhai City. Lu Jifei said, "Such a person will not meddle in other people's business." That's good. Lu Zhanan nodded and picked up the phone. He was ready to scold his sister, Lu Huamei. Now that all future troubles had been resolved, it was time for him to show off his skills. Lu Zhanan dialed Lu Huamei's phone. Lu Huamei frowned when she saw the caller ID on the phone. She didn't want to answer this call. Lu Zhanan was calling at this moment. Lu Huamei could guess what Lu Zhanan wanted to do, even if she used her toes to think. However, Lu Huamei still picked up the phone in the end. She was not a person who was afraid of trouble. A person who only knew how to avoid responsibility when something happened would never achieve great things. "Hello, big brother." Lu Huamei picked up the phone. "Huamei, I heard that something happened to you. What's going on?" Grandpa has already asked. Lu Zhanan's first sentence was to bring up Lu Jiangyan. "Big brother, you're quite well informed, aren't you?" Lu Huamei replied coldly. She already knew that Lu Zhanan was up to no good, but she didn't expect him to be so impatient. He jumped out as soon as the phone was connected. "Huh," Lu Zhanan laughed. "The internet is already abuzz with the news. I'm not considered well-informed." The one-sided public opinion on the internet that was unfavorable to the Ming Jiang Escort Company was basically published by Lu Jifei's people. How could Lu Zhanan not know? "Is that so?" Lu Huamei asked faintly. "Huamei, it's not that big brother's scolding you. Previously, when Lu Xiaolei was making a ruckus at the headquarters, I told you in advance that this person might have some problems in his heart. I told you to pay more attention to him. Look, you didn't care at that time. Now, you're finally in trouble, right?" Lu Zhanan said with a sigh. "Huamei, you are still too young." Lu Zhanan was very proud now. His foresight had become a bargaining chip for him to climb up the ranks. Lu Huamei still made such a mistake even after his warning. It was conceivable that Lu Jiangyan would not consider letting her take over his position no matter how much he doted on her. After all, the fate of the group was not a joke. Even if Lu Huamei was capable, it was not enough for the company's helm to be capable. It was not a problem for capable people to start business, but sometimes keeping the business was more important than starting a business. If she wanted to keep the business, then it seemed that Lu Huamei was definitely not the best candidate now. "Big brother, you didn't call it this time just to say this, right? If so, then I'm sorry. I'm very busy here. I don't have time to chat with you." Lu Huamei's tone became stiff. "That's not it. Huamei, listen to your big brother's advice. You're still too inexperienced now. I will suggest to Grandpa to let you continue to study in school during the next board meeting. You can come back to take over the company's affairs when you're truly successful in your studies." Lu Zhanan didn't talk nonsense with Lu Huamei anymore. Since Lu Huamei refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, Lu Zhanan was ready to shed all pretense of cordiality. Such a day would come sooner or later anyway. "Sister Huamei, who called? Why are you so angry?" Seeing that Lu Huamei was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down, Jing Xiaolu asked with concern. "It's nothing. It's my big brother." Lu Huamei shook her head. He wanted to use this matter to make things difficult for me during the board meeting. It seems that he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. "It's like this." Jing Xiaolu knew that this was Lu Huamei's family matter. She couldn't butt in. "My big brother just mentioned Lu Xiaolei again. He said that he reminded me before to pay attention to Lu Xiaolei. Now that something really happened to Lu Xiaolei, it confirms his foresight. This time, Lu Huamei felt physically and mentally exhausted. Lu Huamei was exiled to Songjiang, but Lu Jianan still didn't relax his vigilance against her. He wouldn't let go of any opportunity to attack her. Lu Xiaolei. Jing Xiaolu frowned. Sister Huamei, I suddenly have a strange feeling when you say that. What feeling? Lu Huamei asked. Sister Huamei, do you think that there is some unspeakable secret between Lu Xiaolei and Lu Jianan? Jing Xiaolu pondered for a while and said, I always feel that there is something fishy about this matter. There is an indescribable feeling. Oh, Lu Huamei was slightly stunned. Xiaolu, do you mean that my big brother is involved in Lu Xiaolei's matter? I don't know if Lu Jianan is involved or not, and I can't be sure. But I think that Lu Jianan seems to know that Lu Xiaolei wanted to pocket the banknotes in the escort car in advance. Jing Xiaolu said, because I remember the call he gave you before to ask you to pay attention to Lu Xiaolei. According to the Lu Jianan we know, he shouldn't be so kind. So I always feel that there is something fishy about this matter. Xiaolu, now that you mention it, I also have this feeling. Could it be that my big brother really knows about Lu Xiaolei's matter? Lu Huamei's brows gradually furrowed. If Jing Xiaolu's guess is true then, Lu Huamei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her big brother actually hid such a big thing in order to deal with her. I'm not sure if it's true or not now. Let's wait and see. Jing Xiaolu sighed and pointed at the window. Let's solve the problem in front of us. There are already reporters crowding the company downstairs. They want us to come out for an interview to find out the truth. Chapter 1605. When he woke up in the morning, Yang Ming didn't know about the incident at the escort company. However, even if Yang Ming knew about it, he wouldn't be too anxious. From Yang Ming's point of view, since something happened, he would try his best to solve it. It wasn't a big deal. Sun Jie hadn't woken up yet. It was obvious that she was exhausted last night. Yang Ming's biological clock had been formed. After waking up in the morning, he did a simple training plan. Then, he called for a cup of soy milk and opened his laptop to surf the internet. This rare leisure time had not been available for a long time. During this period, Yang Ming felt that he seemed to have something to do every day. He was busy for a few months. Yang Ming opened QQ and unexpectedly found that Wild Female Teacher, which was also Zhao Ying's avatar, was lit up. Zhao Ying was usually invisible, but because she had a good relationship with There's No True Love in This World, she set up invisible but visible. Why are you online so early in the morning? Yang Ming clicked on Wild Female Teacher's avatar and sent a smiley face emoji. It didn't take long for Wild Female Teacher to reply, but what she sent was a sleepy emoji. Why are you online so early? Don't you have class today? Asked Yang Ming. Wild Female Teacher replied quickly. Aren't you early too? Besides, it's already 8 o'clock. It's not early. It seems that you're online even earlier, said Yang Ming. I didn't sleep well last night. What's the point of early? Wild Female Teacher complained and sent a bomb emoji. Didn't sleep? It can't be. Yang Ming felt awkward. He thought about Zhao Ying's situation last night. It was possible that she didn't sleep well last night. However, he and Sun Jiexiao had a good time last night. It didn't make sense. It made Yang Ming feel bad. Why not? Well, let's not talk about this. How about playing Fight the Landlord with me for a while? Said Wild Female Teacher. This okay. Yang Ming didn't expect Zhao Ying to have the mood to play Fight the Landlord at this time. However, since she wanted to play, he would play with her. Songjiang Netcom District 4, Room 12. Hurry up, said Wild Female Teacher. Coming. Yang Ming opened the game client and logged in. After a while, an idiot named Sharp Knife took the initiative to sit at the table where Yang Ming and Zhao Ying were. The game started. Wild Female Teacher didn't bid. Sharp Female Teacher foolishly bid. Yang Ming received a message from Wild Female Teacher. I can definitely win this round. If you have any bombs, quickly throw them out. Oh, Yang Ming replied. After sharp female teacher threw out a 3, Yang Ming threw out a set of 4 sevens bombs. Sharp female teacher was stunned. After a long time, she sent a shocked expression. She thought to herself, how can you throw out your cards like this? It's simply not following the rules. Could it be that after he threw the bombs, a hand of cards can be thrown out at once? Just when sharp female teacher was in doubt, Yang Ming threw out a small 3. Sharp female teacher really met a master this time. She thought to herself, is this person held back by the 3? He threw a set of bombs just to throw out a 3? Isn't this too strong? You are too obvious. What did you throw out? Did you forget how to cheat? Wild female teacher was a little dissatisfied with the way Yang Ming threw out his cards. Yang Ming was speechless and smiled bitterly. He really hadn't cheated with Zhao Ying for a long time. Just now, in order to please Zhao Ying, he threw out the bomb in excitement after seeing Zhao Ying's words, which led to this result. Yang Ming thought for a while and typed on the screen, "Fuck," my hand trembled and I clicked on the wrong button. I clicked on the hint. Once he saw Yang Ming's explanation, sharp female teacher was suddenly happy. So that's why. I was shocked. I thought this guy had some big cards behind him. So it was a mistake. It seems that I met someone who didn't know how to play cards. That's good. I can take the opportunity to win more from him. After typing hee on the screen, sharp female teacher waited for wild female teacher to throw out her card. Zhao Ying sent Yang Ming a rolling eyes emoji. Originally, she could have thrown out her card directly after Yang Ming's card, but she was afraid that sharp female teacher would be suspicious, so she casually put in a card. Sharp female teacher threw out a 2 to block the card. Yang Ming didn't want it, so he passed. Zhao Ying threw out a set of 4 as. Sharp female teacher was stunned again. What does this mean? Could it be that wild female teacher also clicked on the wrong hand? Isn't this too exaggerated? Just as he was waiting for the next part of the game in shock, wild female teacher threw out all the cards in her hand. Sharp female teacher lost 4 times his points. Sharp female teacher was a little speechless. This time, she didn't make a mistake. She really had the confidence to throw out the cards. He lost so badly. However, it couldn't be helped. Who asked her to have such good cards? If there was anyone to blame, it was there's no true love in this world who threw out an extra set of as a result, causing the points to double for no reason. However, since sharp female teacher lost, so be it. He didn't believe that such a strange thing would happen again in the second round, so he continued to draw. In the second round, Yang Ming and Zhao Ying still didn't bid. Sharp female teacher continued to bid. You have to be careful this time. Wild female teacher reminded Yang Ming in advance. Don't worry, I wasn't used to it just now, Yang Ming replied. In this round, although Yang Ming and Zhao Ying were still colluding with each other to cheat, it was very difficult for them to win. They didn't reveal anything, so sharp female teacher didn't suspect anything. In the end, he could only blame himself for losing because of bad luck. In the third round, as he was afraid that sharp female teacher would suspect something, Yang Ming called once. However, he still lost in the end. In the fourth round, Zhao Ying called and won by a narrow margin. This made sharp female teacher, who had just won against Yang Ming, lose again. Back and forth, although Zhao Ying and Yang Ming would lose, they didn't lose much. Sharp female teacher lost very badly. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore. He thought that his luck wasn't good, so he left the room. Therefore, Yang Ming and Zhao Ying waited for the second idiot to come. Needless to say, this world didn't lack idiots. Another idiot called Fishman X2 entered the room. The final result of this Murloc X2, who had come with a threatening aura, could be imagined. After losing N points, he finally returned in low spirits. How is it? You won enough today, right? Are you feeling better? Yang Ming saw that no one came, so he sent a private message to Zhao Ying. I'm fine. Oh yeah, how did you know that I'm in a bad mood? Wild female teacher threw out a question. Yang Ming was shocked. He looked at the chat history from before. Wild female teacher indeed didn't tell him that she was in a bad mood. He thought that she was Zhao Ying and knew that she was in a bad mood. That was why he asked that question. He didn't expect that he would almost be exposed. However, Yang Ming quickly explained, "You didn't sleep well last night. You even asked me to accompany you to earn points early in the morning. I guess you must be in a bad mood again." Yang Ming deliberately added the word again. He meant that she was like this when she was in a bad mood in the past. That was why he came to such a conclusion. "That's true. You know me quite well." Wild female teacher saw Yang Ming's explanation and didn't think much about it. That's right. We're good friends now." "Of course. I know you well," said Yang Ming. "We've known each other for more than half a year, right? Time flies. It's been so long in the blink of an eye." Wild female teacher said emotionally. "Yeah, I guess we'll become an online relationship if this continues." Yang Ming tried to make a joke. Wild female teacher sent an ellipsis. She was obviously not interested in Yang Ming's joke. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" asked Yang Ming. "Nothing. Let's not talk about this anymore." Wild female teacher was confused. When she saw Yang Ming's message, she thought about it carefully. Unknowingly, there's no true love in this world seemed to have integrated into her life. When he talked about online relationships, Zhao Ying suddenly realized that he was really her best male friend on the internet. Chapter 1606. All right, tell me why you're in a bad mood. Yang Ming knew that Zhao Ying wasn't a casual person. It would be difficult for her to accept him through the internet. So Yang Ming decided to take it slow. Being too aggressive wasn't a good thing. "Actually, it's nothing." Wild female teacher didn't seem to want to talk about what happened yesterday. "Could it be that you saw the person you like with one of your good friends again?" Yang Ming saw that Zhao Ying didn't seem to want to talk about it, so he decided to provoke her. After he sent the message, Zhao Ying didn't respond for a long time. "Could it be that she was scared by me?" Yang Ming couldn't help but feel anxious. However, wild female teacher finally replied, "How did you know?" "I guessed." Yang Ming sent 2 words hypocritically. "That's amazing. I finally know what the Emperor of Truth is." Wild female teacher exclaimed, "It can't be. I just said it casually. You told me last time, so I remembered it. This time, I just casually brought it up." Yang Ming explained, "Actually, I'm not in a bad mood this time. I don't feel as sad as last time. Instead, I feel very natural. It's just that I feel a little disappointed." Wild female teacher said, "Wait a minute. You're saying that your person is with another good friend of yours? What about the previous one?" Yang Ming pretended to be surprised and asked, Of course, they continue to be together. I told you before that he has a few girlfriends." Wild female teacher said, "Is that so? Your person is really a god." Yang Ming laughed and sent the message. "Yang Ming, who are you chatting with so early in the morning?" Sun Jia had woken up. She was holding a cup of hot water and wearing a nightgown. She walked over and stood behind Yang Ming and asked, "Zhao Ying?" Yang Ming said, "Oh." Sun Jia nodded casually. Suddenly, she spat out the hot water that she just drank onto Yang Ming's computer screen. "What did you say?" "Zhao Ying." Yang Ming looked up speechlessly. "Is there a need to make such a fuss? My poor computer, it's probably going to be finished. Isn't it just a laptop? What's the big deal? I'll compensate you later." Sun Jia said indifferently. She leaned over and moved closer to the computer screen. "Let me see what you guys are talking about." "Wow, you've hooked up with her already?" "What hooking up? You will know when you see it." Yang Ming didn't hide it and directly transferred the computer screen to Sun Jia. The nightgown was loose. When she lowered her head, all the naked things inside the nightgown were revealed. It made Yang Ming a little restless. He couldn't help but reach out and touch it. "Don't mess around. Wasn't enough to touch last night?" Sun Jia hit Yang Ming's hand and then pulled her chest tight. But she didn't expect Yang Ming's hand to reach in again from the bottom of the nightgown. Sun Jia really didn't know what to do this time. She glared at Yang Ming and no longer paid attention to him. She looked at the content on the computer screen. The first few words were nothing. The more she looked at Sun Jia's expression, the more interesting it was. In the end, she finally couldn't help but laugh. Yang Ming, aren't you too talented? Are you playing Infernal Affairs? Zhao Ying still doesn't know that this person is you? She probably doesn't know. Yang Ming nodded. God, aren't you embarrassed to boast like this? Sun Jie couldn't help but mock him. I'm just telling the truth. Yang Ming shrugged. What do you think I should do now? How do I know what to do? Who knows that things between you two are so complicated? Sun Jie had a headache when she thought of the relationship between Yang Ming and Zhao Ying. It wasn't that Sun Jie didn't want Zhao Ying and Yang Ming to be together, but Zhao Ying's character really made Sun Jie feel like a doe that couldn't be helped. She wouldn't leave even when she was chased, and she would only retreat when she was led. It's not too complicated. Who knew that you brought her here yesterday? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Then you're blaming me? Sun Jie rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. However, the words that you and Zhao Ying said on the internet reminded me. I think that with Zhao Ying's character, it is difficult to have any breakthroughs and progress in your current situation. Zhao Ying's character is too indecisive. It's better for you to slowly develop an online relationship with her on the internet. Develop an online relationship? Yang Ming was stunned. Are you serious? Of course, you first get Zhao Ying on the internet, and then ask her to meet, Sun Jie said. Say something on the internet first. When you meet, even if Zhao Ying retreats, the relationship that has been established before can't be changed. Yang Ming listened to Sun Jie's words and fell into contemplation. Sun Jie's method was also a strange one. Maybe it could really achieve unexpected results. Then I'll try. Yang Ming nodded. Aren't you jealous? Jealous? I don't have that free time. I have to go back to Donghai today. The company's affairs have not been completely finished. Tian Donghua, the little guy, couldn't handle it himself. He kept complaining to me, said Sun Jie. Don't care about him. It's time to let him hone himself. He has to endure the hardships to be the best, said Yang Ming. Well, I'll be back in a few days. Besides, you can't accompany me every day, right? Sun Jie touched Yang Ming's forehead. Be good. Sister will bring you a gift back. Then I want an MP4, said Yang Ming. MP4? Sun Jie was stunned, and then she thought of something. Sun Jie, who was rarely shy, blushed this time. The MP4 that Yang Ming said probably referred to the MP4 that had special content when they first met. At that time, Sun Jie just saw that Yang Ming was a virgin and wanted to tease him. But now it seemed that she was seducing Yang Ming. Just kidding. Go early and come back early. Yang Ming smiled. Be careful. Sun Jie nodded. Yang Ming, why do I feel that you are older than me? You are not old, said Yang Ming seriously. Really? But am I really older than you? Sun Jie now regarded herself as a child in front of Yang Ming in many situations. Although this feeling was good, Sun Jie felt that she was pretending to be young. You're not big except for your chest. Yang Ming stood up and hugged Sun Jie's shoulder. Well, don't think so much. I still like you to be more casual. Oh, Sun Jie responded and suddenly pointed at Yang Ming's screen. Zhao Ying is talking to you. Take a look. For Sun Jie's behavior of changing the topic, Yang Ming just smiled slightly and didn't expose it. He opened the chat window of Wild Female Teacher. There's another person in the room. Let's continue. Hey, why don't you show your cards? What are you doing? Why don't you show your cards? Are you there? That person is gone. What are you doing? Not here. I'm going to school. There's a class at 10 o'clock. Let's talk next time. Just as Yang Ming and Sun Jie were talking, Wild Female Teacher sent several messages. Yang Ming glanced at the profile picture of Wild Female Teacher. It had turned gray. It seemed that she had gone offline. Sorry, something happened just now. Let's meet next time. Yang Ming replied apologetically. Yang Ming was about to turn off the computer, but a dialog box popped up at the bottom right of the computer. Initially, Yang Ming didn't care about it. After a casual glance, his face became dignified. He quickly clicked on the news with the mouse. Songjiang Ming Jiang Escort Company, a cash truck carrying hundreds of millions of banknotes, mysteriously disappeared. It is suspected that there was a management oversight and an internal crime. This was a news about the disappearance of the cash truck Lu Xiaolei was in. Yang Ming knew that this Ming Jiang escort company was a subsidiary company jointly established by his Ming Yang security company and the Jiangyan Group. He didn't expect such a big thing to happen. Chapter 1607. Hey, isn't this your company? I've heard of it. When it was established a while ago, it was even on TV. Sun Jia also saw the news that Yang Ming opened. She couldn't help but exclaim, Yang Ming, aren't you too excited? The company was just established, and such a big thing happened? Hundreds of millions of yuan? What's going on? Yang Ming frowned. He was a little unhappy. Although 100 million yuan was nothing to Yang Ming, he was a little annoyed that no one had informed him about such a big matter after such a long time. The news had already appeared on the internet, but no one had informed him. Isn't the efficiency of my subordinates a little too slow? He took out his phone and was about to call Bao Songli, but he was shocked to find that the phone had run out of battery and turned off automatically. Could it be that Bao Songli had already looked for me? Did he find out that my phone was turned off? After changing the battery, Yang Ming turned on the phone and dialed Bao Songli's number. Brother Yang. The phone only rang once before it was picked up. Then came Bao Songli's anxious voice. Brother Yang, you finally turned on your phone. I've been looking for you all morning. Where are you? Didn't you know that I was at the International Hotel? Asked Yang Ming. International Hotel? Brother Yang, you are at the International Hotel? I didn't know. Bao Songli repeated with some doubts. I was just nearby. Should I rush over now? Yang Ming heard Bao Songli's words and couldn't help but be stunned. He immediately understood that he only asked Bao Songli to book a private room for a meal at the International Hotel yesterday. He didn't tell Bao Songli that he would stay here, so it was reasonable that Bao Songli didn't know that he was here. I have a general understanding of the matter. It's about the Ming Jiang escort company, right? Yes, Brother Yang. Already know, said Bao Songli. It has already become the hot news on the internet. If I still didn't know, then I would be blind. Yang Ming said in a bad mood. What the hell is going on? How did such a big thing happen? Are there any secrets? I don't know if there are any secrets. I just found out about it not long ago. Xiaolu has been in charge of the affairs in Ming Jiang, Bao Songli said. Okay, I got it. I'll ask little Jia to deal with it. Yang Ming said helplessly. He thought to himself, these people like Bao Songli are still a little inexperienced in the business world. Previously, Ming Yang Entertainment had a vicious incident where the vice president absconded with funds. Now, there are similar mistakes. Isn't this too frequent? Okay, Brother Yang, I'm sorry. Bao Songli said carefully. Forget it. You just need to stabilize the situation. Don't mess up. Yang Ming said, you must not mess up at this time. Don't worry, Brother Yang. I know. Bao Songli promised. I've already mobilized the security company's people to Ming Jiang to prevent our own people from messing up. Sure enough, when Yang Ming was browsing the relevant news, the previous incident of the vice president of Ming Yang Entertainment was also linked together by the reporters and dug up. They also ridiculed and questioned Ming Yang's management problems. Of course, most of these network reporters were from other places. The local reporters were afraid of Bao Songli's power. Naturally, they didn't dare to write nonsense. They simply and objectively reported the incident. Let me deal with it. Sun Jie naturally heard Yang Ming's words. Jing Xiaolu is alone. I'm afraid I can't handle it. Yang Ming said, I can rest assured if you take charge. Jing Xiaolu? I seem to have heard of this name. Sun Jie frowned. It seems to be the vice president of Ming Yang Entertainment. It is said that she is your little lover. Who did you hear that from? Yang Ming sweated. He didn't expect Sun Jie to have heard of Jing Xiaolu. Bao Songli said it. Who else do I know? Sun Jie said, but don't blame Bao Songli for being nosy. When I asked him something, he was also very embarrassed. I got it. Yang Ming waved his hand. He wouldn't blame Bao Songli for such a small matter. As Sun Jie said, when Sun Jie asked Bao Songli a question, it was really difficult for Bao Songli to answer or not. However, the number is a bit big. Sun Jie browsed the news again and then said to Yang Ming, I can deal with it, but you have to give me the authority. Don't think that I can't deal with it when I'm done. Do you think I'm a dictator? Yang Ming shrugged. That depends on when. Sun Jie smiled charmingly. Hey, you have 100 million, right? What do you think? Yang Ming rolled his eyes. I don't, but you don't? Then it's done. Didn't you just lose 100 million? Just give it to the bank first. It won't lose the company's reputation, and it can also stabilize people's hearts. As for whether you can get back that 100 million, it's none of my business. Sun Jie said casually. Yang Ming nodded and agreed with Sun Jie's way of dealing with it. Although he didn't care about the 100 million, the current Yang Ming was worth more than 100 million. However, Yang Ming wouldn't allow some rascals to do anything under his watch. Lu Jianan had already reported Lu Huamei's mistake to the old master Lu Jianyin through the mouths of others. Although the old master didn't say much, Lu Jianan believed that old master Lu must have started to doubt Lu Huamei's ability from this incident. Lu Huamei might be very good at doing business, but she wasn't Lu Jianan and Lu Jifei's opponent when it came to scheming. Is the 100 million in a safe place? Lu Jianan glanced at Lu Jifei and asked, It's still in the old abandoned factory under your name. It hasn't been touched. Lu Jifei replied respectfully. It wasn't that he didn't think about the money in the warehouse, but after careful consideration, he decided to forget about it. After all, there were many consecutive numbers in this money. It wasn't easy to spend it. Moreover, would Lu Jianan let him go once he touched this money? The most important point was that although Lu Jifei was very greedy and wanted to keep this 100 million, it was obvious that Lu Jianan didn't care much about this 100 million. What he cared about was the entire Jiangyin Group. With the Jiangyin Group, this 100 million was nothing. Therefore, while Lu Jifei didn't act rashly, he was still pleasing Lu Jianan. He fantasized that one day, when Lu Jianan became the helm of the Jiangyin Group, this 100 million might become his reward. At that time, it would be peaceful and wouldn't attract attention if he took it out and used it. Then don't touch it first. Lu Jianan nodded. But this move of yours is quite bad. It is equivalent to directly putting the Ming Jiang Company into a dead end. This 100 million is nothing to our Jiangyin Group, but it is a disaster for that newly established small company. Jifei, do you still have selfish motives? Brother Nan is wise. Lu Jifei didn't dare to hide. I do have a grudge with the behind-the-scenes boss of the Ming Yang Company, Yang Ming. I also want to take the opportunity to mess with Jing Xiaolu and Su Xiaobin, those two bitches. And Lu Jianan nodded in satisfaction at Lu Jifei's honesty. He had already investigated these things in advance. He asked at this time to test if Lu Jifei was hiding anything from him. Remember, you have to be consistent with me in the general direction. As for your little thoughts, I don't want to care. Lu Jianan nodded in satisfaction at Lu Jifei's honesty. Brother Nan, you can rest assured. I am wholeheartedly working with you. Lu Jifei quickly promised. And look at the news. How is Ming Jiang? Lu Jianan sneered and instructed Lu Jifei. The reporters we sent to cause trouble should have already arrived at Ming Jiang's office building. Okay. Lu Jifei nodded, turned on the TV, and changed the channel to Song Jiang's finance channel. The Ming Jiang Group will hold a press conference at 9 o'clock sharp today. This channel will broadcast the whole thing live for you. The host's voice came from the TV. A press conference? Lu Jianan heard the content of the news and smiled contemptuously. I was afraid that you would avoid it. If you hold a press conference, it will save me some trouble. When the time comes, see if the reporters I find won't question you to death. Lu Huamei, you have no choice but to die. Chapter 1608. After Lu Huamei and Jing Xiaolu discussed it, they decided to hold a press conference first to appease the reporters downstairs. If they asked the company's employees casually, the answers they would get would be even more varied. Coupled with these people's imaginations, who knew what would happen in the end? Jing Xiaolu couldn't help but want to call Yang Ming a few times, but she held back in the end. From the moment she made up her mind, not to be a pretty face, she wanted to show some results to Yang Ming. However, this year was unlucky. Someone tampered with the contract negotiations previously, and it wasn't easy to calm the storm. Now, something like this happened again. It really made Jing Xiaolu anxious. The phone rang. Jing Xiaolu glanced at the caller ID. It was Bao Sanli, Brother Bao, Xiaolu. Brother Yang already knows about the situation here and has sent people over. You guys can hold on for a while and wait for them to arrive. Bao Sanli was afraid that Jing Xiaolu couldn't handle the pressure, so he gave her a call in advance to cheer her up. Phew! Jing Xiaolu breathed a sigh of relief. However, she still felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Since Yang Ming took action, the trouble on her side would definitely decrease. However, was this really the result she wanted? Xiaolu, what's wrong? Looking at your expression, it seems like there's some good news. Lu Huamei was also very anxious at this moment. Although Ming Yang was the major shareholder according to the contract, Lu Huamei couldn't escape if the company really suffered a loss. The most important problem was that the Jiangyan Group's headquarters attitude was very ambiguous and unclear. Lu Huamei called her grandfather, but she didn't expect her grandfather to just say, "I understand," faintly after listening to Lu Huamei's description. He didn't say anything else. Grandfather Lu's attitude made the entire Jiangyan Group wait and see. Although Ming Jiang was also a joint venture company of the Jiangyan Group, no one stood out to express their support for Ming Jiang. Yang Ming sent people over to solve the problem. Jing Xiaolu said with a complicated expression, "Yang Ming, it's Yang Ming again. Who is this person?" Lu Huamei muttered in her heart, but said, "Let's go. We'll go to the conference room first." The reporters were all invited to the conference room. It was agreed that the meeting would be held at 9 o'clock. Regardless of whether the person on Jing Xiaolu's side could come or not, they had to deal with the current situation first. Jing Xiaolu and Lu Huamei walked into the noisy conference room. The voices of the reporters who were discussing with each other became softer. The conference room only quieted down when Jing Xiaolu and Lu Huamei sat on the rostrum. "All right, before the press conference, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Huamei, the Executive Vice President of the Ming Jiang Escort Company." "This is Jing Xiaolu, also the Executive Vice President." Lu Huamei said, "This press conference was decided to be held at the last minute, so it wasn't fully prepared. Although it's called a press conference, it's actually just a question and answer session. This is because we didn't get any accurate information after the incident. The police are still investigating everything. Like all of you, I don't know anything about this matter." Lu Huamei let out a sigh of relief after she finished speaking. The reason why she said these things in advance was that she was afraid that the reporters would pester her with these questions. It's great now. We don't know anything either. So when you ask questions that we can answer. Lu Huamei's words stunned the reporters who were ready to launch an attack. Many of the words that were on the tip of their tongues couldn't be said. The atmosphere suddenly became cold. "Vice President Lu, the Ming Jiang Company has made such a big mistake this time. As one of the parent companies, what will the Jiangyan Group's attitude be?" This reporter was arranged by Lu Jinan. He originally wanted to wait for the others to ask questions first before standing up to ask. However, Lu Huamei's words completely pushed away the questions that the reporters wanted to know the most. For a moment, no one stood up to ask questions. It should be known that most of the reporters here were here to find out the inside story, not to make things difficult for Lu Huamei. Since Lu Huamei didn't know anything like them, why were they still here? No matter if what Lu Huamei said was true or false, they couldn't do anything when she said that the police had to keep the case confidential. Lu Huamei glanced at the reporter who asked the question. It was a new face that she had never seen before. She stopped guessing his identity and answered directly. Although the Ming Jiang Escort Company is a new joint venture company established by the Jiangyan Group and the Ming Yang Security Company, as I said before, this is a new company. Although the Jiangyan Group owns the shares, our operations are independent. Lu Huamei didn't know if the reporter could understand her explanation. All in all, Lu Huamei was secretly afraid. It seemed that many of these reporters were here for her. She wouldn't believe that all of this had nothing to do with her elder brother. So that's the case. Then, the Ming Jiang Escort Company lost hundreds of millions of yuan this time, and their whereabouts are unknown. How will Ming Jiang fill this loophole? The reporter continued to ask, as far as I know, Ming Jiang's new company doesn't have many assets. If the Jiangyan group behind it doesn't show up, how will you deal with it? Lu Huamei was more and more certain that her elder brother sent this reporter here to make things difficult for her after listening to the reporter's unhurried words. How we fill this loophole is our company's internal matter. This isn't the content of this press conference, right? Lu Huamei was still worried about how to fill this loophole, so she could only deal with it this way. I heard that Vice President Lu is still holding the position of the Jiangyan Group's financial director. With Vice President Lu's position, it shouldn't be difficult for him to mobilize the Jiangyan Group's funds to fill this loophole, right? Another reporter began to ask, is it really like what the outside world said? Vice President Lu was promoted on the surface, but demoted on the inside. Although he is the group's financial director, all of his power has been taken away. It is said that Vice President Lu was one of the most competitive successors of the Jiangyan Group. This time, there was such a big mistake. Will this successor position be excluded? What does the Jiangyan Group's old master, Lu, think about this matter? The Jiangyan Group hasn't made any response yet. Does this mean that the Jiangyan Group has given up on the Ming Jiang Escort Company? Is there some hidden meaning in this? Does this mean that Vice President Lu has also been given up? Can the Ming Jiang Escort Company survive this disaster without the support of the Jiangyan Group? Lu Huamei couldn't respond to the sharp questions that were thrown at her one after another. Lu Huamei finally realized how insidious her elder brother was. He actually took this opportunity to attack her. Jing Xiaolu was also secretly anxious when she saw that Lu Huamei was troubled by the reporter's questions. If this goes on, this press conference will definitely be a mess. Jing Xiaolu couldn't care so much anymore. She grabbed the microphone and said to the reporters below, "Everyone, please be quiet for a while." Seeing that Jing Xiaolu had spoken, the aggressive reporters reluctantly stopped their questions. However, they still had an expression of wanting to get to the bottom of it. This is the Ming Jiang Escort Company's press conference, not the Jiangyan Group's press conference. Moreover, everyone, don't put the cart before the horse. Yes, the Jiangyan Group is one of the shareholders of the Ming Jiang Escort Company, but the Ming Yang Company is the biggest shareholder of the Ming Jiang Escort Company. We are also the ones who play the leading role in the operation. Therefore, Miss Lu Huamei can refuse to answer your questions. Jing Xiaolu said, "If you really want to know about the Jiangyan Group, I suggest you interview the Jiangyan Group." Okay, since you said so, how does the Ming Yang Company intend to deal with this matter? The reporter who asked the question first was unhappy with Jing Xiaolu's interruption. Therefore, he targeted Jing Xiaolu again. Anyway, he was here to cause trouble today. It would be fine as long as he could mess up this press conference in the end. Chapter 1609. Jing Xiaolu didn't expect this guy to be so difficult to deal with. She had just changed the topic, and he was already targeting her. The person in charge of our Ming Yang Company has already rushed over. I believe you will be here soon. Jing Xiaolu thought of what Bao Sanli had said to her before, so she said calmly, "Don't tell me that everyone doesn't even have this little bit of patience." Jing Xiaolu spoke at a steady pace with a smile on her face, giving people a natural affinity. Therefore, even if some of the people below were unwilling, they couldn't do anything at this moment because most of the peers nodded in agreement with Jing Xiaolu's statement. They came here to seek the truth and to seek first-hand reports, not to chase after someone who couldn't make the decision. In their opinion, since Jing Xiaolu said that the person in charge had rushed over, Jing Xiaolu naturally had no right to make the decision. Instead of asking Jing Xiaolu some useless questions, they might as well wait for the person who could actually make the decision. At the Jiangyan Group's headquarters, Lu Jinan and Lu Jifei watched the Ming Jiang Escort Company's news report live and drank tea with relish. Why is this little girl with the surname Jing taking the lead? Lu Jinan was a little annoyed. She should have embarrassed Lu Huamei more. Grandpa must be watching the live broadcast. His impression of Lu Huamei won't be reduced by just a little bit. It doesn't matter. Let her be proud. Lu Jifei waved his hand indifferently. This time, I just want to play Jing Xiaolu to death. I have also checked the background of the Mingyang group. They only have 100 million in liquid capital in their hands. If they use all of it to fill the hole this time, then their capital chain will be broken instantly, and the entire group won't be far from bankruptcy. Really? That's great. Lu Jinan nodded. I really want to see my good sister begging the old man to clean up her mess at the board meeting. Haha, I feel so good just thinking about it. The old man will clean up her mess. Lu Jifei was stunned after hearing Lu Jinan's words and asked, "That's for sure." Lu Jinan waved his hand and said, "Lu Huamei is a member of the Lu family no matter what. How can the old man ignore such a prideful person? However, my good sister can forget about being put in an important position in the future. Isn't that what we want?" Lu Jifei quickly said after listening. Then, I have to congratulate Brother Nan. You played a big part in this matter as well. Lu Jinan patted Lu Jifei's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. I won't treat you badly. If there is a chance, I will suggest to the old man to arrange a position for you in the group." "That won't be necessary." Lu Jifei refused. "Brother Nan, don't go against the old man for me. It's not worth it." Moreover, isn't it good for me to do something behind your back? Well, that's true. It's fine as long as you can accept it. Lu Jinan nodded. "Call those reporters. Tell them not to waste any more time and to continue making things difficult for Lu Huamei." Yes. Lu Jifei quickly picked up his phone, dialed the numbers of those reporters, and gave them a few instructions. At the press conference, the reporter who made things difficult for Lu Huamei stood up restlessly again. "Vice President Jing, we have been waiting for a long time, but your so-called person still hasn't arrived. I think we should ask Vice President Liu about the Jiangyan Group's attitude first, right? Even if the person in charge comes, he can only represent your Mingyang company. He can't represent the Jiangyan Group, right?" "That's right. We want to continue asking questions." Another reporter who received Lu Jifei's instructions also stood up. For a moment, the atmosphere at the press conference became chaotic again. Some people began to get restless. Lu Huamei frowned and glanced at Jing Xiaolu with a helpless expression. How could Lu Huamei not know what these people wanted to do? Wasn't it because her elder brother wanted her to make a fool of herself more? The more she made a fool of herself today, the slimmer her chances of competing for the group's successor would be in the future. At this moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open. A graceful figure walked in slowly. Many of the reporters present widened their eyes when they saw the person who came in. It was impossible for them not to recognize the person who came in. Sun Jie was the princess of the Hongjun Group, the largest company in the provincial capital, Donghai. She was the current president of the group. Even if they hadn't seen her in person, they knew Sun Jie's identity after being reminded by their peers. Due to Donghai's special status in the province, the reporters who were invited by Lu Jinan to ruin the press conference could ignore Song Zhang's Bao Sanli. However, they didn't dare to offend Donghai's Sun family. Although the Sun family had the intention of retiring from the world since the beginning of this year, and the whereabouts of the Sun family's old master and the Tian family's old master were unknown, it was said that they went abroad for inspection. However, the family's affairs were managed by their second-generation children. The current helmsman of the Sun family was Sun Jie other than Sun San, while Tian Donghua was in charge of the Tian family. These reporters knew that the Sun family and the Tian family had been operating in Donghai for more than 10 years. Their complicated network and influence in the province were not people they could afford to offend. Compared to Bao Sanli, the Sun family only had a little influence in Songjiang. They were nothing outside of Songjiang. This was also the main reason why these reporters dared to be arrogant here. The reporter who had previously made things difficult for Lu Huamei was about to continue making things difficult. However, he couldn't help but shrink his neck when he saw Sun Jie coming in. He really couldn't afford to offend this woman. It was better to see her intentions first. Vice President Jing Xiaolu, right? Sun Jie didn't care about the reporter's discussions and surprised gazes. She walked directly to the rostrum, glanced at Jing Xiaolu, and nodded to her with a smile. Yes, you are. It was Jing Xiaolu's first time seeing Sun Jie. She was considered an old employee of the Mingyang Company, but she had never seen Sun Jie before. Therefore, she was a little confused. I am Yang Ming's wife. Sun Jie smiled at Jing Xiaolu naturally. Jing Xiaolu was shocked. Her face couldn't help but turn red. Yang Ming's wife is here? Is she here to settle accounts with me? For a moment, Jing Xiaolu's thoughts turned into whether Sun Jie would find trouble with her. As for the company's troubles in front of her, she had completely forgotten about it. Let's talk about it after the press conference. Sun Jie glanced at Jing Xiaolu. It seems that Yang Ming really cares about you, his little lover. He hurriedly woke me up from my bed early in the morning and rushed here to help you. Jing Xiaolu was a little dumbfounded. After Sun Jie finished speaking, she no longer cared about Jing Xiaolu. Instead, she took the microphone, turned on the switch, and placed it in front of her. I believe that many of you know me. However, let me introduce myself first. I am Sun Jie, the president of the Donghai Hongjun Group. I am also the Mingyang Group's, the assistant to the chairman. Wow. The people present were in an uproar after hearing Sun Jie's self-introduction. It was nothing when Sun Jie introduced her as the president of the Hongjun Group. Sun Hongjun had appointed Sun Jie as the president a month ago. This was no longer news. However, it was the first time they heard that Sun Jie was the assistant to the chairman of the Mingyang Group. Was there any relationship between the Mingyang Group and the Hongjun Group? Sun Jie's appearance and her short self-introduction suddenly changed the atmosphere of the scene. Those who originally thought that the Mingyang Escort Company would definitely be finished this time completely changed their thoughts with Sun Jie's words. With the support of Sun Jie's Hongjun Group, what obstacles could not be overcome? What problems could not be solved? Perhaps the people present don't know much about the Mingyang Group, so I will briefly explain the structure of the Mingyang Group today. This is also the first time that the people of the Mingyang Group have made a detailed explanation in public. Sun Jie waited for the people to calm down before she slowly said. Sun Jie's words once again caused an uproar among the reporters present. Previously, when Sun Jie mentioned the Mingyang Group, most people thought that Sun Jie had said something wrong. She had mistakenly said that the Mingyang Company was the Mingyang Group. A group, as the name suggested, was a group. In layman's terms, it was a company with diversified management. It had subsidiaries in many fields, and when the parent companies gathered together, it formed a group enterprise. The Mingyang Security Company only had one joint venture subsidiary, the Mingyang Escort Company. It was too much of a stretch to call a group. Under the Mingyang Group, there is Mingyang Entertainment. I believe that some people have already understood the relationship between the Mingyang Security Company and Mingyang Entertainment. There are also Mingyang Real Estate, the Nightless Club, and the Songjiang International Hotel. However, I believe that everyone is familiar with the most famous wholly owned subsidiary. That is Mingyang Heavy Industry. Sun Jie slowly introduced. Chapter 16:10. Sun Jie didn't give up until she said something shocking. Mingyang Heavy Industry. When the name of this company came out, the reporters below were dumbfounded. Mingyang Heavy Industry and Mingyang Security Company are also brother companies? They are also under the same group? Is this true? In fact, there are many companies with the same name or similar names. It was not a strange thing. Therefore, although Mingyang Heavy Industry and Mingyang Security Company were both called Mingyang, no one would link the two companies together, and no one would think that there would be any unusual relationship between the two. With Sun Jie's introduction at this time, everyone finally understood what kind of powerful background the Ming-Yang Security Company had. Not to mention that Sun Jie's Hongjun Group was behind it. It was very easy for a Ming-Yang heavy industry to fill this 100 million yuan hole. Fuck. Lu Jianan listened to Sun Jie's words and smashed the teacup on the TV. Previously, when Lu Jianan saw Sun Jie appear at the venue, he secretly felt that something was wrong. He naturally knew Sun Jie. She was the little princess of Donghai. Her background was not weaker than his. Even his family's old man, Lu Jiangyan, was a peer when he met Sun Jie's father. If they were to really call each other, he was still Sun Jie's junior. When he heard Sun Jie say that she was the assistant to the chairman of the Ming-Yang Group, this bad feeling was even stronger. Is Sun Jie here to stand up for the Ming-Yang Company? However, when he heard that Ming-Yang Heavy Industry, which was in the limelight in the province, was also a wholly owned subsidiary of the Ming-Yang Group, this time he was completely dumbfounded. Why does this Ming-Yang Security Company have such a strong background? It can't be, right? Am I dreaming? Didn't I want to trick them with Lu Jifei before? This background is not weaker than the Jiangyan Group at all, and it is even stronger. Lu Jifei, didn't you fucking say it already? You have already investigated the background of Ming-Yang Security Company? What the fuck is going on? Lu Jianan was angry. This time he was really angry. Why is there a Ming-Yang Group above this Ming-Yang Security Company? Lu Jifei was also dumbfounded. I went to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to check before. Ming-Yang Security Company was funded by a person named Bao Sanli. Why is there a group above? You idiot. Just because the legal person is different doesn't mean that they don't have the support of the parent company. Lu Jianan said angrily. This time, we are in big trouble. Yang, Brother Nan, don't be angry. Even if the Ming Security Company has such a background, it has nothing to do with you. What do you mean? Lu Jianan asked. Brother Nan, even you don't care much about 100 million yuan. Do you think that the old man cares about this 100 million yuan? Lu Jifei said, so it doesn't matter whether the old man gave this 100 million yuan. What's important is that Lu Huamei has already made a big mistake. Even if the matter is settled, the problem of her ability is already very obvious. Does it still matter whether the old man gives this 100 million yuan or not? Oh, what you said makes sense. Lu Jianan nodded after listening to Lu Jifei's analysis. She still got away with it. Brother Nan, in this situation, it doesn't matter whether it got away with it or not. I think it's time for us to perform. Lu Jifei hesitated and said, Our performance? What performance? Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? The other party's background is not weak. We shouldn't act rashly for a while. Lu Jianan said with a frown. It's not a trick up our sleeve. It's time for our Jiangyan Group to make a statement. Since the other party has already made a statement, our people can't fall behind. Lu Jifei said, Brother Nan, you should also stand up now and make a statement to support Lu Huamei. Help her bear the responsibility of our Jiangyan Group's shares. Oh, Lu Jianan thought carefully, then slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Brilliant! What a brilliant plan! Jifei, you're very timely in hindsight. Since Lu Huamei's crisis has been resolved, why don't I be a good person and let the old man see how tolerant I am? That's what I mean. Lu Jifei nodded. So at the same time that the Ming-Jiang Escort Company held a press conference in Songjiang, the executive vice president of the Jiangyan Group, Lu Jianan, suddenly announced to the media that he was willing to pay a portion of the 100 million yuan that the Ming-Jiang Escort Company had lost. Regardless of whether the lost 100 million yuan could be recovered, the Jiangyan Group would help the company get through the crisis. At the Ming-Jiang Escort Company's press conference, Lu Huamei immediately received Lu Jianan's message and his decision. Lu Huamei snorted coldly in her heart. My big brother really knows how to put on a show. He really knows how to choose the right time. He only came out and pretended to be a good person after seeing that we've gotten through the crisis. However, Lu Huamei still politely replied to his message and thanked him. This bitch. It seems that she also realized something. Lu Jianan fiercely pressed the delete button when he saw Lu Huamei's message with hidden daggers in it. Brother Nan, what's the big deal about Lu Huamei not realizing it? It's fine as long as the old man is sure of you. Lu Jifei smiled indifferently. That's true. Lu Jianan nodded. He remembered that after he announced the Jiangyan group's attitude, his grandfather had especially called to give him a few words of encouragement. This made Lu Jianan feel very good. He felt that the position of chairman was waving at him. I believe that after everyone knows about the structure of the Mingyang group, you won't ask meaningless questions like how the Mingjiang escort company will get through the difficult times, right? Sun Jie shrugged and smiled charmingly. Most of the reporters below the stage were men. They were instantly infatuated with Sun Jie's smile and nodded in agreement. The few reporters who were hired by Lu Jianan to cause trouble were afraid of the power behind Sun Jie and the power of the Mingyang group. They didn't dare to say anything. All right, since everyone has no questions, our press conference will end here, Sun Jie said. Sun Jie said, lastly, I want to say that although the Mingjiang Escort Company is a newly established company, it has the backing of the Hongjun Group, the Mingyang Group, and the Jiangyan Group. It will definitely become stronger and bigger. We will first take out 100 million yuan to make up for the loss of the bank. Then, we will cooperate with the police to find the whereabouts of the missing cash truck. The reporters present were very satisfied with Sun Jie's words. The breaking news they received today was no less than the inside story of the missing cash truck. In fact, it was even more. They knew some of the structure of the Mingyang Group and the relationship between the Hongjun Group and the Mingyang Group. This news was enough to report back. Phew! Jing Xiaolu and Lu Huamei finally breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the reporters leave. Sun Jie, on the other hand, was very generous and didn't look strange at all. Sun Jie looked at Jing Xiaolu. She's a beauty. Yang Ming's taste is not bad. She looked at Lu Huamei. She felt like a classical beauty. Chapter 16:11. You're also Yang Ming's lover? Sun Jie looked at Lu Huamei from head to toe. She felt that it would be intolerable if Yang Ming let go of such a classic beauty like Lu Huamei. Me? Lu Huamei was stunned and looked at Sun Jie blankly. Although Lu Huamei was usually ostracized in the Lu family, no one dared to joke with her when it came to relationships. The old man would definitely not feel good if he found out about this kind of thing that crossed his bottom line. Lu Huamei, on the other hand, began to replace her father after she quit school. She worked hard in the Jiangyan group and schemed against Lu Jianan. How would she have time to have a boyfriend? Therefore, she was still in a completely blank state when it came to relationships. Usually, no one would mention such a topic to her. At home, her mother served by her father's bedside all day long. She didn't have many chances to meet Lu Huamei. Although most of the people in the group were from the Lu family, how many of them really cared about Lu Huamei's personal affairs? Perhaps even the old man didn't want Lu Huamei to get married so soon. Firstly, it was because Lu Huamei could serve the Lu family for a few more years. Secondly, it was because Lu Huamei's marriage could be used as a bargaining chip in the business. Therefore, Lu Huamei was dumbfounded when Sun Jie asked such a sensitive question. Even though she was talented in business, she was still a blank when it came to relationships. She really didn't know what to say after being teased by Sun Jie. And Sun Jie was slightly stunned after seeing Lu Huamei's reaction. You're not? I'm not either. Jing Xiaolu answered Sun Jie's question without waiting for Lu Huamei to answer. I know you. It's just that you're ambiguous and not completely together. Sun Jie glanced at Jing Xiaolu and said, Ah. Jing Xiaolu blushed at Sun Jie's words. This, you even know this? Sun Jie was quite proud when she saw Jing Xiaolu's embarrassed look. She then looked at Lu Huamei. Don't tell me you also have such a relationship. Me? Lu Huamei finally recovered from her shock and shook her head. You got it wrong. I don't know Yang Ming. We haven't even met before. Oh. Sun Jie carefully looked at Lu Huamei's expression. It didn't seem like she was lying. Sun Jie then apologized. I'm sorry, I got it wrong. It's nothing. Lu Huamei shook her head. After all, Sun Jie had helped her and the company out of trouble. Even if Sun Jie made fun of her, it was just a harmless joke. How could Lu Huamei really be angry? She was a little Sun. Lu Huamei naturally knew who Sun Jie was. Although she hadn't been in the business world for a long time, Lu Huamei had heard a lot about Sun Jie, a famous person in the province. However, she was amazed by Sun Jie's generosity and indifference towards Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu was distracted by the company's matters. She didn't have time to think about Sun Jie's words and subconsciously believed Sun Jie. But now that she thought about it carefully, something was wrong. Isn't Yang Ming's wife Chen Mingyan? How did it become Sun Jie? Jing Xiaolu wasn't a pushover. Although she was grateful to Sun Jie for helping her out, she couldn't be vague about her principles. She had to be sure of it. No matter what, I'm Chen Mingyan's good friend now. How come I've never heard of Sun Jie's existence? Could it be that Yang Ming has another woman on the outside? I have to grasp this opportunity. No matter what, I'm a member of Chen Mingyan's camp. I can't be biased towards an outsider. It's not a good thing to have a foot in two boats. Miss Sun Jie, although I'm very grateful to you for helping our company solve our current problems, there are some principles that I have to figure out. Jing Xiaolu pondered for a moment and asked. Oh, Sun Jie glanced at Jing Xiaolu with some surprise. She didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to become so calm after a short period of shyness. She was a powerful person. As far as I know, Yang Ming's wife is Chen Mingyan, right? So who are you? Jing Xiaolu asked word by word. Although there was some aggressive meaning, she was very polite. Sun Jie listened to Jing Xiaolu's question and laughed. Is this what you want to ask? Then I'll tell you. I'm his other wife. I don't know if you're satisfied with this answer. Jing Xiaolu didn't expect Sun Jie to have such a reaction. Originally, she expected that Sun Jie would either be ashamed by her own question or argue with her angrily. But she didn't expect Sun Jie to be so relaxed and joking. It seems that you wanted to stand up for Chen Mingyan before? Sun Jie blinked and guessed Jing Xiaolu's thoughts. Don't rush to deny it. I don't mean to blame you. After all, we didn't know each other before. Jing Xiaolu really didn't know what to say because of Sun Jie's calmness. Jing Xiaolu couldn't help but admire Sun Jie from the bottom of her heart. This woman is not simple. No matter what the occasion, she is neither servile nor overbearing. Such a woman is a good helper by Yang Ming's side. The current Chen Mingyan can't be compared to her at all. She had to say that a woman like Sun Jie was what she had always wanted to be. However, you're actually the vice president of Mingjiang and also the vice president of Mingyang Entertainment and Mingyang Security. This makes me very puzzled. Do you like to work? Sun Jie's observation was still very sharp. She saw Jing Xiaolu's weakness immediately, so she was ready to start from her weakness. Although Sun Jie didn't want to have any conflict or anxiety with Chen Mingyan, in Sun Jie's eyes, Chen Mingyan was still a little girl who hadn't grown up. The two of them tried not to meet as much as possible. They each had their own lives and didn't interfere with each other. However, since Zhao Ying's involvement yesterday, Sun Jie had to consider a series of problems derived from facing Chen Mingyan in the future. There was no intersection between Sun Jie and Chen Mingyan. However, with the addition of Zhao Ying as a link, it indirectly increased the danger of the two sides meeting. Zhao Ying was Chen Mingyan's teacher and her good friend. Especially when she knew about Chen Mingyan's temper, Sun Jie had to take some precautions. After seeing Jing Xiaolu, Sun Jie had the idea of pulling her into her camp. Even if she couldn't succeed immediately, she could be a little spy by Chen Mingyan's side. In the worst case, she wouldn't help either side in the end, which basically achieved the results Sun Jie wanted. Jing Xiaolu pursed her lips and vaguely guessed Sun Jie's intention. She couldn't help but hesitate. She naturally couldn't do something to betray Chen Mingyan. Not to mention that she wasn't Yang Ming's girlfriend. Even if she was, she wouldn't do such a wicked spy thing. However, she couldn't bear to lose the opportunity to learn from Sun Jie. It seems that it's easy to talk to a smart woman. Sun Jie saw that Jing Xiaolu understood her meaning and smiled slightly. She didn't need to explain anything more. I still lack an assistant. Are you interested? It's not necessary. It's good here now. It's also good training. Jing Xiaolu struggled for a long time in her heart. Finally, she made a decision and refused Sun Jie's temptation. Although she would grow faster if she followed Sun Jie. Was that still her original intention? She originally wanted to be able to take charge alone, help Yang Ming deal with some things, and reduce some of the burden for Yang Ming. However, if she really went against Chun Mingyan with Sun Jie, wouldn't she be looking for trouble for Yang Ming? Sun Jie didn't say anything, but Jing Xiaolu faintly guessed her thoughts. It should be close to the mark. It was better for her not to participate in this kind of thing. Oh, then forget it. Sun Jie was just thinking about it on the spur of the moment. Seeing that Jing Xiaolu could still control herself, she didn't say anything else. You are really good training here. There are troubles all the time. Sun Jie's slightly sarcastic words made Jing Xiaolu blush a little, but she couldn't blame her. Ming Jiang was indeed not smooth from the beginning. If there is any trouble, just call me at any time. Sun Jie handed a business card to Jing Xiaolu. I understand your thoughts. I won't make it difficult for you. In fact, I don't want such a day to come. Chapter 16:12. Sun Jie's words made Jing Xiaolu slightly stunned. Originally, she thought that Sun Jie wanted to win her over to go against Chen Mingyan, but listening to Sun Jie's last casual sentence, it seemed that she didn't want to do so. Could it be that there is something that I don't know about, but it is forced to happen? Jing Xiaolu had an ominous premonition in her heart. Sun Jie knows Chen Mingyan, but Chen Mingyan doesn't know about Sun Jie's existence. With Chen Mingyan's temperament, if she knew about this, what kind of reaction would she have? It had to be said that a woman's sixth sense was still very keen. A conspiracy against Yang Ming and all his women was slowly unfolding. Yang Ming also watched the live broadcast of the press conference on TV and sighed secretly. Sun Jie was really dishonest. She actually revealed such an inside story, but it also successfully diverted the attention of the reporters and successfully resolved the company's crisis this time. Shaking his head, although most people might not have noticed, the moment Sun Jie went on stage, she turned off the microphone and whispered to Jing Xiaolu. Others didn't hear it, but Yang Ming, who could read lips, saw it clearly. This kind of small detail, I am afraid that only Yang Ming would pay attention to it, but he wasn't worried that others would know anything. She gave Jing Xiaolu a warning as soon as she went up. This Sun Jie. Yang Ming shook his head. Sun Jie's unwillingness to be under others really gave Yang Ming some headaches. This was also the reason why Yang Ming had not told Chen Mingyan about Sun Jie, because Yang Ming was really afraid that something disharmonious would happen in his family. The phone rang. Yang Ming thought it was Sun Jie, but when he looked at the phone number, it was Xia Bingbao. Brother Bingbao, why are you here? I was just looking for you. Yang Ming picked up the phone and said casually, Brother Bingbao? What Brother Bingbao? Don't call me that. Xia Bingbao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You can either call me Brother Xia or Captain Xia. Don't say these messy names. Oh, then Brother Xia it is. The reason why I joined you guys now is because I want to help. I don't have the sense of being superior or subordinate, Yang Ming said. So, Captain Xia, forget about it. All right, as you wish. Xia Bingbao said, I have already asked about the matter you told me last time. Don't worry. Xia Wenjin and others are basically more than 10 years old. 10 years. That's a little short, but it doesn't matter, Yang Ming said faintly. If Yang Ming wanted to kill a few people, he could do so with a single thought. If the king of assassins' disciple wanted to kill someone, who would be able to live well? Second generation of the fishman. Don't mess around and ask me to wipe your ass again, Xia Bingbao warned after listening to Yang Ming's words. I won't do it. I have a good relationship with the people of the butterfly family. This is not a secret. I believe you all know it. The matter between Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan was a big deal in Europe a while ago. Yang Ming's whereabouts were not a secret in the eyes of people like Xia Bingbao. Yang Ming didn't mind that Xia Bingbao would know more about him now. It didn't matter as long as there was no practical evidence. He could completely deny it. Xiao Bingbao laughed dryly. It seemed that he knew something about Yang Ming's relationship with the assassin organization, as Yang Ming said. Well, don't give me any trouble, Xiao Bingbao reminded. Also, the matter of you going to Yunnan's Miaojiang has been settled. This operation is very dangerous. In addition to using you as a trump card, we will also send someone to assist you. This person is also a trump card in our hands. He is currently training in California in the United States. After a while, he will arrive in Songjiang and meet you. Then you, Xia Shui, and he will go to Yunnan together. Wait, you said Xia Shui is going too? Yang Ming frowned. What is she going to do in such a dangerous place? This cough. Xiao Bingbao coughed twice. It's an arrangement from above, to let her experience it above. Yang Ming was stunned. Cough. It's my boss. Xiao Bingbao explained awkwardly. Your boss? Let her experience it? You're not in the same system, right? Yang Ming was inexplicable by Xiao Bingbao. Actually, my grandfather is also Xia Shui's, said Xiao Bingbao. Yang Ming was a little speechless. It turned out to be such a relationship. I knew that Xia Shui's background was not simple. It turned out that she had such a backer. Could it be that Xia Shui's grandfather is in charge of this supernatural investigation bureau? Well, I know that you have a good relationship with my sister. Take care of her along the way, said Xiao Bingbao. Although I don't want her to go, there is no other way. I don't have the final say. Damn, you're just finding trouble for me, Yang Ming said helplessly. Don't you know how dangerous Elder Yu is? If I go, I might just be going to die. Why are you so unconfident? Since you can handle Elder Yu the first time, you can handle him the second time. Moreover, this time I have received the latest news. It is a very important news, said Xiao Bingbao. Oh, what news? Asked Yang Ming. Before the famous Chinese medicine practitioner, Mr. Li Sifeng, disappeared 3 years ago, a student reported that the last person they saw looked very similar to Elder Yu, said Xiao Bingbao. So you suspect that this Mr. Li Sifeng was caught by Elder Yu? Yang Ming rolled his eyes. You don't want me to save this Li Sifeng again, right? Yang Ming, I found that your special ability has the ability to foresee, shouted Xiao Bingbao. Fuck off, Yang Ming said angrily. Who is this Li Sifeng? Why haven't I heard of him? He is the descendant of Li Shizhen. He is a very powerful Chinese medicine practitioner. His acupuncture skills are superb. Unfortunately, before he was caught, there was no descendant who got the true essence. Although there are several students, none of them have learned the true essence of Mr. Li. Xiao Bingbao sighed. Li Shizhen. Yang Ming rolled his eyes again. You are not fooling me, right? No, I'm telling the truth. I also know that this mission is very dangerous, but Xiao Bingbao said until here and couldn't continue awkwardly. But you still decided to let me go, right? Yang Ming continued. It's not easy to be cannon fodder. I might die. Don't say that. Li Sifeng has medical skills that can bring the dead back to life. You have to save him. In the future, if your relatives and friends have any difficult illnesses, Mr. Li Sifeng will definitely do his best to save them, said Xiao Bingbao. Can't you say something nice? Yang Ming sighed. Can I refuse? No, said Xiao Bingbao affirmatively. Then why are you still discussing with me? Just inform me directly. You are wasting my breath. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. You were the one who asked me before, okay? Xiao Bingbao was also speechless. Well, I will agree to this matter for the time being, but I can only try my best. I can't guarantee anything. If my life is endangered, I will save my life first, said Yang Ming straightforwardly. Okay. Xiao Bingbao agreed readily. He didn't want Yang Ming to die. Then let's put this matter aside first. I still have something to look for you, said Yang Ming. You haven't done anything for me yet, and I'm already your errand boy. Xiao Bingbao couldn't help but be angry when he heard Yang Ming's words. You, kid, are really unwilling to suffer losses. Don't I think that as a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, I should be low-key? Otherwise, I will do it myself, said Yang Ming seriously. Forget it. If you have anything, let me do it for you. Xiao Bingbao was shocked. and said quickly, "Help me find a person called Lu Xiaolei. He used to be the vice captain of the Ming Jiang Escort Company," said Yang Ming. "Well, I will call you when I find him." Xiao Bingbao was relieved when he heard that it was this kind of thing. He was afraid that Yang Ming would find him for some trouble again. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.